This is the Athletic Football Show's Draft Night Special.
Are you ready? Let's get it started.
Live from the Athletic Draft House in Las Vegas, Nevada, covering every pick of rounds 2 and 3 of the 2022 NFL Draft, featuring Robert Mays and Nate Tice, the Athletics draft guru Dane Brugler, and more special guests.
The NFL Draft is now officially open.
To the Athletic Football Show, we are live from Las Vegas, breaking down rounds 2 and 3 of the NFL Draft. My name is Robert Mays. Joining me tonight, the Athletics draft expert, Dane Brugler. Dane, you excited?
Very excited.
This is your day.
Oh, well, tomorrow, today and tomorrow.
Today and tomorrow are your day. Anybody can talk about round 1. Not everybody can dig into the defensive tackle prospect that's sitting there with the 118th pick like you can.
It's the day for the scouts. But even though, defensive tackles, centers, things like quarterbacks still. We've got quarterbacks out there. That's really what, is the main storyline as we go into day 2. This run on quarterbacks. When's it going to start? What's the order? Who's it going to be? We got Seattle, maybe Tennessee, Atlanta. I mean, there's a lot of maybes in there that could go quarterback, but it's going to be fascinating to see it play out.
Speaking of quarterbacks, our quarterback here at The Athletic, my good friend, Nate Tice. Nate, how you doing, bud?
Doing well. I feel like you want to bring that up so every time you can reassure yourself that you beat me in a throwing contest.
Oh, yeah, not that long ago. I mean, it was only like 2.5 months ago.
You got plenty of time to train for next year. So, but no, I think round 1 is the gateway drug, and then now you just get into harder and harder stuff as this draft goes on. But I know it's going to be fun because this is such a wonky draft that we've said a million times, but also only one quarterback got taken. So now where they end up, where are these guys
Is there, of the quarterbacks left, is there one that has piqued your interest? One that you just keep coming back to? Man, I can't wait to see where he goes.
Malik Willis, and from Liberty, because I'm so curious is that what team pulls the trigger on him? What team goes, that's our guy. This is the guy we're going to, and what's the situation that he goes into? Is it Seattle? Is it hey, you can maybe halfway through the year take over for Drew Lock? Or is it the Vikings? Does he end up behind Kirk Cousins, which would actually be an ideal situation? But it's very, very curious which team goes, yeah, we have a plan for him, and this is what we're going to do.
Well, Dane, now it's a little bit different when we were talking about Malik Willis at 2.
Right.
Obviously that was much more smoke than fire. He falls out of the first round entirely. But it's a different conversation when you're talking about him at 42 than when you're talking about it in the top 10. When does he become really interesting to you? Where multiple teams should want to take a shot at this because the tools are such that this is a home run swing. And if you strike out in the 40s, whatever. It's not really a huge deal when it comes to your long-term outlook.
I think here in the 30s, 33 until Seattle picks at 39. So, that's we're going to see some trades here in the first 10 picks of the second round. Who's going to move up? Is it going to be for a quarterback? There's a lot of noise about, these teams that could be interested. So Malik Willis, and we talked, yesterday how Twitter loves Malik Willis more than NFL teams. Yeah. That was that we've been talking about that throughout the whole process. But yeah, now at this point in the draft, take a swing on that upside, that to traits. And with a player like Malik Willis, you feel it could be something. And so at this point in the draft, why not take that chance and see what you could turn into?
Well, there was a couple teams that were picking at the end of the first round that maybe they're quarterbacky teams, right? Tennessee could be one of those teams. Now the Bucs have the 33rd pick. They have needs and they want to win right now, but they have to plan for a world after Tom Brady. Tennessee now moves back to 35 after the Jets move up for Jermaine Johnson. So they're sitting there. The Seahawks at 40 and 41. Atlanta's at 43. I mean, there are some teams now where even if you don't, we talked about it yesterday. We didn't love Atlanta taking a quarterback at 8 with this class and their timeline. But if at 43, Nate, you like a guy, is it a different conversation?
Yes, and it absolutely is. And that's when we did our quarterback preview show and we were talking about Malik Willis, or actually really any of these guys, but Malik especially, is that you want to be realistic. It was it sounded kind of like a hater when I was like, you don't want to take this guy in the lottery, and everyone's hyping him up. Well, what about his traits? Oh, look at the Josh Allen path. That's like a 1 in a million shot. And you want to hedge against that. But now we're talking in the second round. It's like, yeah, this is when you take a chance on these guys with warts, these guys that are just more traits based than a finished product. So I think that's what is really now we're in the second round. Now I'm like, Yeah, this is fun. It's a lot more fun talking about than the top 10. Is this Chris Angel?
That's
right
Chris
now?
Angel hanging.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Chris Angel hanging above the stage in a straitjacket. That's essentially Scott Fitterer over the last 3 weeks. More or less the same position. So,
oh my goodness.
Dane, let's talk about the best players that you have still available in this draft
Mhm.
after the first round ended. Walk me through the guys that you're either surprised they didn't go in round 1 or you think are going to come off the board pretty quickly here as we start round 2.
Yeah, I honestly don't think there was anybody that really shocked me that didn't go in the first round. Andrew Booth is my best available, but like we've said, it's injury related. We have no testing on Andrew Booth. We have not seen him since the season. Quad strain, double hernia surgery. So at a position that is very much testing based, we just don't have anything on Andrew Booth, and that's why he's still available. But I think that'll stop at some point here in the second round. Arnold Ebiketie, the edge rusher from Penn State, Nakobe Dean from Georgia, who has some injury stuff of his own, a knee, a pec, nothing too worrisome. You're not going to pass on him too many times, but not the biggest guy either. So that's why teams are a little lukewarm on Nakobe Dean.
Yeah.
Malik Willis, who we just talked about, Travis Jones, the defensive tackle out of UConn, Kenneth Walker, who's my top back, but we could very easily see Breece Hall, the top running back, drafted today. And then Bernard Raymond, offensive lineman at Central Michigan. Logan Hall, edge rusher, defensive tackle out of Houston, who is actually my pick at 33 in my second round mock draft. We'll to see how that plays out. And then Jalen Petrie, the safety, the do everything defensive back out of Baylor. So some really good players that are still available here.
Looking at a guy like Bernard Raymond is interesting to me, Nate, just because this is a range where you got a tackle that he's not super exciting when you watch him, but he gets the job done.
Yeah.
And like second round is where sometimes you can get those offensive tackles that are just get the job done guys. And if you're a team that just needs a spot right tackle this year specifically, he's a guy that after he goes, it's a slightly different conversation for the offensive tackles that are going to be left.
Yeah, it's weird. He's a unique prospect because he's 25 and everything, and you could see him still developing his game because he's converted tight end. And he's really a technician. I was very surprised when I watched him how well he used his hands and how well he moved, a little more short-armed. But that's a guy that like a good team gets. And yes, does he have the star upside that you like all you want every draft pick to have? No, but having a quality starter in the second round, I want
somebody that works.
It's how it works. And all of a sudden you get a guy that now if you had a good old line and that's like the finishing piece, it's like, oh, this is our fifth starter. Oh my God, that's a great situation to have. So guys like that, those guys are important, and you can really find good quality starters, especially in the second round.
And that's a great point about how technically sound he is for a player that made the transition from tight end to tackle during a pandemic. Like that's not only did he make that transition, but also during the pandemic. And that's not easy to do. This is a player that never played offensive line in his life until March of 2020. So, and just a great person, one of the best interviews that I did over the last calendar year. There's a lot to like about Bernard Raymond. I have a question for both of you guys.
Yeah.
Is there a quarterback that would shock you if he's the first name, the first of the quarterbacks to go tonight? Any of these quarterbacks left, would it shock you?
If Howell went first, I'd be pretty stunned. But just
what about Corral? Would you be surprised if Corral went ahead of those guys?
But seeing that he went to the stage in Las Vegas, I think he knows maybe something, or maybe his agent was really going, "Hey, you're fine." But you never know with that. But I would say Howell would be a little interesting to me just because of the buzz about him and what teams I think make of him.
Yeah, well, I mean, I really think it's wide open with how these teams view these quarterbacks and the different fits, and whether they want someone that they can be patient on, or if they want someone that's maybe more ready to go this year, that kind of thing. So it will really be interesting. And I mean, okay, the Bucs are on the clock right now. Having that first pick in the second round, they fielded a lot of calls, I'm sure. So anything that interested them, or if they feel good about Logan Hall or one of these guys that could be Travis Jones, they've got some good players to choose from. They traded out of the first round. So this will be their first pick of the 2022 NFL draft.
Do you remember when the draft was just Saturday, Sunday, and then the first pick of the fourth round used to be like the sexiest girl at the dance, or prettiest girl at the dance?
Sunday,
I'm sorry. But it's like, that was the one that always had the movement, always had the stuff. And so that's, which is so funny that like now that's become the second round, the first pick of the second round, because all these teams are sitting overnight now and they have times to, let plans formulate and all that. So it's just really funny how these days have shifted, and now it changes kind of like how aggressive teams get.
My baseball coach, my senior year of high school, is still mad at me for skipping a game that Saturday of the draft because, sorry, draft takes precedence. So that was back when it was Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
So
You come by this honestly.
Yeah, no, of course, I don't hide it. So rounds 1, 2, 3 on Saturday, and then 4 through 7 on Sunday. And sorry, coach, I Draft's the priority right now.
The Bucks
That's
went from
funny.
27 to 33. They picked up an extra 4th-round pick in the process. And Dane, if you look at the players available, what their needs were, when the guards were gone, it made sense probably for them to start moving back, because the other glaring hole, you mentioned Travis Jones, you mentioned Logan Hall, defensive tackle feels like the spot where if they're not going to go guard, that's where their roster is the thinnest. There aren't that many options.
Right.
Their roster's pretty good most places.
And this is not a great defensive tackle class. If you're going to just power rank the positions in this year's draft from best to worst, deepest to thinnest, defensive tackles towards the bottom. There's just not many guys that you think can come in and give you that impact. Whether you're looking for the more of the penetrator, if you're looking for more of the run stopper, there's some different styles of defensive tackle in this class, but it's not a deep group. 2 pretty good ones and 2 different ones with Logan Hall. Logan Hall is a guy that's got inside-outside versatility. You think that you could play him at different spots. 6'6", 280, a young player, someone that should have redshirted, but they needed him out there. So he's, a 4-year senior, but a guy that's still learning in a lot of ways. And then with Travis Jones, you almost kind of forgot about him because UConn has been a wasteland of a football program the last how many years. But explosive dude, and a guy that at the Senior Bowl is like, all right, a guy this explosive that can move like that, has that type of power. He's a top 50 pick. There's no doubt about it. The question now is just, does he get into the first round? He missed the first round, but we're going to hear his name called up here pretty quickly tonight.
And when you're looking at the contours, kind of the makeup of the Bucs roster, JPP's gone, Ndamukong Suh, those are the spots where even if those are aging players and you expected them to move on, they need to be replaced. And that's where they're trying to say, all right, where can we build more depth? Even if we're a fairly complete team, Nate, in this moment, if you're Tampa, there's still areas like, all right, how can we solidify this and kind of insulate ourselves from injury, a couple different spots.
Yeah, when I sound like a broken record, but when I was doing my mock, but like going through the Bucs, they were actually one of the
It's a formative experience.
It really is because it's like I've read them my whole life, just like you missing a game on Saturday and stuff. That's what draft weekend was at 12 years old. Oh my goodness! I remember my dad took Troy Williamson.
God, we are all still such huge losers.
I remember even at 15, I was like, really, we're top 10, huh? But no, when I was doing
too small. Even back then, it's too small for you.
Gadget guys, man. Why do you think it's burned into my brain? So, but doing the Bucs though, it was like, I don't really see that. I don't see them needing that, but it was like, I think they build the lines. And I think that I'm just agreeing with what you guys are saying here. But that's why even like a Logan Hall actually makes a ton of sense, because what the Bucs like to do on base downs and then third down, get their best guys out there, move them around a little bit, kind of like wad up the front on base downs. And when they get into subsets, that's what Todd Bowles does. And that's a guy that can do that because he can maybe bump inside, be on the outside, depending on who else they have on passing downs. So that's like a great trait that he might bring to the table.
Dane, when there are classes that are thin, when do you start thinking it's a long-term trend? Because edge rusher is a great example, right? Last year, the edge rushing class was bleak. There's nobody. I mean, Jalen Phillips, I believe, was the first guy off the board,
18,
the back half of the first round. You had all these guys getting paid in free agency because everyone was so afraid of what the edge rushing class would look like. This year, edge rusher is the best position in the draft. Right. So how do you kind of think about that and taking a long-term view positionally with that stuff?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I think defensive tackle.
Here's the pick for the Bucs.
I thought that was a DB out there. Here we go. And with the 33rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Logan Hall, defensive end, Houston.
There we go. So we were talking about it. I mean, it makes sense. Look at Simeon Rice, right? But
that's Simeon.
That's
Rice.
Simeon Rice.
I was wondering who that was.
Oh my goodness!
What is Isaac Bruce doing up there?
I know.
Wow,
he's got to weigh less than I do right now. That's incredible. Good for him. He's doing great.
Good for him. Yeah.
No, this makes a ton of sense.
So I mean, we're talking about this. I mean, obviously, this is something. One of the guys we thought was potentially a fit here. He goes here. It makes all the sense in the world. It feels like with their needs and what he can give us.
And Dane's 1 for 1 on his
they could have taken him last night and okay.
Yep.
That makes perfect sense. But they were able to move back a couple spots and still get their player. I mean, he's an easy player to like, I think, because of you like what he is now, but you also like what he's going to grow into. I mean, there's upside there. We got a trade right off the bat.
Packers moving right now.
When I watched him, it was like I compared him to like a poor man's Eric Armstead. Like that's kind of what a Diet Coke version of that.
That's a good call.
Where did he spend most of his snaps, Dane?
Inside, as
more
of a 3 technique.
Okay.
Dana Holgerson, the coach at Houston, called him the best defensive tackle he's ever coached. And so but he's 6'6", 280. So he's got that frame where a little bit of a tweener and, but he's also the effort's outstanding, makes plays all over the field, can win with quickness. That's why I like him as an edge rusher, because give him a little bit of a runway, get those first 2 steps of acceleration, and he can open doors with his quickness or his power.
Speed of power moves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
you're a team like Tampa who plays a ton of base
Yes.
fronts on early downs. You put them as a 5 technique, and then you play with them on passing downs.
And what the Bucs do with their guys, especially on sub downs, is they pin their ears back and go. They don't do a ton of games with their guys. They like to just push the pocket on guys. He's perfect for that.
Packers moving up here to the 34th pick.
Oh, it's going to be Pickens, and it's going to be the Bears aren't going to get him, and I'm going to lose my mind.
Well, it's got to be Malik Willis, right? I mean,
okay.
Aside from the quarterback run, when's that wide receiver run start?
Yeah.
Because we thought it was coming last night. We thought that wide receiver run, the first 6 went to top 18 picks, and then, when's that next one?
Yep.
And it might be here with the Packers at 34.
I don't know. I think they go Willis. Look how much juice they got out of Rodgers after they drafted Jordan Love. They're trying to get that one more time. Just running it back.
Spark it up a little bit
Why
again.
not?
But no, that's this next receiver tier, because there's a ton of good day 2 guys that we all look at, and it's really that's
Who's your
another
favorite?
One. I do like Alec Pierce a lot,
Yeah.
but that's
Over
more of a
Sky
project.
Moore, over.
I'm always going to defer to size, so that's where I go with. I also have Pickens about that same tier for me with him and Pierce, and then if I took a step down, I liked Sky Moore and Khalil Shakir. That was kind of like of my 4. Also, because I've just an obligation, I have to mention Justin Ross. I have a 2nd round grade on him, but he won't go until tomorrow. But those 4 is my next 4 for receivers.
So it sounds like the Packers gave up both of their 2nd round picks.
Someone they love.
The one they got in the Devontae Adams trade, obviously, and then they went up and they're getting one player with both of those picks, which that's an aggressive move. I think.
Please be a front 7 defender.
That would be
Please.
amazing. I think this is Pickens. I like that.
That would make sense.
When you look at what happened yesterday, I mean, in just their receiver depth chart, so many people talked about the Chiefs potentially needing a receiver. We discussed this last night. Chiefs can play with the guys they got right now.
Yes.
I mean, it's not ideal. You want somebody that has a little bit more long-term outlook and maybe more upside over the next 3 to 4 years, but the Packers are not in that situation.
They're betting on
The
Mahomes
Minnesota
giving a
Vikings have
20%
traded
boost.
the 34th pick to the Green Bay Packers.
Look at Aaron Jones.
With the 34th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Christian Watson.
Wow.
Receiver, North Dakota
All
State.
right.
There's a
Nate,
lot of smoke here.
I don't know if I should ask you this because you're going to make Packers fans sad. You are not a Christian Watson fan.
I am not. I think he plays
This couch
small.
is not a Christian
No.
Watson, so
Dane really reassured me with my lukewarmness with Christian Watson. I think it's just everyone saw the traits and he's the Senior Bowl bump and all that, but when you watch him and he's at North Dakota State, which is quote unquote a small school. It's a very well coached small school, and it's very worrisome when you watch these FCS guys and they're not standing out. You want to watch these guys and they want to be that's the best player on the field.
Trevor Penning. I mean, when you watch him, he's okay.
Who's the NFL prospect?
Yeah.
Okay, right there. And when you watch him, he's only playing 33% of their snaps. He's rotating, and that's alarm bells are going off for me. Lack of production, everything. He tested like crazy, and I get that.
It's ridiculous. I'm looking at it right now.
And the thing is, when you watch him, he's an average route runner at this point in time. He's more of a deep threat, and actually that's what they're showing on ESPN right now. But the thing was, he's not high pointing balls. Like what I love about Drake London, those big receivers, Alec Pierce, they're high point. They're catching those 50-50 balls. He plays small. It's almost him and Jahan Dotson couldn't be any more opposite. And Jahan Dotson's 5'7", 180 soaking wet. And that has me a little bit worried. And then this is what got everyone excited. They 6'4", running these reverses. And then it's very straight line and everything. He's not running guys over. So it was just a lot of alarm bells are going off.
Dan, we overstate what a draft rise looks like. Especially Trayvon Walker's a great example, right?
Yes.
You had Trayvon Walker months ago.
100%.
Is Christian Watson an exception to that? Do you think that he helped himself a lot during the process?
There's no question. I mean, talking to scouts in November, December, when you talk about Christian Watson, it was more 4th round, 5th round.
Wow.
Yes. It was I mean, you did not
And now
hear,
we got the Packers giving up 2 picks to go get him at 34.
6'4", 210 pounds, running a 4.36, running a sub 7 second 3 cone.
It's freaky.
I mean, there's a lot of things that go in for him that, the traits, the tools. Okay, I understand. I get it. But the tape just does not wow you, like everything you said. And he's raw as a route runner. The hands are not ideal where you want them. But we know the Packers, they love size at that position.
Yep.
And, they're going to go after players that they feel like, the athleticism is there. So with the Titans now.
Titans pick is in.
Wow, look at this. I was able to go on one rant. I kill it all the time. Oh, why she chose Johnson?
All right, here we go. With the 35th pick in the 2022 draft, NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans select Roger Mcquarrie, defensive back, Auburn University.
All right.
Tennessee, Dane, what do you think of McQuarrie?
Easy guy to love on tape. And then we talked about him on the podcast as a guy that maybe we're overthinking a little bit.
Yeah.
Because, the short arms, really short arms. The lack of elite speed, running a 4.5 in the 40-yard dash. Mm-hmm. But just throw on the Iron Bowl tape and watch him cover out there. I mean, this guy is sticky, inside, outside, the ball awareness. A guy that could have came out last year as a junior, I think would have been a top 100 pick if he did. Goes back for his senior year and played really well in the SEC. One of the few bright spots on that Auburn defense. So, you can see him against top competition. You can see him against Jamar Chase. You can see him against John Metchi. You can see him go off against some really good wide receivers and hold his own. So even though he does not check a lot of the boxes size speed-wise, there's still a lot of things to hang your hat on with him as an inside-outside versatile corner.
What do you think this says about Caleb Farley, Nate? Because they already have Christian Fulton there. They drafted Elijah Moore last year, was fantastic in the slot. Yeah. And now they're spending a top 35 pick on another corner. It makes me wince a little bit.
It does. And it's actually kind of funny. It's like, this is Mr. Elite Size, John Robinson, a little shorter arm guy. That's kind of like a kind of interesting.
Well, Molden doesn't check physical boxes.
No, that's why he fell to third round, which should have went a round higher than that. So that's interesting.
No, but he's a good football player. Like, he just is. And that's when you watch this guy, and I can see why Tennessee would take him right there. But it's just interesting. Titans are going to do some Titans things and with their size and what they like at the position. He's more of a football player than a kind of like a traitsy corner. Mm-hmm. And I think that's probably what appeals to them because they like their football players. That's what Mike Vrabel likes.
If I can play devil's advocate for a second with Watson, going back to the Packers, if you look at the things that happened with Green Bay, the guys they lost this offseason, losing MVS and Devontae Adams, I want to say they lost like 52% of their team air yards. Yep. I mean, they don't really have that guy. Alan Lazard is obviously a bigger presence, but he's not that downfield guy that in the same way that Watson might be with those traits. So they probably looked at the entire class and said, this is our chance to find that field stretcher, that element in our offense that we currently do not have.
Such a good point. He's an MVS replacement, not a Devontae replacement.
Yeah.
Well, no one really can be, but that is what I think they're thinking. He's their blocker and their vertical guy. And that's what, that's why they get size and speedy guys. I get the swing on him. It's pretty rich. that's just how I feel about it. But you don't get those traits everywhere.
And that's why in my mock, I went Christian Watson to the Packers. I think it does make a lot of sense for that team. And I don't think this is, even though we're not the biggest fans, it's not an egregious pick here.
It's not.
Yeah, I mean, Sky Moore to me is a better player, but he's also a very different player than Christian Watson.
Yes.
So that's a big part of this as well. I understand, the fit here. Jets trading up here, they're moving up 2 spots, so they're leapfrogging the Texans. That's interesting. Yes, you're guarding against a potential trade up from another team, but you're looking to get ahead of the Texans here. I don't know. Could it be
trying to think what they could
offensive line? It's the one position that they didn't draft yesterday that we thought they could have drafted.
But they Raymond actually wouldn't be terrible.
Bernard
there.
Raymond,
yeah, Raymond wouldn't be terrible there. I'm trying to just think who else could be.
So I don't want to belabor the point with Green Bay, but now when you make that trade for Devontae, when you trade away Devontae and you get all these picks sound amazing. It's like there are a million different variations of what those picks could end up being. Now we know what they are.
Yeah.
It's Devontae Wyatt and one receiver and Christian Watson. Yep. So now you're out of second round picks. You're picking on Dane in the third round now eventually. Their receiving core, as it currently stands, is going to be Alan Lazard, Sammy Watkins, Christian Watson,
Randall Cobb,
and Amari Rodgers. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
That's a team that wants to win a Super Bowl right now. How do you feel about that?
In my report on him, I graded him as a wide receiver 4 as a rookie with wide receiver 2 upside, down the road, but down the road might be, week 6 for this team with where they're going to need him. So it's going to be interesting to see how they work him into the offense and what they ask him to do. I mean, it's a good thing he likes green and yellow, like they were at North Dakota State with the Bison, because
all his gear is going to
Exactly.
translate.
Yeah, exactly.
Big
And then-
win for Christian
actually,
Watson.
I think he went to Plant High School in Tampa.
He did.
Aren't they green and yellow too?
Oh,
I think
that's a good question.
I
I
think
don't
they
know.
might be. Yeah, but dude went from Tampa to North Dakota State, and he's just
He's
staying.
just
in,
getting colder.
Staying in the upper
Getting colder,
Midwest. He's doing the opposite of what I did. I was like, nah, I'm going. I'm getting
Man,
warm
I
weather.
love what the Jets did yesterday. I mean, yeah, they had 3 first-round picks, so they should have done well. But to get the corner, to get the playmaker, and then get the pass rusher, that's awesome. I mean, Joe Douglas and Coach Sala, they're doing a lot of good things there to improve that roster, and now they're trading up to get
the 36
get their
picks
guy.
in the
Let's
New
see
York
who it
Jets.
is.
Look at it. Look at that is.
With the 36
Raw
picks in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Breece Hall.
I was gonna say because
Iowa
they. That's
So
who the
you had
Texans-
Hall
Texans,
going. You
that's
had
why they beat
Hall
the
going at the
Texans.
Texans
Yes.
in your mock.
And so that's okay. To get in front of the Texans,
Yep.
Breece Hall, that's who you're thinking here. That's interesting. I mean, the Jets, they drafted Michael Carter
Yep.
last year in the fourth.
Yep.
So
early fourth.
and he had an okay year.
but
But
just medicals is always with him too.
yep,
Right.
right. But Breece Hall is different. I mean, he's a guy
Yep.
that. And who did you compare him to earlier?
Le'Veon Bell.
There you go. Okay. Well, it's that going back to the Jets now, a guy that doesn't really have a true weakness. I don't think so. I don't think that his tape necessarily holds up to the testing numbers.
Yeah, I agree.
But
with that.
he's just a really, really good all around back.
Yep. He really is. 3 downs, and like most college backs, okay, short pass protection. But the thing is, his eyes were fine and all
Mhm.
that. So, but everything else, he's a patient runner. And I agree with you. I thought he was going to run like a 4.52,
Yeah.
and I think a lot of us did.
Right.
But he's a very patient runner. He's got really good vision. He's got good hands. Like he has some receiving production. Just an all-around 3-down back. Like it's just what you need out of a modern big back. He can do all that.
When you look at the testing, and I don't want to make this all about testing, but in this range of the draft, the monster testers have been the ones that have hit in the second round.
Yep.
You think about Nick Chubb, Jonathan Taylor, and you look at just his overall physical frame, the 40, everything else. Those dice rolls have tended to work out at that position compared to other physical profiles. Nate, I'm interested. How do you think that the Michael Carter Breece Hall pairing works? Because now it feels like you got a 217-pound back now who can take some of the beating on early downs. It almost allows Michael Carter to slip into a role that is more appropriate for who he is.
Like he had in college.
Yeah,
Yep,
right.
that's exactly it. And I remember writing that last year. It's like he will ideally be part of a 1-2 punch where he can be the changeup, and it's just really saving him carries, like saving him touches. It's just like a pitcher in innings. It's like, no, keep him at 10 and under, but keep him 10 and under because he can't withstand those hits. So, but I love that pairing. I think they're two very good backs.
Jalen Petrie, DB from Baylor.
We were talking about Petrie before the show started, Dane. I mean, just somebody who does a little bit of everything. And for a Texans defense that picks Derek Stingley in the first round, is going to be remaking a ton of what they're doing on the back end with Justin Reed now gone. This just feels like somebody who can fill a lot of roles for them.
If there's a honey badger in this class, it's Jalen Petrie. And average size, he's 5'11", just under 200 pounds. But you love the production. You love the versatility. I mean, how many safeties have you seen have 18 tackles for loss?
It's
but
so fun watching.
Yeah, I mean, because the way he played that star position in Dave Aranda's defense. So you line him up in the slot, line him up in the box as an edge rusher. He's all over. But he does have some of those quick reaction skills, has the range. There's a lot to like about the versatility with how you line him up. Whether it's as a nickel, whether it's as a true safety, he can do so many things for you.
I know, and Lovey has liked those slot corners. I know he's not a corner; he's a safety, but those slot players, those dynamic slot players. I mean, that's huge in whatever defense he wants to do. But pairing him with Stingley, I mean, that's really fun. It's really cool watching these guys in college, especially these positions you're not expecting them. He's going against tackles and trying to do pass rushing moves on them, like spin moves and stuff. So just a fun player to watch, like one of the more fun watches when you're studying guys.
You look at the Texans secondary right now, the guys currently on that roster. It's guys like Eric Murray, Steven Nelson, Desmond King. The Texans roster is full of those guys. It's a lot of short-term bets, and we've talked about this. There's nobody on that team preventing them from going any direction they want to positionally. So now you go 2 guys in the secondary pretty early in this draft. And we talked about them, Dane, as a potential Kyle Hamilton team. And then now they go safety in the second round instead.
Right. And, this is a coach's dream in a lot of ways. I mean, because you talk to the coaches at Baylor, they won't shut up about him. The way he prepares, the way that he studies the game, how important it is to him. And then, of course, on the field. So Ooh, interesting. We have the Falcons moving up here to
Yeah,
38.
Falcons get up to 38.
Do we
from
see the
43.
quarterback run start here?
Yep,
Maybe.
that's what it feels like in front of Seattle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Or just get in front of Chicago for George Pickens, maybe double up Drake London. and-
all monsters all across.
Yeah, why not?
Looking at that draft room.
I'm
I used to have to take off the cap when they would go, hey, we're going to be on camera. I used to have to walk up and take off the cap because I was tall and didn't need the stool.
There you go.
little draft insight.
This is interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
for an Atlanta team, we talked about this yesterday. They're in a similar boat to the one the Texans are in, where they could go in a million different
Yep.
directions, and they're moving up for somebody. Kind of sets off some alarm bells.
I'm very curious.
We said that there are going to be some trades, and
Yeah.
we've had a few here already. Packers moving up for Watson. The Jets moving up for Breece Hall. Now the Falcons moving up. Who's their guy? This will be an interesting, because like we talked about, this is a team that needs everything.
That's kind of what I mean. Moving up and being that aggressive when you need everything
Right.
is not necessarily something you'd expect.
Trying to keep their bullets.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean,
They didn't give up a ton. I think they gave up a pick on the
What was it?
hundreds. I think it was 114 to
Fourth
move up
rounder.
a few. So I mean, yeah, they only moved up a few spots.
I'm
So,
curious
Second
on
and a
this.
fourth to move up here. But yeah,
Bunch of
they
safeties are left. We got Brisker, and then trying to think who else, but they wouldn't do that. I don't think.
It's
so
hard 'cause they
38 was the Jets. The Jets moved back.
yes.
So
right.
we'll see.
It's tough because realistically, this team could go in any direction. Nothing would surprise me
I
here.
know.
And that's just kind of state of where they are. But yeah, they moved up 6 spots here. So it took a fourth rounder to move up 6 spots.
And Atlanta has a couple picks today, a couple more picks today. I mean,
Yep, they got
didn't have-
58 later this
Matt
this
Ryan.
draft.
So they have the
or in
pick from the
this
Julio
round.
deal, and then they have the pick from the Matt Ryan trade as
Mhm.
well. So they've got a little bit of ammunition to play with.
Mhm.
It's not those multiple first round picks that so many other teams have had, but they have accumulated some more capital over the last couple
Look
of months.
I wasn't looking at the team needs. That's just
Oh, you can list them all. You can list all of them. I
you
mean,
can go off the screen.
you can list every single one of them.
With
Yeah.
all due respect, everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's exactly what it feels like.
And,
No,
and that's why them trading up here is interesting.
Yeah.
But like what you're saying, once you get in picks in the hundreds,
Yeah.
it's kind of like,
Yeah.
if we
Loose
love a
change.
guy,
Loose
right?
change,
If
yeah.
we really love a guy, let's be aggressive.
Let's see if we can
go.
put
Let's
these
go get him.
quarters together and get a nice dollar out
Right,
of it.
yeah.
No, that's exactly what it feels like.
Lost his life on this day, April 29, 2005, in Iraq. Go ahead, you take a bow.
Just waiting for the pick here.
I got you.
All right, we can wait for that. So yeah, I mean, this is a team that, yeah, like you mentioned, Dane. I mean, just every single thing could be on the board for them. And is there somebody you really like here? If it's not a quarterback, is there somebody you feel like, oh, okay, that makes sense, they would want to move up for him in this moment?
I mean, just looking at the best available, it's a lot of guys we've been talking about with corner. I mean, could they go that direction? If Nakobe Dean,
Corner might be the one position they don't.
yeah, really, it
Isaiah
is.
Albert's going to be a free agent after the season.
Yeah.
I mean, Casey Hayward's 34 years old.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of other things to consider there.
And a decent track record going with Clemson corner. So
One worked out well.
Thank you.
Casey Hayward's 32. I'm sorry for Casey Hayward making him as old as me. I feel bad about that.
Okay, let's go. With the 38th pick
Here we
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Alante Falcons select Arnold F.U.K.T.,
Yeah.
linebacker, Penn State.
All right.
So, of all the needs that the Falcons had, pass rusher might have been the worst. If you look at where they ranked last season in
Most
every single
important.
pass rush
Yes,
category,
yes.
yes, it might have been the biggest need that
Right,
they had.
Yes.
They had 18 sacks last season. 18. The next closest team in the league was at 29, which is
Mhm.
Philadelphia. They had a 16.7% pressure rate last year, which was dead last in the league. Only 2 teams were below 20, and they were at 16.7.
Yeah.
So they needed everything. They might have needed an edge rusher more than anything, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's a little bit of a not a drop off because this edge rusher class is so deep, but this was a guy that could have gone last night, like Logan Hall, and no one would have flinched. And so Ebiketie, born in Cameroon, great story, went to Temple, wasn't really thought of as a prospect, and he transfers to Penn State for his final year and leads the team in sacks with 9.5, leads the team in tackles for loss with 17. The twitch that he plays with, the length that he plays with, and no other player that I scouted this year made more plays from farther away from where he started than Arnold Ebiketie. He does not quit.
His chase is great.
Oh, constantly. I mean, nobody told him that, hey, why don't you just, take a few plays off? If it's away from you, he will go. So we know Penn State can churn out these guys. We saw it, last year with Owe in the first round.
Mm-hmm.
Ebiketie is a good player. So, I understand why they made this move up.
Yeah.
I had Ebiketie going 2 picks later to Seattle. So,
and that's
just going
like Seattle pick too,
right.
away,
Just going by my mock, he would not have been there 43 for the Falcons.
Well, looking at your draft guide, it does feel like there is a teardrop after Ebiketie. If you wanted a pass rusher, this might have been the chance to get the guy who could maybe start for you day one, be an impact player early on. I mean, Deontay Lee, when we were talking about pass rushers coming into the draft, he loved him.
Yeah.
I mean, he thinks he's better than Mafe. I mean, he likes him better than all those guys pretty definitively. So if you agree with that, then I think this potentially could make sense.
Because after Ebiketie, we're talking about, okay, are we willing to take David Ajabo? And, with the injury stuff there. And boy, Mafe, I'm not as high on him as a lot of other people. The testing is great, but he's a suspect run defender. And kind of what we're talking about with Christian Watson, you're this type of athlete. I want to see you dominate. And same thing with Boye Mafe. I just want to see you dominate, playing at Minnesota like that. So now the Bears on the clock. So the stage is yours.
Yeah.
What direction
I
are you
don't
going?
want it. I really don't want it. It's hard not to want a receiver after everything that's happened this offseason. I mean, when you're looking at the ways that it's happened for other teams, you draft a quarterback in the first round, the clock starts ticking instantly.
Yeah.
Instantly. You only have a few years to really get the most out of that. And they just haven't been aggressive. And I can understand that. This is a team that they walked into a terrible situation. I mean, when you don't have any resources, when you don't have any picks, and when you don't have any players, it's tough to even know how you're going to start building a team.
Yeah.
And that's where the Bears were. That's why the Khalil Mack trade happens. And they didn't have a ton of financial flexibility in free agency. They had some, but not a ton.
Yep.
And so I just think that they have to start helping Fields somehow, some way, if you're going to gather some information about him this year. And if you're going to be able to understand what he is, eventually you need some help.
The wide receiver depth chart right now looks like, because Allen Robinson's no longer there. So, we're talking about
Byron Pringle, Darnell Mooney, and Equimania St. Brown.
Right. So
that's where you are.
Not ideal.
Yeah. That's where you are.
That's what.
And so, and offensive line is not a ton better. If you look at the offensive tackle situation right now, it's Larry Borum and Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah.
So I mean,
this is second-year players.
Yes, and Borum was a 5th-round pick. Yeah. I mean, you were just slotting him in as one of your starting tackles. I think that's a little bit aggressive. Yeah. I just think that some help on offense would be fantastic. But I mean, this is a team that chased Larry Ogunjobi in free agency and was going to pay him big time. And right now doesn't have that penetrating 3 technique. They don't have a second edge rusher after trading away Khalil Mack. They are so far away from being a contending roster. And that's why I can understand going in a bunch of different directions here. But at the same time, there's so much invested in Justin Fields' success. Maybe not from this regime because they didn't draft him, but for me, emotionally, there is so much invested in whether or not this guy sinks or swims. And I need them to throw him a life raft in order to help that process along.
You speak for every Bears fan right now.
It's just, I understand it either way. If this is, I'm now with Logan Hall off the board, I think that maybe there's not that, or if it's Perry and Winfrey, right? Yeah. And it is that penetrating 3 technique. I'm going to just sit here and stew, but I'm going to understand it in the end. I'm going to get over it. But I really would love at some point today for them to start building up that offense and giving their 11th overall pick, we traded away an extra 1st rounder for you, quarterback a chance.
They have 3 picks today, right? So 2 picks in the second, another pick in the third. So even if it is not a receiver here, it's not like they're totally ignoring the position, or we won't go that far just yet.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it would be nice if someone made a play for Justin Fields, though. Like that was
help him out.
That was
and that's why Pickens is so different than the guys they have right now, right? And that's why exactly.
Yeah. And he needs ball winners.
Look at this king roll out here. Just look at this guy. Right, Matt Forte is walking around the stage right now.
With the 39th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, Chicago Bears select DB from Washington, Kyler Gordon.
Okay.
Ryan Poles, first draft pick as a general manager in the NFL.
They need corners too. and that's the frustrating part about this is that I'd love some help for Justin Fields. But if you look at the cornerback depth chart, other than Jalen Johnson, it's a wasteland. I mean, this team similar to other teams we've talked about, the Giants, the Falcons, other teams that should have been drafting in the top 10. They gave their pick to the Giants. They're closer to the beginning than the end.
Yes.
This team really is in the early stages of building this roster. They need almost everything. And so I can understand wanting to go this direction. What do you think of Gordon, just on a position, on a prospect level?
There's a lot of things I like. Does not have that elite straight line speed that you want from a corner, but the change of direction, the short area quickness is outstanding. He's a really aggressive player. He is not afraid to lay the wood on a receiver, a running back, and run support. So you love that mentality. In terms of route recognition, in terms of kind of working through things, a little bit of work in progress. Like, he doesn't pick things up as easily as like a Trent McDuffie, his teammate at Washington, and that there's a pretty stark difference when you're watching both those guys at the same time. But there's still things to like about him with the physicality that he plays with. Like I said, he's a really good athlete. This is a guy that grew up dancing and grew up kung fu, a lot of karate, things like that. So that developed his flexibility at a young age. But a guy that I wasn't as high on when we started talking about him as a first rounder. But this is, I understand
This
here,
is a sweet spot.
right? Yeah, exactly. So I did like a lot of things he has to offer.
Yeah, and when I watched him, I was actually pleasantly surprised watching him. I was like, because that always happens. You watch the one corner or one position, the other guy is also draft eligible, and everyone's trying to make that guy a thing. And I think Dane nailed it on the head. And they're showing highlights, which is a great kind of synopsis of it, is that he's not scared to be physical. And what they're going to need out that corner position, he can read that kind of the high lows. We're talking about McDuffie doing this as well. It'll translate to what Chicago wants to do on defense. So that's actually kind of nice. Like he'll be more kind of apt to play in that kind of like feel for the system, like kind of like playing high low. He also can play in the slot. They had a good clip right there actually of him guarding Drake London and made a nice play on the ball. But that's what's nice about him, is kind of a useful player, maybe without that kind of like superstar upside. Of course, he's a second round corner, but he's useful. And I think it's like more of a starting quality corner, which is nice to get.
Ideally, you want a corner that's going to, with more ball production. I mean, in 33 career games in college, he had an interception in one game. So he actually had 2 interceptions in that game, but just only one game of the 33. So, ideally you want more than that. You want a DB that's getting his hands on the football. But I mean, you love the aggressiveness. There are times where, especially with play action, I mean, you can draw him out of phase.
His eyes are always peeking.
Yeah, exactly. And he doesn't have that speed to necessarily quickly catch up when he loses a step. But there's a lot of things I like about him as well. So
that's what's funny. You watch, like, you get spoiled sometimes watching in the NFL, and then you see like Jalen Ramsey peeking in the backfield and then recovering and hitting the ball. And you're like, okay, coach that up. And then you're like, oh yeah, no, these guys are 6'1", 34-inch arms, can like run like a deer. So it's like, you have to take some of the warts with these guys.
If you're looking at the Bears cornerback depth chart right now, opposite Jalen Johnson, you got Kendall Vildor and some combination of him and Thomas Graham, who they drafted in the 6th round last year. I mean, there are holes all over this thing. And it's not going to happen fast. And they have so many needs. It was never going to happen in a single offseason. So as much as I and other Bears fans might want some help for the quarterback, there are a bunch of different directions they could have gone, and this doesn't surprise me in the least.
Are we surprised at all that we're 7 picks in and no quarterbacks yet?
Where would it have been? I guess
a trade up or
the Falcons move, I thought was
possible.
I thought that would pop it.
I bring that up because now we're at Seattle with 2 back-to-back picks here. This is where we could see possibly see a quarterback, and they worked out. Desmond Ridder is the only quarterback they brought in for a 30 visit, but they did work out a lot of these guys. They're connected with Matt Corral at the combine, and they were connected with all these different quarterbacks in different ways. So they could go that direction here. It'll be interesting with these quarterbacks.
Dane, talk me through the idea of a team 30 visit for quarterbacks, because there are some franchises that they'll bring in every quarterback,
right?
Even if they are not set to draft a quarterback, even if they don't necessarily want one in that draft, they want to talk to all of them. You talk about the Seahawks, they're probably in the quarterback market. They brought in one guy. How do teams' philosophies differ when it comes to those 30 visits for quarterbacks?
I mean, probably for a team like the Seahawks, it was more, okay, who didn't we get a great read on at the combine? Because at the combine, those meetings, those formals where you could put them on the whiteboard and get a sense for exactly what's going on in his mind with protections and coverages.
Pick is in for Seattle.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Boye Mafe, linebacker, Minnesota.
That makes sense.
A good chance that the Falcons snipes Mcquarrie, and this is their plan B with Boye Mafe. So, we just got done talking about him. There are things to like, but again, I just wanted to see him dominate more. I just wanted to see it when you have a guy that is that size and can jump 41.5 inches in the vert and has a 4.5 40 at 250 plus pounds. There's a lot of things I like about him as an athlete at that size, but still just wanted a little bit more out of him. So again, one of these guys that if he went in the first round, that would have been tough. But here, we're in the 40s now. Yeah, I understand why you're going to take a swing on a player with his type of traits.
Yep, no, it totally makes sense. And yeah, with Mcquarrie gone, like we're getting to the traitsy DNs, the traitsy edges where you're just like, oh, I see a flash there. I'm squinting. I can maybe see this guy doing this for 30, 40 snaps a game. And this is the epitome of that is you're grading to the flash with him. Right. You're taking those 3 to 4 plays you see in the game and going like, well, all right, well, maybe we can hone it in and get 20 of those as opposed to just 3 or 4. And I totally agree with you. I thought I was going to watch him and be like, oh, he's a Minnesota guy, so that's why he's not really getting a lot of pub and all that. And I watched him. I was like, okay, it was okay. It was fine. But you're betting on that. You just hone in on what he can do and everything, and you're betting on the traits. That's exactly the range we're into.
Yeah, 7 sacks this year in 13 games. Just good tape, but nothing that blows you away.
Yeah, I'm interested in what the Seahawks defense is going to look like this year because they signed Uchenna Nwosu from the Chargers. They brought in Sean Desai and Carl Scott. Sean Desai, who ran a ton of Vic Fangio concepts last year, is from that tree. I'm wondering just the makeup of their defense, what it ends up looking like, what role Nwosu plays, how they use Mafe. I just think that's a unit in transition in a way that I feel like is worth paying attention to.
2022 NFL Draft.
Seattle picking again.
The Seattle Seahawks select Kenneth Walker, running back of Michigan State.
This is Chris Carson. That's interesting. Wow.
That was
so they address the backfield, just not the quarterback like we thought they might have.
Yeah. And I love Kenneth Walker. I know you do too.
Yeah. He was my top guy personally.
Yeah. I went back and forth on it. I get it. He was my one, and I kind of went. I cheated. Same grade, but I prefer Breeze.
Sure.
But no, with Walker, he's so explosive, and it's one of the most fun players to watch in this whole draft because he plays with his hair on fire. And when I thought I was going to watch him and be like, this guy's just all explosion, all athlete. He has no skill to his running back position. You watch him and it's like, no, he's a organized chaos. Like he's running to the hole, but he's actually under control when he does it. He actually has pretty good vision.
He's instinctive.
Yes, he reads those breaking points so well. And on top of it, if he does get himself in a bad position, he's so explosive he can get out of it. And I big fan of his, and it's really fun because he's a legit home run threat with enough
4.3 speed. He just maximizes every single time he touches the ball. He finds a way, whether it is with quickness or maybe sometimes power.
He's not scared to run over a guy.
No,
either.
exactly.
Yeah, that's what's fun.
But he's a good decision maker where he's not just going to run over you or he's not going to try and make you miss all the time. I mean, he will be smart about it. So I love Kenneth Walker as a player. Interesting fit, though, with Seattle.
Well, here's my theory. They're just not going to have a quarterback. And they're just going to whoever's going to play quarterback is just going to hand off to some combination of Chris Carson, Rashad Penny, and Kenneth Walker 64 times a game, and that's going to be the Seahawks offense.
I think they signed Adrian Peterson.
It's a good thing they signed that road grading left tackle Charles Cross in that run first approach that they're about to have.
It's all coming together.
That's all. You just got to see the vision.
They're going to run away from, so you can do backside cutoffs every single time. But Walker's very, very fun because it's just one of those guys where you watch the tape with him, and I love how you just brought it up. He wins in different ways. I thought he was just going to bounce everything. All those explosive running backs, they have no vision. They just bounce. It was like, no, he's running a power play or something in between the tackles, and he's hesitating before he explodes through. But not the team I thought he was going to end up with.
I thought he'd be perfect for Buffalo. There were a lot of spots, but Seattle didn't come to mind.
Me either.
But my comp for him, you'll appreciate this. Garrison Hurst.
Love it.
An old school throwback comparison for Kenneth Walker with Garrison Hurst. So
I like that a lot.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things I like with him. So both running backs off the board here by pick 42. So it's interesting. Still no quarterback off the board. And if I'm on the Colts, I love Sky Moore with the Colts.
Different flavor for him.
That's why I went my mock. I wasn't sure he was going to make it there to 42. Not sure he's going to be the pick here, but man, I want to see Michael Pittman and Sky Moore on the same team. that'd be a lot of fun to watch.
It's a lot different juice than what they
Yeah.
have. It's a just different flavor altogether. I know they're the same kind of size threshold stuff, but they need just that little difference in that room.
It's funny because Pittman has been used as a slasher there a
Mhm.
lot within that offense, but he has the frame to be so much more than that. Yeah. And Moore is that slasher. Like he is that yak guy, ball in his hands. I don't know, Dan, have you heard this? I have compared Sky Moore to Golden Tate.
Oh, wow.
No one, right?
Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Oh, never mind. We have a trade up here.
Oh,
this
Vikings.
Shocking.
Oh.
Nobody's moved around more than the Vikings.
Yeah.
Moving back, now moving up.
So I want to talk about that because when you look at it, and this is a conversation that a few different people have been having on the football internets here over the last 12 hours or so. Bill Barnwell mentioned it. Sean Clement, who was on the show a couple weeks ago, we actually had this discussion about how some of the public charts when it comes to draft trades aren't necessarily the charts that the teams are operating off of.
Yes.
And if you look at the Vikings-Lions trade yesterday, where the Lions move up from 32 to 12 and the Vikings move back, on the Jimmy Johnson trade, it looks like a bloodbath in favor of the Lions. Yep. But if you look at something like the Chase Stewart trade value chart that looks at AV historically, that values later picks more, it's actually in favor of the Vikings. So these different public-facing value systems and what teams are doing in their buildings, there's often a disconnect there. So the Vikings actually got pretty good value when you look at it from more advanced metrics point of view.
And I think most teams at this point use their own
charts
and equations to figure that out. But I mean, I can't even keep track of what picks the Vikings have anymore because they've moved.
Zero idea.
Yeah, they've moved around so much. But it's interesting. Okay, we mentioned this earlier. Quarterbacks.
Yes.
Some of the dark horse landing spots, potential landing spots. Is this one of them? Did the Vikings move up to get their top quarterback here? That's interesting with all these quarterbacks still around.
Yeah, and that trade stuff too, and that's why it was. I'm never going to be in favor of trading up for a non-QB in the first round, but I actually was like, this is not. Remember when the trade happened? We looked and we're like, is that it? Like, and they got the other pick too. The Lions did, and so like breaking it down. That's such a great point, Robert, because when I looked at the breakdown, it was funny. It'd be like 2 charts that was a win for the Lions, two charts that was a win for the Vikings, and really when you look at it that way, okay, even the ones that was a win for the Vikings, the Lions gave up basically an early 4th rounder, essentially, as far as surplus and everything, to move up for Jamison Williams. And I was like, I understand that. That's actually not that bad to move up 20 spots. So it was almost one of those kind of almost win-win situations in the long run.
So you're looking at it, the Vikings get 42 and 144 for 53, 77, and 182. So I mean, the team they traded with just picks up an extra 3rd round pick, more or less, in that entire equation. So the Vikings are all over the place because they were at 34. They traded with the Packers who came to get Christian Watson. So it's difficult. There's a shell game going on with the Vikings picks.
If this is a quarterback, it's really interesting that they would trade away from them at 34.
Yes.
But then still like them enough to go back up to get them. That's interesting. So
I would be surprised if it was a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be too, especially because they traded away from 34. You think they just take
their guy, not play games with it. Yeah, I know this is curious, and of course it's the Colts moving back. Of course he's
Vikings. We talk about your best available, Dane. I mean, Andrew Booth is at the top of that list. They need a corner.
Yeah,
we thought Derek Stingley that would have been the perfect pick in the first round at number 12. They end up moving back. They get the safety with Lewis Seen. Yep, corner. That's definitely possible. It's where I had him going in the second round of my mock. It's a position they could address here.
Pick is in. Here we go.
This is crazy. We didn't have this many people when I played in the Super Bowl. I got to tell you.
There's no way for us to know how long they're going to be. I know. Really making a meal out of it. Ed is
Remember
up here.
The Fields last year with the Bears? They did like a whole thing before, so we waited like 4 minutes for that pick to happen.
Ed, you're killing me here. All right, so Ed's just killing me.
Sorry, Ed.
Ed's enjoying the time.
So you look at the Vikings depth chart right now at corner. If that's ultimately the position they end up going, the route they end up going. We talked about this yesterday. Patrick Peterson's on a 1-year deal. They signed Shandon Sullivan. Cam Dantzler is there, but it's a definitive need. I mean, they absolutely need to start rebuilding that secondary. They did a little bit with Seen, and we know Harrison Smith's probably going to be there for at least 2 more years after restructuring his contract. Vikings are weird as hell, man.
Yeah,
they're just weird. We've talked about this a million times, but this middle ground that they're in with not rebuilding and where they're adding pieces. And like you look at the guys they've signed this offseason with Darius Smith and Jordan Hicks, and I don't know what to make of it, Dane. I really don't.
Well, and now a first-year general manager, first-year head coach, and so maybe a new philosophy. But they obviously see a window right now for them to maybe dip their foot into both sides here, where they can still compete, but still
Ed's still going, by the way.
Yeah, hey, this is a moment. Go for it, Ed. We'll keep talking. So,
having their cake and eating it too, going like, hey, we're still competitive, but let's start looking for a year or two down the road.
Because a lot of times it mirrors your quarterback. Yeah, with Kirk Cousins still there for the next 2 years, they're going to go for it, especially in the NFC, which we think is
transitioning,
right? A conference that you could make the playoffs and. Who knows? You get hot, you go for a run.
Yeah.
I'm generally concerned about what they're going to do with Ed here. Somebody's going to have to play him off.
I bet you the teams are on like pick 50 by this point because he hasn't announced.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Ed's killing it. I know producer Ken here is just. This is great. No, I know, but this is. Oh man, this is funny. Well, they showed the Vikings draft room. They've come a long way. What happened?
Oh no!
For those
second pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select defensive back Andrew Booth from Clemson.
He's still going. I honestly think this could be the end of them sending out people to do the picks.
Oh, man.
Ed might be the last guy. Moving forward here, I think this might be the last time this ever happens. We thought it might be a corner. It's a corner. It's your best available player here, Dane. Walk me through the risk reward with somebody like Andrew Booth. You talked about the injuries, but at this stage in the draft with the upside, I mean, what does that balance look like?
Yeah, he missed 2 games during the year, and then after the season, the quad strain, the double hernia surgery. We're not talking about major injuries here, but something that did knock him out of the pre-draft process. And so not having the testing data on him, and that's not the only knock on him. There are plenty of things, just being a more disciplined player, just being a little more consistent. But if you want a guy that is aggressive, that has size, that has ball skills, that he checks a lot of boxes. There's a lot of things that you want at the position that he offers. Love the way he comes downhill. I mean, consistently in run support, especially when he's playing off coverage. He will go get the ball down the field. He will make plays. The South Carolina tape definitely stands out in my mind as just finds the ball, goes and gets it, and makes a play. So,
and he's long.
Very, very long. Yeah.
Isn't he like 33.5-inch arms?
Just under 32. But I mean, he plays long for sure.
Oh, geez. No, we're in Giants.
I can't get over it.
With the 43rd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Wandel Robinson, wide receiver from Kentucky.
All right. Walk me through what you're thinking here, Dan.
Okay, well, let's just look at the wide receivers that are available right now. Sky Moore, George Pickens. I'm just going by my rankings. Jalen Tolbert, John Metchi, Alec Pierce. Then we get to Calvin Austin, Khalil Shakur, David Bell, Wandel Robinson, who is a fun player, really fun player. You want to get him the ball in space and let him use that field vision, use that quickness. A small player, the shortest arms we've ever seen at the wide receiver position. So it's going to force your quarterback to be just a little bit more precise in hitting your target. But as a return man, as a guy that can line up in the slot, he can line up in the backfield. He's just that versatile player that is a lot of fun. You can be creative with him. So, I mean, Kadarius Toney on your way out?
It kind of feels like this. Kadarius Toney's days might be numbered because about 7 things you just said also are true for Kadarius Toney.
Yeah, he's a slot-only guy, but he is fun, a lot of fun. And watching Kentucky's offense because it had the Rams' influence, so it was actually really easily to translate, which is nice. And sometimes we lack creativity, so it helps. But using him on the jet motion stuff and all that stuff that like the Rams do, and the yards after the catch, he's got great ball skills. But that's the thing is that he has short arms. Yeah, short arms, and he plays a little bit smaller. That's it. He's a slot-only guy. But this is a Giants team that I think they like that. But I'll do what Dane did, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 receivers ahead of him. And the next, and I had a late 3rd round grade on him, late 3rd, early 4th, however you want to discern that, because he's a slot-only guy.
Yeah.
But that's really my concerns with him. But he's a fun player. He's good hands. He'll go out and catch stuff against, I'll say it was Iowa. He had a lunging catch over the middle of the ball game.
It's funny you mentioned that because he's kind of I compare him to Jim Edmonds, who had all these diving catches in center field for the Cardinals all those years, but it's because he wasn't the fastest guy, and so a lot of those,
I love the crowd.
he had it okay with Wandel Robinson, not the longest guy. So some of these receivers are just snatching that ball. He's got to dive a little bit and make it a little fun.
It's like Derek Jeter's fielding,
exactly.
He was a step slow, so that's why that looks so good. But yeah, no, I thought I would like him. Maybe he'd have a little more, real burst to him and everything. He's more of a quickness guy, and that's fine. But when you're smaller, it's like, oof, okay, all right. So you get hit and you get knocked over, and you're not making guys miss. It's the NFL. So
wow, the
Browns
Andrew Berry does not like to pick where he's supposed to pick in the second round. He has moved each of the last 2 years. Go up to get Grant Delpit, or move back to get Grant Delpit. Move up to get Wusu Koromoa. Now they move back here with the Texans.
I mean that phone line between Houston and Cleveland is well-worn territory at this point.
Oh yeah,
Andrew Berry has Nick Caserio's number.
They've talked.
Nate, I'm wondering. You mentioned that the Kentucky and the Rams offense. Liam Cohen was their offensive coordinator, who is now the offensive coordinator for the Rams. Came back. Do you know who the Kentucky's offensive coordinator is now?
Isn't it Rich?
It's Rich Scangarello.
Yeah.
So that Kentucky has kind of built this thing where they're having people from that offensive system cycle in and out as their offensive coordinator.
Credit to Coach Stoops, because that is smart.
I like that line of thinking.
To everyone listening to this, Will Levis, the quarterback going back next year, keep an eye on him as a guy we'll be talking about this time next year as a draft pick, an early round draft pick. And that offense is a big reason why.
1,000% agree with that. I'm a big Levis fan. Yeah, he does a lot of. Yeah, we're getting ahead of ourselves, but yeah, no, and that's another thing when you're watching that offense, it's so much more translatable. So you're like, oh, this is nice, under center play action, pulling up, having to throw over routes and stuff. So it helps to like really translate that.
I mean, think about how many years we talked about the spread filtering up in the last decade or so, and that's the direction that it went. And the fact that now there's one school where it's going back down, it's just. It's like a Twilight Zone sort of situation, but it seems to be working for them. I mean, Kentucky football it's been a golden age for them in the last couple of years here.
It's fun to watch.
And Wandel Robinson was a guy that was at Nebraska, didn't quite work out. He comes back home, goes to Kentucky, and he was that catch and go creator. A little more drop passes than he had more drop passes than he did receiving touchdowns. Always a red flag for me when you have more drops than receiving touchdowns, but that catch and go creator where he can make something happen. And he had over 1,300 receiving yards this year. There's a lot to like about, again, when you get the ball in his hands in the open field and what he can do to create. But that's interesting that's the direction they wanted to go for this team and with all these other receivers on the board. Not saying that they're wrong. If that's where they wanted to go, because he's a different player than a lot of these other receivers we're talking about.
Exactly. Want to know who else has more drops and touchdowns? Is Christian Watson. That's another guy. The same one. But yeah, that's why I'm curious about this. Is that he's the guy that I see as the most slot only. I like Khalil Shakir. I'm a little higher than others on him, but I like Shakir because yes, he's probably going to be mostly slot, but he can win enough on the outside. Robinson, it's like, oh man, I don't know if you could do that, bud. Like, I don't think he just has that to him to beat press consistently. So that's why I always kind of downgrade those guys that only could be in the slot.
Browns moving out of the second round completely then.
The second round completely.
With the 44th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft.
So
the Houston Texans select John Metchi, wide receiver, Alabama.
Another receiver who had more drops than touchdowns, but Metchi, you want to hear someone gush about John Metchi, talk to Nick Saban, calls him the epitome of a wide receiver.
Again, I think the phone line between Nick Caserio and Nick Saban is probably, they
wide
have
open.
each other's information.
Exactly. Metchi, coming off the ACL, if not for the ACL, I think we'd be talking a lot more about John Metchi as, maybe he sneaks into the first round. Really quality player. Not the fastest, not the biggest. There's nothing about him physically that necessarily wows you, but
everything well.
Everything. Route running, getting open at the catch point, his instincts downfield, the toughness is outstanding, the competitive drive. So there's a lot of things that I think match up well with what this team, Lovie Smith, what they want, both sides of the ball for the Houston franchise.
He actually, when I was writing for Bleacher Report and stuff, we would do strengths and weaknesses. And actually for him, it was actually so tough because I wanted those to be true strengths, true weaknesses. And for him, he had like one of each because it was like he does everything well. So it's like nothing's like a true, like, oh my God, that's an elite trait. But he's again, I'm going to use this term a lot because this is the range we're in. Useful player.
Totally.
He could be a starting Z for you and bump inside and out, run deep, run shorter, create a little bit after the catch. Just every target you get towards him, it's like, okay, I'm fine with the ball going his way.
And Dane, I mean, this is a team that isn't in a hurry. If
Yep.
you have a guy who's coming off an ACL and you feel like in 2 years he could be a useful player for you, the Texans don't need to win a bunch of football games right now.
Right.
You want to see maybe what you have in Davis Mills and get him some help as soon as you can, but they have Nico Collins. Brandon Cooks is still there. So not necessarily a huge gamble for a team on their timeline.
And you got to remember culture stuff too. And also
Yes.
you're getting a guy
It
that
matters.
knows how to work and
Yes.
knows how to practice. All the Alabama guys do. So,
Nick Saban literally said he outworks everybody.
And
I mean, that matters to
does.
coaching staffs in the NFL at any position.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes we think of just, linemen or, linebacker, certain positions, but wide receiver, absolutely. And this guy, when Jalen Waddle went down with the injury last year at Alabama, this is who stepped up, and that Alabama offense did not miss a beat. They won the national title that year. And John Metchi was a big part of that, because even though Waddle was out, Metchi comes in, and this is before Jameson Williams. And even with Jameson Williams this year, John Metchi is the guy that led the team in catches, not Jameson
96
Williams.
catches this year.
That's not bad, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's a quarterback's best friend.
Yep.
He's a very detail-oriented
Reliable.
player. Yes, exactly. So you can understand this pick.
Walk me through a Metchi over a Pickens.
I mean, character, there's stark difference.
Yep.
And that's Pickens gets beat up a lot when you talk to teams about just the character stuff. He's an immature player on and off the field. That's what they say. That's just that's the background and kind of what you're worried about with Pickens. But he's got the upside. There's no question. He could be a true X. You get all that. But it is, I mean, not only Pickens, but a Sky Moore. Some of these other receivers that are still available. It's interesting to see each team and their preference, whether it's a Wandel Robinson, whether it's a John Metchi, a Christian Watson. The Browns need a receiver badly to help with that offense, and they traded out of the second round.
Yeah.
They think they like who they can get at 68 compared to who they had available there at 44. So it's interesting how each team looks at each of these positions, and it's just a little bit different.
Who'd you compare John Metchi to? You were writing him up, Nate.
You're going to like this one. Earl Bennett.
Oh, that's really funny.
Yeah. Earl Bennett. Useful. Just useful.
Just like number 2, you put him there, and like that's what he is
yeah,
forever.
Yeah. Not going to be your star, but it's like he's going to have a career. He's a chain mover. Like, it's like, okay. I've always liked this. I've stolen it from Paul Chris. It's like, I wouldn't design a play for him, but if the ball went his way, you're fine with it. Like as an offensive coordinator or quarterback, it's like, yeah, you did have those designer plays to get, a Devontae Adams over and your true guy open, but it's like, the number 2, it's Metchi. Mr. Reliable. We're good. We're going to move the chains there. That's kind of what he is.
Another fun background too. He lived on 3 different continents before his 7th birthday. Like, it's just kind of fun. He's
Pick
we got the Ravens on the clock.
2022 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select David Ojabo,
There he is.
linebacker, Michigan.
Good players just fall to the Ravens.
Yeah.
It's tied
And they have a plan for him. He's going to redshirt. Like,
Oh, and this is awesome because who did he go to high school with? Odafe Owe. His high school teammate. Odafe Owe is the reason he's playing football right now. Or David Ojabo wanted to play football. Ojabo was a basketball player, and it's kind of like Owe was. I mean, that joy on Ojabo's face right now of obviously getting drafted, but going to Baltimore with his quote unquote big brother Odafe Owe. That's awesome. Yeah. That is such a cool story.
And the Ravens are a pronouncedly patient organization.
Yep.
Everyone has a multi-year plan. There's very few quick fixes. This isn't we're patching this hole right now for this reason, because that's just not how they operate. Yep. And Nate, falls exactly in line with that.
And even before the injury, he popped his Achilles on his pro day. People knew he was going to be a project, but you're great. Again, another guy you're great into the flash, but if there's a team that's willing to do that, even before the injury, it would be the Ravens, because they're going to put him in a position to succeed, even when he comes back from the injury, is because, okay, now you don't have to play all the reps, and then coaches watch film. They're going to all of a sudden go, okay, this guy can't play football. Yeah, on 3rd down, he flashes, but all right, but now he has a time to where they can play him 10 snaps, 12 snaps before it becomes more of a full-time role, and that's great. That's exactly what you want to do, rather than plopping them in and going like, hey, every 3rd down, you're out there. Every second along, you're out there. It's a plan, and that's what the Ravens do.
Where would you have had him without the injury day?
That's a good question. Probably somewhere in the late teens.
Wow. Okay.
Early 20s. Yeah. I mean, it's just the juice he brings off the edge.
He's got some real traits.
And he's a guy that still does not know what he's doing, but he has some instinct. Like, you know at least something when you have 11 sacks.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't just luck into
into that,
11
yeah.
sacks. And so and that's the big difference between him and Oweh last year, where Oweh was missing that production. And so you had that question mark. Okay. With Ojabo, you don't have that question mark. I mean, he had double-digit sacks. Second on the team, Aiden Hutchinson. And yes, he did benefit a little bit from Hutchinson being on the other side. But still, this is a guy with his athleticism, the length that he plays with, projectable body. There's a lot of things that you're excited about what he's going to grow into. So
46th pick in the 2022 NFL
Not what I was
Draft.
expecting.
The Detroit Lions select Josh Pascal, defensive end, University of Kentucky.
Keegan-Michael Key got through that a little bit quicker than our friend Ed, which I appreciate from Keegan there.
Yeah.
What do you think about Pascal to Detroit, Dan?
That makes so much sense.
Before we got started tonight, we were talking about some of the players, and we talked about Pascal and said he's going in the second round. It's happening. That too many teams like this guy. One of the best run defenders in college football last year.
Yep.
And then he also gives you something as a pass rusher. He had 15 and a half tackles for loss. He had 6'3", 270, and over a 36-inch vert. He has athleticism. And this is the backstory is awesome with this guy. He had cancer at Kentucky, worked his way back from that. Just the character, that's something, again, perfect fit for what Dan Campbell wants for his defense, his team, his culture. So I love the fit here with Pascal to the Lions.
Yeah, the culture fit is like 1-to-1 here. It's like this makes total sense that the Lions take this guy because that's what he's a rugged guy like that, and that's what the Lions are trying to build their team around. Actually, it's a great pairing him with Hutchinson's fun.
Yeah, it is.
It really is fun.
The Lions, in the first year or so of the Brad Holmes era, they've really signed one big contract, two big contracts, one on either side of the ball. Ragnow, but on defense, it was Romeo Okwara.
Yep.
Their draft picks, they drafted Onwuzurike in the second round last year. They drafted Aleem McNeil in the third round last year. They drafted Aiden Hutchinson with the second overall pick. They retained Charles Harris in free agency this year, and they just spent another second round pick on Josh Pascal. Think they are valuing building through that area of the roster,
line,
Dan?
Yeah. The Lions and the Lions with the
line.
and
then their offensive line is the exact same way.
Yeah, it's Sewell last year.
You know what? I truly do appreciate the fact that they are really on brand with all of this stuff. I mean, they're coaches sucking down 2 venti coffees with a bunch of caffeine in it, and they're building through the lines in the most apparent and obvious way possible.
Hard Knocks better be ready to show some inside run, some inside, 9-on-7. Like it's not gonna be 7-on-7 Skelly. Watch with the Lions. It's gonna be all the run tape.
Yeah, and like we were saying, this guy he fits a lot of what they're looking for on the field and then off the field. A 3-year team captain.
Yeah.
All the character stuff, football character, personal character. The point of attack instincts I loved with this guy, and he was one of the guys that after I put out my draft guide, like I had him too low. Like I should have had him higher because you like him, but it just.
How does that happen? Is there just a certain thing you don't feel like you're appreciating enough? Like why when you revisit a guy like that, where are you usually off at that position?
Because maybe like a guy like this, really good run defender, but only have 5.5 sacks. So it's like that gets in your mind a little bit, and you're like, well, maybe we need to value the pass rushers a little bit more and have those guys a little bit higher. But Pascal is a guy that he rose throughout the year. Going from a 5th, 6th round pick to a 4th round pick to after the Senior Bowl, this guy's a 3rd round pick, and then it's just like, why shouldn't this guy be a 2nd round pick?
Yep.
Why shouldn't we be talking about him as a potential top 50 guy? And so, not a surprise to see him come off the board here, 46 to the Lions.
Well, think about the types of edge rushers that Aaron Glenn played with in New Orleans. Cam Jordan weighs 285.
Yep.
Marcus Davenport was a 265-pound guy. They like their stout edge guys that can play the run, do a little bit of everything, and apparently he seems to fit that profile.
I know some teams are looking at him as a 3 technique, about adding some weight to him, getting up to 285, and at the very least on passing downs, kicking him inside. Get some speed on the edge.
Now.
It sure does, absolutely. A guy that has the point of attack instincts that he has, the hands. A guy that's not going to lose many reps, run game, or just creating that disruption. I get it. I certainly understand. And you laid it out perfectly, Robert, with just the way they've addressed the defensive line. It's no mystery what they're trying to do here.
Yeah. And what the line and what a lot of these defenses are doing now, being able to play head up as well. And you're saying 3 tech, but just playing head up as well and be able to take guys on an offensive lineman head on, no matter if it's a tackle or a guard. That's so useful because you're plugging in a different way, and that's where the run stuff comes up.
You're stealing gaps back.
Yep.
And Glenn is a Fangio guy.
Yep.
He played for Vic Fangio. He believes in a lot of those principles. And I mean, you look at what the Saints have done. They've been a too high team a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even before kind of this thing became in vogue, we started talking all this stuff about Fangio things. The Saints are doing a lot of that.
And what do we say that always
they
about the Saints is that I use the term rugged, but they're badasses. Like that's kind of what they are.
Yes.
And that's what it seems like the Lions are going for. They're like, you can have the bendy guys and all those, the twitchy guys. We're going to get the guys that are going to take on double teams and kick some butt.
I mean, this Lions defense is up front becoming very interesting.
It's fun.
I mean, they have an identity at the very least right now.
Yeah.
And I can appreciate that.
I agree. I know.
And
nice.
Another team that could have gone quarterback but didn't. That's interesting. We're having these quarterbacks are falling.
They are.
We're about to get to the 50th pick,
which is crazy.
It'd be fascinating if we have one quarterback in the top 50.
I feel better about my grades now.
Yeah,
Commanders, I see y'all.
Washington's pick is in at 47.
Commanders, I see y'all. What's up, everybody?
It's funny we hear them.
With the 47th pick of the 2022 draft, the Washington Commanders select Fadarian Mathis, D tackle, Alabama.
Washington love their Alabama defensive linemen. I mean, Jonathan Allen, Deron Payne, add Mathis to the mix. Apparently, that's great. I mean, another team that knows what they like, knows what they want. Doesn't matter the regime change a little bit. It's hey, this is what's worked in the past, and they go back to it.
You mentioned Deron Payne. This feels like it might say a lot about Deron Payne's future in Washington. They've already paid Jonathan Allen. They have some decisions to make about their edge rushers, a lot of money to tie up in one position group. Not as sexy as trading A.J. Brown for Treylon Burks and resetting your financial clock at a position that way, but maybe a similar sort of thought here, Dane, with Washington, if they decide to move on from Deron Payne after this year when he's a free agent.
Payne was second on the team in sacks and tackles for loss behind only Will Anderson, who is going to be the first non-quarterback drafted next year. But I don't think you necessarily look at him as a pass rusher, more as of a run defender. And so, again, we talked about defensive tackle being a weaker position this year. Not really surprising to see these guys maybe go a little bit earlier, just because if you don't get your guy, you're going to be left without a chair, and you're going to wish you addressed the position earlier.
Yeah, him and pairing him with Jonathan Allen, it's going to be actually pretty sweet. We're talking about holding up the middle and holding up and stealing gaps and all that. They're more traditional with Rivera and Jack Del Rio with how they play on defense. But really, I mean, they want to play that more too high. We laughed about it. It was like their only blitz, remember, a couple of years ago was just line 5 guys up for a bunch of games. They kind of even got away from that last year, and they still didn't bring a lot of pressure. But now you got these, I mean, Jonathan Allen's a monster. And now you just get the plug, you get Chase Young on off the edge. Okay, it's a different style for it. We talk about receiver room being like, okay, different basketball players and stuff. Sometimes having your defensive front being that too. And maybe you want to play with 2 centers. A couple 5s down on the post. That's what they can do in the middle, though.
Bears are on the clock here. It's the pick they got in the Khalil Mack trade.
Yeah.
Which some conflicting emotions here for me.
Hey, all the receivers that we talked about earlier, they're still there.
They are.
So
every single one.
They're ready to break your heart again.
How these receivers broke? It's like already
it's fascinating.
Popped my brain.
It's fascinating.
I'm ready for Perry and Winfrey here. I've emotionally prepared myself for the defensive tackle.
Any guesses the last time we only had one quarterback in the top 50?
Oh, man.
Any guesses? It's not super long. Not recent, but not super long ago.
2013, Geno Smith went in the second round.
Yes,
so that would have been.
He was in the top 50.
Yeah, he was top 50. Okay.
What is it?
2000.
So that's Pennington?
Chad Pennington, yep. He was the only quarterback drafted top 50 that year.
Jets also had 4 first-rounders that year. And they had 3 yesterday.
Giovanni Carmazzi was the second quarterback drafted 65.
That's a name I haven't heard in so long.
The only reason you hear Giovanni Carmazzi is because he was drafted before Tom Brady. I mean, that's all those guys from that
draft. The Vikings
draft.
had one, too. It was Spurgeon Wynn.
Yes, Spurgeon Wynn. Yeah.
Southwest Texas State.
I mean, there was an actual documentary about the guys that went before Tom Brady. We have really squeezed blood from the stone with the Tom Brady content. We've gotten it all. Every single idea has been done about Tom Brady at this
ongoing
point.
Documentary going on right now.
All right, the Bears pick is in here at 48.
Bear down. Bear down.
Bear down, Robert.
I don't know that guy. I knew Matt Forte.
That's Brian Urlacher.
48th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft,
the Chicago Bears select Jaquan Brisker, defensive back,
Nice.
Penn State.
Nice. Hot ones.
Secondary heavy.
What'd you think?
It's amazing. I guess it's going to be Byron Pringle and who else?
Yeah.
I don't. Fine. It is what it is. Make me feel better about this, Dane.
Brisker's awesome. 6'1.5", 206, a 4.4 athlete, a guy that when you needed your defense to come up with a play, Brisker could do that. You can make an argument he is the most complete safety in this draft.
Yep.
You could make that argument.
I was going to say two-way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You want a guy run the alley. You want a guy to play deep. He can make plays at different levels of the field, and you trust him out there. Yep. So the play speed, the smarts, this Wisconsin play here.
He had like three plays in this game that were like,
including the interception that basically sealed the win.
He read the quarterback all the
100%.
way. Yep.
Being a robber. I mean, there's a lot of things that I think Brisker you appreciate about him. Yep. And just being a complete player.
This
this is the play on that they're showing right now.
Just reads the quarterback. I have nightmares about it. That's why.
Sure.
No, but he's a nice. I love how you say complete player. It's almost like a safety version of Metchi a little bit. Like it's like he does everything well. And honestly, those reps translate with him because he's playing as a quarter safety, carrying someone vertical from the slot, and he can do it. Is he the twitchiest guy? No, but it's like he's smart and he knows what he is, and he's a good enough athlete to get it all done. And he's physical too. Like it's a nice complete player.
They had a clear need at safety as well. I mean, you got DeAndre Houston-Carson there. I mean, this team has holes everywhere. I say it again and again, and it's really tempting to sit there and need a receiver, need an offensive lineman, need more help for Justin Fields, and they absolutely do need more help for Justin Fields, but they need help every single spot.
Maybe they've got a lot of third-round grades on these receivers. Yeah. They still have a third-round pick. Yep. They feel comfortable with who's going to be there. I mean, we haven't had that wide receiver run really.
We got the Chiefs coming up. Be Chiefs could be interesting right there. I'm actually kind of I'm very curious now, like who's the next receiver to go to. I actually like, and even just the quarterback stuff is actually kind of, we're almost at pick 50.
Yeah.
And I figured someone would take a swing by this point, but I guess everyone's comfortable with where everybody has them slotted, I guess.
Well, and like you said, makes you feel comfortable about your grades.
So much better.
100%. Like we did not love these quarterbacks and
third round grades on them. So it's
kept pushing them up. And who knows if Kenny Pickett does not go 20 to the Steelers, he could still be available. I mean, who knows? All these teams view these quarterbacks so differently. Mm-hmm. So it is fascinating that we have not had one off the board here in the second round yet.
Dane and I talked real quick after the show last night, and he was like, "Oh, so how'd you grade the guys? We're talking quarterbacks." And I was like, I always want to just keep reiterating. It's like, yeah, I liked Ritter. He was QB5 last year. Yeah. Like I was squinting to take him in the first round. It's like, yes, he's your top rated guy, but then you look at everyone's big boards. It's like he's 38 on the big board. He's 29. He's 44. That's kind of how it's playing out. Usually you get the half grade inflation, but it's really more that's what it's sticking to.
Same thing with Kenny Pickett for me. My top ranked quarterback this year, but I think it was 30th overall on my board, and like that felt a little generous. And so, a guy that last year would have been not even the clear six. I think I would have. Because I love Davis Mills last year. I would have had a conversation with myself about who's that sixth quarterback, Davis Mills or Pickett, Willis, whoever. Throw Ritter in there. Like it would have been an interesting conversation.
Yeah.
Because none of these guys were touching the top 5 last year.
That's funny because that's who's been my threshold for him. I was like, did I like him better in Mills? Yeah. Like that's why I just kept talking. And it's like, not really.
Right.
And Mills had a lot more pro QB to him.
Yes, projectable. Yes. You could see this working.
Yes,
right.
You saw him operating and all that. So it was like, okay, I get that one. But yeah, I know that's what this QB class was.
The next 10 picks, if we're looking at it right now: New Orleans, Kansas City, Philly, the Steelers, the Colts, the Patriots, the Cardinals, the Cowboys, the Bills. I'd argue that
maybe the Saints.
None of those teams. Maybe the Saints.
That'd be the only one that maybe. Yeah. Maybe the Colts.
Maybe the Colts.
Yeah.
But
I know.
After that, though, Atlanta at 58, Minnesota at 59, Bucks at 60.
Okay.
Who knows?
Yeah.
So if the quarterback run is going to happen, if a quarterback is even going to go here in the second round, it feels like that might be the stretch where it happens.
I thought for sure that we were going to have more quarterbacks drafted second round than the first round. I wrote that today in my mock, how this will be the first time since 2007 and we'll have more second round quarterbacks. Maybe not. I might have jumped the gun a little bit here. We'll have to see how the rest of the second round plays out.
Yeah, I could have saw like maybe 4 going in this round.
Sure.
That's really kind of like a come to grips with about it. It's like, oh,
yeah,
only 1 went yesterday, and I was expecting 2. It's
if we saw 4 in the first 10 picks in the second round,
yeah.
I don't think that would have been shocking.
I know. It seems like teams called around. They're like, okay, don't trade up. You don't trade up. You
right.
don't trade up either.
Feels like now New Orleans. I don't know who's still available for you, Dane, but here at 49, after filling clearly their 2 biggest holes yesterday with Olave and Penning, this just feels like the time where we're going to have the Saints chipping away at secondary depth and all those other things that feels like they need but aren't nearly as pressing as the 2 guys they got yesterday.
I know they really want a defensive tackle help. Travis Jones is still there at a UConn. Perrion Winfrey from Oklahoma. So that either one of those 2 players would make a ton of sense for the Saints here. But yeah, it'd be interesting if they go back to the secondary if they see someone they want. Could they take a quarterback here? Could they take a swing at this point in the draft? It's just talk about opportunity and value and all these things. We just don't know how each one of these teams ranks these quarterbacks, the grades that they gave them.
Yes.
That's the missing piece as we try to project these guys.
Yeah. And that's so much as you guess, like the positions, even like looking at like when you're breaking these things down, okay, I could see them going with this guy. It's really more just like tiers of players. We were talking about the Patriots as, oh yeah, they're going interior lineman no matter what and all that. But just going like, well, yes, they want a receiver here, but then it's a guessing game. Which one? Like, yes, they like a corner here. Which one? Same with safety, all that stuff. We don't know how they stack it because it's wild from team to team in most drafts, especially in this draft, which is just so little consensus.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Alante Taylor, defensive back, Tennessee.
Okay.
A little bit earlier than thought might go. A corner who I actually like him better as safety, but a big-time athlete.
Well, that makes sense for this team.
Yes, it does.
Those blurred lines between corner safety and how they're going to use people. That's what I was saying. Just about, all right, here's like this. They're stockpiling the talent to just have those options on the back end. This team loves that.
They do. And Alante Taylor he was like a high school quarterback, big-time athlete, goes to Tennessee, 6 foot, 200 pounds, and a guy that maybe didn't live up to some of the hype, but he's big, he's physical, he's long. He has sprinting speed. I mean, we're seeing it now in the highlights. I mean, he moves really, really well. When his feet are under control, he's not getting, out of whack with his lower body. He can go make plays with that speed. So he can play the nickel, can play outside. That versatility, I think, like you said, that's key for this team.
Yeah, that's what they like on that defense. That's what he was much more basic last year, but Dennis Allen really likes to. How I knew him was like you get those big safeties on the field, move them around, and we're bringing funky looks. He has the Greg Williams background, like way in the way back pocket, but it's still there. So getting these guys, and as soon as you hear athlete versatility, it's like, oh yeah, that makes so much sense as far as what they like on defense.
They lost a ton of snaps. We talked about this yesterday at safety. They lost 2,000 snaps with Marcus Williams going to Baltimore and Malcolm Jenkins retiring. Obviously, they signed Marcus May, but this is a team that loves having options back there. Even with Marcus May, it felt like, and Daniel Sorensen. Forget Daniel Sorensen is also on this team, but it feels like that shouldn't preclude them from taking an athlete they like in the second round here, Dane.
Alante Taylor, now the first non-top 100 quarterback or prospect, on my board to go. Interesting. He was 124 for me on my top 300. So interesting spot for him. I didn't see him going second round. I thought there was a chance he could go third round, but a little surprised to see him as a top 50 pick here.
Other defensive backs that you feel like could have made sense that maybe you're surprised that they went with Taylor instead?
Yeah, well, and it's interesting when we talk about the versatility and how key that is because, again, like we're talking about the receivers and Wandel Robinson being a specific type of receiver and, all these guys. Same thing with Alante Taylor. He's a specific type of defensive back with what he gives you. He might be their starting gunner. Like that's something that will matter to this team. Just the different ways that he will impact your team. So we have a trade here. It's Chiefs moving back with the Patriots. So the Patriots moved back last night, moving up tonight to get someone. So that's interesting. Maybe a Leo Chenal here.
I'm telling you, they're getting that punter.
Ooh.
I'm telling you.
Look at Matt Patricia.
I know.
Wow.
I almost said something mean, so I'm going to say black is slimming. No,
I mean, look. I mean, that's the best he's ever looked, and it's in the draft room for some reason.
I know. I love how they kept him there. He's the only one on camera.
Yeah. The only reason I knew it was him was the pencil.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
I always appreciate that because that's how my dad was.
Any inkling here, Nate or Dane, about who this might be for, what position? I mean,
we talk about linebacker. I mean, Nakobe Dean's still out there. No, Nakobe Dean does not meet what traditionally they like at size thresholds, but yeah, he's just a good player. Leo Chenal does meet more of the size
from Wisconsin.
Yes, exactly. A guy that the balance that he plays with downhill, and he has the athleticism to drop. He just didn't do it a ton at Wisconsin and what they asked him to do. So linebacker makes sense here. I don't think it could be a receiver, even though Devontae Parker adding him, wide receiver not as big of a need. But the Patriots move up 4 spots here, give up a 5th round pick in the process. So someone they wanted to get ahead of Philly and Pittsburgh to get their guy.
You can do a lot of impressive things this weekend. You being able to see the number on a pick and instantly know what round it is without even almost having to do the math.
It's quick math.
Yeah. You've looked at a 7-round mock draft for hours and hours and hours here over the last little bit.
I could do it's chunks of 30s in my brain. I'm like, yeah.
And but then you get the comp picks at the end of the 3rd round. I'm absolutely useless when it comes to this. Dane, are you surprised that Nakobe Dean is still available here at 50?
Yes, because he's just a good player. I mean, there's a lot of reasons you can knock him with the size. Again, there's some injury stuff here. With the knee, the pec. A team told me they flagged both, but they also said it wasn't like a long-term thing. This big red flag you had to worry about. So it is a little surprising he's still there. But again, a guy that does not meet a lot of the size thresholds. Now he has decent length. He's a smaller player, but can make plays in coverage. Has range. I mean, he was the life of that Georgia defense. He really was, and he. Whether it was blitzing through the A gaps, making plays at the sideline, dropping in coverage, making plays, just a lot of reasons to really. And I understand why he didn't go in the 1st round. Totally understand it. I mean, he was my 31st ranked player, so he was a borderline for me. But a little surprising if he does fall out of the top 50.
Yeah, and there's always going to be size concerns, and that's where injury concerns are tied in usually with that. Just the bigger you are or smaller you are, probably going to get banged up a little bit more. It's a physical sport, but it's like. Devin Bush went in the 1st round.
Yeah.
Dean isn't that they're probably the same height. I think probably about the same size, maybe about 5-10 pounds difference, but Devin
Bush is the 10th pick.
Yeah. And a move up for him. Yes. And so that's where I'm okay. Cause size, I'm always going to do this, but we're at pick 50, we're not pick 5 or 15 or 25. So it's kind of interesting that he is, cause he's such a fun player. And so, I thought he'd be a guy that teams couldn't wait to take on day 2 once in the 30s going like, oh, he's still there. Okay, good. We can go get him now. So, I think it's a little interesting as well.
Well, and another player who, you do worry about. Sorry, we got pick here.
Pick is in for the Patriots.
Today is World Wish Day. The anniversary is a wish that inspired the creation of Make-A-Wish. Joining me today to announce the New England Patriots 2nd round pick is Ben Leppert. Let him know, Ben. Ben told Make-A-Wish his wish was to be able to announce the draft pick for his hometown team, the Patriots, 6 times. After battling over recovering leukemia, I know this is going to be a piece of cake. I want to thank the NFL, Robert Kraft, for making Ben's wish come true. Okay, Ben, let's make your wish come true. Let's get there.
He's a super fan. That's great.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 50th pick to the New England Patriots. With the 50th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the 6-time Super Bowl champion, New England Patriots select Jaquan Thornton, wide receiver, Baylor.
There's the speed.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if I would have told you at the beginning of the day, Jaquan Thornton's going ahead of Sky Moore, George Pickens, that come on, really?
Yeah.
Where did you expect him to go, Thornton?
I thought he was going to go in the 3rd. I had him rated him as a 5th. I've got my questions with him, but I thought he'd go in the 3rd. But again, it's who he's going in front of, and the fact that the Patriots moved up for him. It's really interesting. Jaquan Thornton. I mean, you can't disagree with the speed. 4.28. He had an LSU scholarship to run track at a high school. So he's always had that speed, but he's a very thin player. You kind of worry about the play strength. But when you have that long striding acceleration, I mean, you can understand why you're going to bet on that speed. I mean, Nate, how high did you have him?
I had an early 4th round grade on him, so I was right there with you. I thought he would sneak up to the 3rd because teams would go, 4.28.
Yeah.
I want that. And I first got kind of brought to attention to Thornton when I was at the Shrine Week and the Shrine game here, and it's in Las Vegas. And he had a great week of practice. And he was really dynamic in the red zone, which actually about to show a clip here. Had some ball skills. Thing is he had, I mean, can't doubt the speed. He's a true speed guy. He truly shows up on film. But he has smaller hands, and you can really see that show up when contested catches.
8 1/4.
Yeah.
Tiny.
8 1/4
Sky
hands.
Moore has 2 inches larger.
Wow.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it shows up on contested
8 1/4.
Yeah.
Yeah. At the combine, he had the smallest hands, the smallest wrists. I mean, just
he's
a
thin.
smaller.
He's
Yes.
177, I think. He's
181.
181,
right there.
okay.
Yeah.
But I liked him because he's twitchy, he plays tough. He's skinny. He's a track guy. He truly is. But yeah, those small hands really came up for me a lot when in contested catch situations he had drops because that's where the small hands, his hand strength. So, but I liked him a little more. He had a little more football player to him than I originally thought. I was like, okay, you take the top off, we get what you do. No, but he had a decent route runner. I do like the twitch, and I do like the body control that he had, and like the hands and clean situations were pretty good, just contested catches and stuff. But Patriots, we knew they needed speed. They wanted speed at that receiver position to open up. As much as I love Kendrick Bourne, he's a 4.7 receiver.
Yeah, they got a lot of that, right?
Yeah. N'Keal Harry is a 4.5 guy.
The tight ends.
Devontae Parker's not a burner.
Yep.
I mean, they've got a lot of possession guys on that.
So much breathing room, like for those other guys. That's what he's brought in to do.
Nelson Aguilar is theoretically on this team as well, but I mean that's going to be that's got the 1 year proposition.
And also just in the red zone too, it gives him a nice weapon in the red zone because he does have pretty good catching range and some twitch there. So like, that's a nice little size, for Mac Jones if he wants to give him a chance to go make a play.
And I agree with what you just, I mean, the last line of my report on Tyquan Thornton was it's just going to be a tougher time for him masking that lack of build, the lack of play strength versus NFL competition. When physical corners in the NFL, get into him and are really competitive at the catch point, it's just going to be a lot tougher for him. So, but you know what? The way he played down the stretch for Baylor, it really got my attention. I mean, he had 10 touchdowns this year. I mean, he made some plays. So, again, what did we talk about last night with the Patriots? They don't care. They don't care where you have them. They don't care. Are we taking them around early? We don't care. We're going to take the player that we want. Tyquan Thornton, who knows? Maybe he would have been around in the 3rd round for the Patriots. They didn't want to wait around to find out.
Yeah.
How do you think this fits with Mac Jones? The idea of having that burner with Mac Jones's arm and just the structure of the offense. Do you think it does make sense, like as a puzzle?
As long as it gets the ball out quick. But it does because that's what the tight ends that they had, John, not so much, but Hunter Henry, Bourne, all these receivers, those are the short intermediate guys. And if we're just drawing up a basic football play and you have the vertical element of it, okay, we got that now. And you're kind of not pigeonholing, kind of square peg round holding Nelson Aguilar, who did really good job in that role with the Raiders that last year and got a nice contract off of it. But you kind of see his limitations on that. It's not like he's that true deep threat. And that's what you're bringing him in to do. And you're hoping that, okay, he can develop some more X receiver stuff or you can put him on a vertical route tree. But right now you're signing him for speed and just to open everybody else up.
Yeah.
And gravity.
And he had some play. He had 7 catches of 40 yards. So, I mean, there are plays where, he can stretch it out a little bit and not just as a route runner, but after the catch where you see that speed, stretch out that stride and let him go. He's so light that he runs that way. He picks up his feet so quickly. You see that track speed. So
it was fun. It would be fun. It's always fun watching these speed guys that are actual like decent football players rather than just like, okay, go.
Yeah.
Because you can see a lot of DBs guarding them. And they give the space, and all of a sudden they go, "Oh crap!" And the "oh crap" corner stuff, and you see that would come up so many times when he's running like a post. They're like, "Okay, I get him 8 yards. I'm 8 yards off. Oh god, I got to start picking up."
Dane, who is the best left on your board at this point?
We're looking at Nakobe Dean, linebacker from Georgia, Malik Willis, quarterback Liberty, Travis Jones, defensive tackle UConn, Bernard Raymond, offensive tackle Central Michigan. Sky Moore, wide receiver, Western Michigan. Desmond Ritter, quarterback, Cincinnati. Chad Muma, linebacker out of Wyoming. Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama. George Pickens, wide receiver, Georgia. And then Cam Jurgens, center out of Nebraska. So those are the final players I had available in my top 50 that are still here. So it's interesting. No tight ends taken yet. Last night was the first time in NFL history we did not have a running back or tight end in the first round.
The Philadelphia
Never happened
Eagles
forever again.
select
It felt weird. Yeah,
Cam
right.
Jurgens, center, Nebraska.
They got their Jason Kelsey.
My 49th overall player going 51, so that makes sense. And that's a great point. Yeah, with Jason Kelsey, because that's Cam Jurgens. He's a little longer, but he kind of plays similar. And I think Jurgens, yeah, he's a center, but I think he could play a little bit of guard if you want him to. I love this pick for them. To me, he was the second round version of Tyler Linderbaum.
Yep.
A guy with that mobility. He'll make blocks 40 yards down the field. I mean, there's a lot of things Cam Jurgens can do athletically that a lot of centers cannot do. Now, he will get beat up at times. This is a high school tight end who goes to Nebraska, never played center in his life, bulks up, moves to the offensive line, and he got better every year. And so that progression, that improvement, I think really gives you, optimism about what he's going to grow into.
Yep.
And he's not done. He's still developing.
Yep.
But I do like this pick for the Eagles.
Yep. And I remember we were talking with Brandon Thorne about him, and he was surprised, like pleasantly surprised watching him. And this was before the combine, and then the testing happened. He tested very well, and that's when draft Twitter becomes aware of a lot of these guys.
Right.
But he even said, he goes, he's not a finished product. Like, he's got a little bit of ways to go, but he liked what he can do. And he put it the same way. That's like, he's kind of a discount Linderbaum. That's what you're looking at. And even in his clips right there, you saw him on the move pulling. And really, he's going to the Eagles. It's like, okay, he's going to keep doing that from the center position. Jason Kelsey replacement. I like it with a little inside versatility.
I mean,
It's my
Steelers
honor
pick is in
to
here.
welcome the 52nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select George Pickens, Georgia.
There you go.
I mean, if there's a team that finds receivers in the second, third, fourth round, they did it with Chase Claypool. They did it with, how many guys, and right here with Pickens. So
Deontay Johnson's going to be going into the final year of his deal, 19, 20, 21, 22, year 4. So that's something to keep in mind here. Potentially a little bit awkward if you're Chase Claypool announcing this pick and George Pickens is stealing snaps from you here in about 6 months. But I mean, this team loves receivers in this range. They've done a very good job of finding them. How do you think this fit works though with the other guys that they have here, Dane?
It is an interesting fit. A player that has the traditional X traits, a big, graceful athlete, can win at the catch point. He's a ball winner. He definitely is. So it's interesting because he still needs development as a route runner. You worry about the maturity stuff. I mean, you're drafting him not to be that immediate number 1, number 2, or even number 3 guy for this team, but you kind of sprinkle him in here and there and kind of put more on his plate each week, see what he does for you.
Yep, I completely agree. That watching him, I thought he would have a little more route running polish because it is so vertically based, and that's actually where it's like, well, yeah, it's kind of an X, But yeah, he's a competitive player. I think you see that some of his highlights are him blocking, so you got a little bit of Steeler mindset there. But yeah, he still needs a little bit more development with the stuff. I do like a lot of his highlights, even though he has the catching range, he adjusted for catches. He also had the diving catches, so he has some body control to him. But
Colts pick is in as well. Oh, look at that, Anthony Costanzo looking great
as well. Jeez, they're on that Joe Thomas plan.
Hey, we know the Colts love size.
Alec Pierce going to the Colts at 53 here. They got a basketball team out there now.
They do.
That's another power forward for him. No, I love this. I mean, it makes so much sense. It's another team that has size threshold stuff, and Pierce is a developing guy. Of course, Jordy Nelson comparison, but of course, he's a vertical threat. This is another guy that could take the top off the defense, developing as a route runner, but even got better this past year as a route runner, which that's actually really turned me on to him. But still not great on short and intermediate stuff or outbreakers, but that's just dogged every route that you can run. But no, vertical stuff, in-breaking stuff, intermediate stuff, also a physical blocker. Like, he has upside as a power slot, which I'm always going to love. And
they need to replace Zach Pascal.
Correct. Yes. got him another mention. But yes, but that's why I liked him. I could see him developing. I see him more as like a number 4 early on, a special teamer. I think he's going to be a dynamic gunner and develop into a number 2 Z. And that's vertical, can move him into the slot and block. I really like him. I'm a big fan of Pierce.
Yeah, and that's key because, again, special teams, that toughness that he plays with, competitiveness, the speed. He has the same 40-yard dash as Sauce Gardner, and he's a bigger player.
Yeah.
So I mean, the athlete, the vertical skills, comes from a family of athletes.
Yes.
His brother played for the Tar Heels basketball team, playing overseas right now. Both his parents were athletes at Northwestern. So
that's cool.
Oh, you see Desmond Raz cheering on his teammate there?
That's cool.
Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, I like the upside of Pierce. That's why I'm higher on him.
How do you like the fit with Pittman, with these two guys?
Yeah, I would like them to have a little different type of guy,
Well,
but he has more juice long juice than Pittman
That's
does.
kind of what we talked about. Where, can you imagine a more different receiver stylistically than Alec Pierce with Sky Moore?
Yeah.
I mean, they're a complete opposite of the spectrum. And now I think it allows Pittman to kind of maintain that slasher role, where even if Pittman is that 6'4" and change type frame, he does a lot of different things. He can do stuff after the catch. He is a little bit more dynamic in that role.
Yep.
Yes.
In a good way. I mean that in a good way. And that's the thing is Pierce's yak ability. It's not great. He'll get tackled pretty easily. So that actually is a nice little kind of difference for those two.
And the only thing that I don't think I loved about Pierce, especially here, is like what you said. He's probably a wide receiver 4 to start.
Yep.
You know, like he's not going to be a guy that's going to come in and you feel like he's going to catch
50 targets.
Yeah, he's not going to catch 50 balls as a rookie.
Nope.
At least that's not how we're projecting him.
Yeah, I've seen him as like easing into the role, and then it's one of those after the bye week. He has like a game, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, look, there he's catching on a little bit." I think he's the second half of rookie season. Year 2 is when you really see some legs with him.
And Nate or Dane, is that a situation where you just think they need somebody right now when you're looking at their depth chart? You want someone that could contribute a little bit earlier.
Exactly. You're talking about a quarterback with Matt Ryan, who I mean, with the way Colts go through quarterbacks, this is his 1 year to do something. So
I think they're holding out hope that he's going to be there next year.
I hope. The Colts need that. But even in year 2, I don't know if Pierce will be necessarily ready to be the true starter that you're looking to, for in that offense. But
I mean, in the second round, that's kind of disappointing, right?
I guess. But I mean, he's a good player. I mean, everything that Nate said. You love the speed. You love the leaping skills. You wish he had more of a route tree. You want to see more branches out there.
Mm-hmm.
But a guy that can go up and get the football and the competitive nature. I understand why Chris Ballard would really appreciate this style of player.
He's fine blocking. They tried him at linebacker early in his career, and so he's got that physical element. I mean, that's what he was in college early. He was an ace on special teams, and then he eased into the receiver role. I could see the same thing happening to him as a pro. And really, when I first watched him, I was like, okay, vertical ball winner, cool. All right, 3rd, 4th round grade, whatever. And then I watched more and more of them as the season went along, and especially even in the Alabama game. All of a sudden, his releases got better, and all those kind of little details of the position. He was breaking off the Bama corners that were pressing him every snap, and I was like, oh shoot, okay, let's bump you up a little bit more, and that's why I think the arrow's still pointing up with him. But I totally get it. Your second round, you're taking this guy in the second round. You guys want these to contribute. You're not rebuilding as the Colts,
right?
You traded for Matt Ryan for a reason, so that's the give and take with it.
And I think that's one of the reasons I had him more as a 3rd round pick. But I mean, like I said, I get it. Because he's a good player. You love the traits. So I understand that. But again, we saw George Pickens come off the board, but still Sky Moore's out there.
Yep.
Let me look at my wide receiver rankings and kind of reset things. Jalen Tolbert, which
that's about the range.
I think, Dallas could be in the market for a receiver. Don't be surprised if we see a receiver there.
Yep.
So we've had Metchi off the board, Pierce off the board, Wandel Robinson. We've had a lot of receivers off the board. But so Sky Moore, will not be a top 10 receiver in this draft.
Yep.
Pick is in here for the Chiefs here at 54. They moved down with New England, obviously.
I think you guys been drinking, huh? You having a good time? Viva Las Vegas. Hope you guys been winning, huh? Speaking of winning, with the 54th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Sky with 2 Ys. More.
All right.
More wide receiver, Western Michigan.
I love this.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so yesterday, Chiefs go defense with the corner and the edge rusher. They come back here in the second. I didn't think they have a chance at Sky Moore, outside the top 50 picks. They even trade back and get him.
His Vegas over-under was 34.5.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to just put it in perspective, like, it's crazy. Metchi's over-under, I think, was 57.5. So, like, we kind of got those two flipped a little bit. But I love this.
Yeah, I love Sky Moore. And he's a player that when you first start watching him, if you didn't know anything about him, no expectations, he doesn't necessarily wow you right away. Where you average size, playing in the MAC. But then you keep watching and you're like, oh, okay. Like, the releases, the way a lot of quick hitters in that offense, and his
offense,
reflexes to catch the ball here, everywhere, and quickly tuck it away and do something after the catch.
Make something happen every time he touches the ball.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And
So
how I think I even wrote him up like this is he maximized every target opportunity. And what I mean is, like, even ones that he didn't end up catching, he has great body control and great hands. And they showed that first clip right here on ESPN, the first clip against Buffalo. He has the slot fade and catches the touchdown. That was a play I was like, okay, you play a little bit. I talk about Jahan Dotson playing big. Sky has a little bit of that to him too, just because he has such natural hands and everything. Yeah, but Dane, you mentioned it too, the releases. He can win from the outside when they asked him to. And I mean, they did a lot of RPOs in that offense, but just a useful, good player.
I also think if MVS can be there for multiple years, complementary skill sets.
It's
if
perfect for
you're
what
trying
they
to figure out what you're going to do with space. He's the exact type of guy that can take advantage of that. I love it. Just the way that fits together makes total sense to me.
And Sky Moore probably doesn't feel good about where he went compared to maybe where he thought he'd go. But the landing spot, he's okay.
Whatever money he lost, I think he's going to. He has a chance to make up for it here in about
100%.
4 years.
Really?
Trey McBride. Oh, all right. Trey McBride goes to the Cardinals. You just heard Nate's response.
But I mean, they have Ertz. I mean, I don't know. It's redundant to me. I thought they could have gone, well, they're playing fantasy football. This is what they do. But McBride, another guy, does everything well. He's a good receiver. I was a little, and this is my personal feeling, I was a little underwhelmed with him as a blocker. I thought they hit him a lot as a wing tight end or away from the run point. And he had the misconception where a lot of guys would watch him go, he's a good blocker because his technique was so good, but then he doesn't have an ideal length, doesn't sustain, but he's useful in the passing game. He's got good hands, pretty good route runner. He tested way better than I thought he would actually run.
But pro day,
I compared him to Hunter Henry. I like Hunter Henry a lot more coming out, but just kind of that type of tight end. It's not a guy you run behind. It's more of like a solid receiver than explosive or anything like that.
Yeah, that's why I compared him to Hayden Hurst.
Yes.
That's speaking of HH tight ends.
Yeah.
It's Trey McBride does everything well. Just doesn't. I mean, for a guy that had 90 catches this year. Yeah. Only one touchdown. And I know part of that is the offense.
Yes.
Once they get into the red zone, pound the ball, pound the ball.
But that still speaks to just the lack of explosive plays. I mean,
that's
does. What that is.
Sure.
Catching range. That's the other thing too. So,
right.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, he won the Mackey Award he was their offense. Colorado State's offense was not great. So you're having your F tight end be the offensive guy for you. So
interesting fit though. I mean, they brought back Max Williams this year.
Yeah.
So they already had 2 tight ends. I mean, yeah,
I know.
This is right where we thought the first tight end would go, though. Yep. He was my 62nd overall player, but we thought once we get out of the top 50, that's when the tight ends might come off the board. And we'll see a few more here tonight.
What a mullet!
I'm glad you said it.
Oh my God, what an incredible mullet!
Yeah,
that is some real work there. I'm incredibly impressed. So I want to go back to Sky Moore for a second here, and just obviously Tyreek Hill is gone, and we've talked a lot about how our teams are replacing guys they've traded away in this draft. Sky Moore isn't a burner like Tyreek Hill is, but so much of what Tyreek Hill did within that Chiefs offense is we're going to spit you out the ball, see what you can do with it.
Yeah.
Yak opportunities and just instant offense and what you can do with all the space created within that offense. Teams are going to play those 2 high shells and give you things underneath. That element is something they lacked with Tyreek Hill gone, even if the speed isn't one for
all
them.
those slants.
With the 56th pick,
that's what Scott Moore's
in the
good at.
2022 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Sam Williams, defensive end, Ole Miss.
You called this
I
one.
called it, yeah. That's where I had my mock draft, and I genuinely believe Coach McCarthy, Jerry Jones, Will McClay, they wanted offense in the first round. Then they looked at Dan Quinn in the second round and said, all right, what do you want? Who's your guy? And, Dan Quinn personally went to Ole Miss to work out Sam Williams. They really wanted that edge rusher. And does he have some baggage? He does. And as long as you're okay with the person, I understand the value here in the second round. This guy is big. He's physical, and the straight line athleticism to threaten the corner, get after the quarterback, be disruptive. He has that. And he did it in the SEC on a consistent basis.
Yeah. They needed another piece on the edge to kind of fill in that rotation after losing Randy Gregory in free agency. I mean, obviously you can do some stuff with Micah Parsons, but one of their biggest advantages last year is that they could put 3 edge rushers on the field at the same time.
Yep.
They didn't have to lean on Micah Parsons full time in that role. So it may not seem like the most glaring need for them with those 2 guys already on the roster, Dane, but it does feel like this opens up the way they want to play defense.
Again, a guy that's over 260 pounds. I mean, he has size to him, so he can move around a little bit. He is not just a certain type of pass rusher. So they could be a little creative with how they went defense heavy last year in the first 3 rounds. They're going back to that, but a guy with a little more juice than a Chauncey Golston and the guys they drafted last year. So that speed off the edge.
His 10-yard was crazy. Did you mention that?
Yeah, he had one of the best 10-yard splits in this draft. He 261 pounds and he had a 1.52 split. I mean, that makes
put that in context for me. Like what
a wide receiver is jealous of that type of 10-yard split. I'm sure. Yeah, let me get a wide receiver. Let's get Garrett Wilson's 10-yard split, 1.53. So Sam Williams had a better 10-yard split than Garrett Williams.
Yeah, 260.
Garrett Wilson, sorry. Yeah, exactly. At 260 plus. So I mean, there's a lot to like about that athleticism and what he can do off the edge.
And that's what Dan Quinn likes. He loves guys that get off the ball.
Yeah.
Like that's their thing. Pin your ears back. Go. Wreak havoc. Go do stuff. So that kind of seems like that type of guy. He's a traitsy guy. And when you have that type of get off, and we just, hey, let's get 3 or 4 of these guys out there. It's 3rd and 9. Go at it, boys. And just get the quarterback. So that's the type of guy that they like, and it makes sense.
Dane, I'm going to ask you this because I don't want to ask Nate because I know exactly what he's going to say and how he's going to approach this. What do you make of just what the Cardinals are trying to do?
We always talk about when it comes to the draft and we project. It's not always about thinking common sense. Like what we would do or what we think should happen. It's trying to get into the minds of these decision makers that don't always go with what we think. And to go with Trey McBride, I mean, maybe the first 2 rounds have been all about helping the quarterback, getting in a Hollywood Brown. You add another tight end to the mix, but a receiving tight end, a guy that's where he's going to make his money. And especially a guy that between the 20s, we talked maybe not in the red zone. He's necessarily going to stand out, but between the 20s, moving the chains, that's what he's going to give you. So I understand doing, making this type of move when you're getting a tight end that is a proven receiver, can play through contact, can do some different things as a route runner for you, but still a little surprising to see the Cardinals go that route here in the second.
Yeah, I think because I kind of knocked on McBride a little bit, but I don't mind where McBride went in the draft. It's just that fit.
Yeah.
It's really, that's where I was like,
it's a little curious. Sure.
Excuse me. It's kind of like, oh, wow. So that's, and that's what it's very interesting. Cardinals are another team. I feel like we say this about a few teams, but they just do their own thing. And I think Dane, you brought up a great point on one of your mocks a few weeks ago. And I think it was with the Bills taking a receiver. You're right. Sometimes you don't always just address weaknesses. Sometimes you just
lean into it.
Yeah. Lean into it. Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. Hey, this is one of our, let's keep replenishing it. Let's just keep doing it. So that might be their thinking as well.
And it could be something where they had a second-round grade on him, and they were out of second-round grades.
Yep.
They were under their 3rd round. And
we talk about follow the board.
Yeah, exactly. And we kill these teams when they don't follow the board. Well, maybe the Cardinals, that's what they were doing.
Yeah, it wasn't a reach. Yeah. So
right, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, Max Williams is on a 1-year deal for $1 million. Yeah. It's not like they have a long-term stability at that spot, but it's just when you're thinking about the plan.
Yeah.
What'd they get up for Ertz?
I think it was a 4th.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's Tice O'Neil.
The Buffalo Bills have traded the 57th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Buccaneers
and
moving
with
up.
that 57th pick, in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select tackle, Central Michigan, Luke Goedeke.
Oh,
Goedeke.
So who had Goedeke going ahead of Bernard Raymond, huh?
Oh, people said everyone started going, hey, the other Central Michigan guy.
Well, what did we talk about in the first round with who Tampa won? They wanted to, if Zion Johnson was there, Kenyon Green was there, the guard was there, they stay and pick.
Yep.
They get out of there. They take the defensive tackle. This is their guard. Luke Goedeke is.
I was going to ask you, can he play guard?
He is a guard.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
They announced him as a tackle. He will not play tackle in
the
NFL. I mean, maybe kick him out in an emergency situation. He will be an interior. Some teams like him best at center, but he will be an interior offensive lineman in the NFL, shorter arm player, just like Bernard Raymond, a great backstory. kind of bet on himself. Division III, goes up to Central Michigan, changes positions from a tight end to an offensive lineman. Did not play at all 2020 because he had a knee injury. Comes back this year and really played himself into the draft, into the second round.
It was one of those where everyone checked out the other guy, Raymond.
Yeah.
And then they're like, hey, this other one's not too bad. But a lot of people, I had heard that a lot of teams, once they started watching and working him out, they're like, I like the other guy too. Like he was getting a lot of late buzz from a lot of teams once the offensive line coaches kind of started
And
at him.
all you had to know about Gadecki, he gets hurt the first play of practice at the Senior Bowl. He's in tears. Goes to the locker room. He's in tears. This is his chance. He cares about this a lot. Not able to do it. And that kept him out of the Senior Bowl, kept him out of the combine, kept him out of his pro day. He had a pro day in April, mid-April. There were double-digit offensive line coaches there just to see him.
Wow.
Raymond also worked out too. So 2 for 1.
Sure.
But double-digit offensive line coaches, double-digit scouts there, very well attended. And that tells you all you need to know about the NFL interest in both these players.
Where does he fall with some of the other interior offensive linemen that are still on the board to you?
I had him right there in the mix with. I had Dylan Parham from Memphis, Luke Fortner from Kentucky, Luke Gadecki from Central Michigan. I had him very closely rated, so not a shock that Gadecki goes ahead of him. A little surprised he goes ahead of Raymond though. That is a little bit of a surprise, and that's with Raymond. Yeah, he's a little bit of a project, and that's not ideal for a 25-year-old. Yep. I think that's what it comes down to with him. But still a little surprised he's on the board.
Yeah.
Looking at just teams right now that have picked in the last 10 picks or so. I mean, the Bears probably could have used an offensive lineman theoretically. The Colts absolutely need a left tackle, but I don't think Bernard Raymond is an early starting left tackle for you for the most likely. And then, I mean, you have a team like Cardinals who theoretically could have used a tackle and decided to go with the tight end instead. So,
yeah.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Troy Anderson, linebacker, Montana State.
This guy's unique.
Super athlete. Ahead of Nakobe Dean. You know, who would have guessed that? And that's why we love the draft. That's just crazy. And Troy Anderson, the background on him is fascinating. I mean, you ever seen Yellowstone? Like he grew up on a ranch in Montana. Not quite the same situation, but he won numerous state titles in high school in track, in football and basketball. He was just a do everything guy, and he goes to Montana State and he's their quarterback. He's their running back. He to this day ranks top 10 in school history in rushing yards. So just a remarkable journey to this point. And then moves to linebacker. He becomes this Big Sky Defensive Player of the Year, goes to the combine in his pro day. Okay, I mean, just at 6'3.5", 243 pounds, 4.42 in the 40-yard dash, 6.77 3-cone. The jumps were outstanding, 36 and 10.8, 1.49.10. I mean, just a super athlete. Now, the defensive instincts are still coming around. It's still developing. You can tell the wheels are turning a little bit with, reading his keys, reading the blocks.
Fit that right there.
Right. Exactly. So it's something that he shows it in spurts, but it's still kind of putting it together. But you're going to bet on athletes, especially here in the late second.
I'm sure he's going to be so valuable on teams while he figures it out too.
Oh, for sure.
He's a tough, fast
And
guy.
what team are we talking about?
Yeah.
It's same conversation we had about the Texans with John Metchi. And just the timeline that you're on and how that can affect who you need, why you need them. They can wait for Troy Anderson to come along a little bit and for those instincts to develop, because it truly doesn't matter how many football games the Falcons win in 2021. And I think they're probably aware of that.
I think they're very okay having projects and going like, oh, he's a year away. Oh, look at that 2023 QB class.
That's actually, I had Anderson going to the Falcons in my mock at this pick. I mean, because exactly everything we just talked about.
You're catching it. You're on a heater right now.
Sometimes you get lucky in Vegas, right?
59th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Ed Ingram, guard from LSU.
Okay. Not surprised that but it's a little surprising he's ahead of Parham and some of the other guards still available. But Ed Ingram,
next chunk.
I know a lot of teams were soured on him because his combine was rough. I mean, like a 20 in the vert or something like that.
Yeah.
But you watch him on film, and this guy is moving bodies consistently. He's a player that at the point of attack, he can take his guy where he wants, and that power is his calling card. And he moves pretty well. He's just maybe not naturally explosive, but he moves pretty well. He's a good foot athlete for a guy that's 310 pounds.
They signed Jesse Davis in free agency, but again, that's a short-term fix. They absolutely need interior offensive line help. he could be the starter right now. I mean, Jesse Davis is not going to be blocking anybody from a starting job if Ed Ingram wins it in camp.
Well, and then that's too is that sometimes what Kirk Cousins struggles with.
Ooh.
And no, he's an old Gabe Jackson-ish a little bit.
Okay, all right.
Little-ish, that's style of play. He's a pulling guard.
And I just watch him wipe out 2 dudes as a puller here in 10 seconds.
But that's another. We talked about Justin Herbert and Zion Johnson yesterday, but also Kirk Cousins was just internal pressure he really struggles with.
Yep.
That's when you get the Kirk, those moments, and then that's when bad stuff happens with Kirk. The longer the play goes, the more you're like, oh no, with Kirk Cousins. So you're just shoring up the middle. You're just letting him step up, letting him operate. And I get it. I think he is going to be an instant starter for them, and it's just different from the style they've gone for the last few years. Like really at offensive line, they like the kind of traitsy guys. So he's more of a old school Mauler type,
and sometimes to a detriment. He'll lean sometimes, and the mechanics can be tidied up a little bit. But you love the point of attack, what he's going to give you with the power. So I mean, he turns defensive linemen into folding chairs.
It is fun. I know it's especially as offensive lines have gotten lighter. It's so much fun when you see these like kind of like big dudes.
Oh yeah,
doing some stuff. So was there a Bills trade too, or am I wrong again? I just messed this up again from yesterday. They're the ones that traded back, right? Okay.
Yeah, they traded back 3 spots here with Tampa.
That's what it was. Yep, I knew they were involved in a trade.
So the Vikings offensive line coach Chris Cooper was the assistant offensive line coach under Mike Munchak in Denver for the last 3 years. And I'm wondering, schematically, I mean, the Broncos run game, they do a little bit of everything, don't they?
Yep. So a lot more power last year. A lot more gap stuff last year. And that's what Munchak, he loves duo. Like that's his thing, and duo's power. So
I'm just trying to figure out what is the running game in Minnesota going to look like. So O'Connell comes from the Rams, but the Rams still have folded in a ton more gap stuff than you would typically think. So we ascribe the small zone-based offensive line type of approach to the players that you might want in that system, but maybe that is a little bit of regressive thinking.
And the Rams, and this is tackle, but they've had Rob Havenstein at right tackle for years and that's a barroom brawler, big body type. So they get it done with whatever body types there is. That kind of whole traditional Shanahan, we're playing 295 pounders. Like really, Shanahan's really the only one that does it still. Kind of like, I think these guys have more high. They're just taking the best players possible for that.
Bengals trade up here. So go to 60.
Buffalo moved back 3 spots with Tampa. Then I'm moving 3 spots more with Cincinnati. So
you think
interesting.
D line here?
Well, so they went safety or DB with Daxton Hill in the first round. Defensive line.
I love that kind of.
Exactly.
DB. It's not
Ariel
safety.
Winfrey's still available, right?
Yeah, he is. Defensive tackle is still out there. They could go.
I'm trying to think.
I know they want a tight end at some point.
And this is the range for them.
Right.
Now we're getting into that tight end range.
If they want, Dulcich or Ruckert or whoever their tight end is, that could be a possibility.
Ruckert's used to playing with 3 good receivers and getting no targets. So
in Ohio, exactly.
In Ohio too, it'll be an easy transition for him. Yeah, this is. I know this. I'm very curious who they bumped up for right here because that was kind of funny when they said that needs right there. They're at corner. And that's it.
Yeah,
but that's a nice position to be in for.
They might have addressed that last night. It's yet to be seen exactly how they're going to use Daxton Hill, but it'll be interesting. Maybe let's see who's the top corner available on my board. Cam Taylor-Britt from Nebraska, I think is a good player. Tariq Woolen from UTSA, Kobe Bryant, Cincinnati, the other Cincinnati corner.
The Jim Thorpe winner.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, you don't want to throw at Sauce? Okay, well,
throw it to another guy.
Yeah, exactly. So
the Bengals get the Bills get 180 to move back 3 spots here, which
when he's the first pick in the 6th. So
we're in that range. That's what you're getting here.
Guess,
back 3 spots in the second round.
Yeah. Calling about 2020. Hey, you sure you don't want to give up a 4th in 2023? Maybe a 3rd. It's going to be pick 90. Yeah.
We haven't had any future picks yet.
No,
this draft, right?
Don't think so.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah,
not that I've seen.
People are holding on.
Exactly. They don't want to give them up.
Yep.
That's and hey, we're 4 picks left, 5 picks left. No quarterbacks. That's fascinating. That's so fascinating.
This is very, very interesting.
We thinking too inside the box here, just in terms of defensive line help and tight end for the Bengals. Anything else that jumps to mind?
Could they go back to the secondary?
Maybe an interior offensive lineman. Maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Offensive line, sure. I mean, they obviously spent in free agency, but
Just keep replenishing it.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, it's a position that obviously was the need, and pour resources into it.
Yeah, I know. So that's it's interesting, but obviously they like a guy if they're going to bump up just a little bit for him.
Yeah, I mean, my top interior offensive linemen, Darian Kennard, Jamari Sawyer, from Memphis, Dylan Parham, Luke Fortner from Kentucky. So there's some good names out there, versatile players that can play multiple positions up front, guard, center, and they could use that versatility on the offensive line.
It's starting to shape up here, Dan, where I'm not sure we're going to get another quarterback in the second round.
Unless we see a trade,
seems shocking.
It is
considering
shocking.
the conversation we had last night going into today's show.
Yep.
I mean, the idea that none of these guys might go in the second round.
Yeah, it really is. And, Malik Willis, I was still arguing with people 3 weeks ago that he's going 2 overall. Like, now, did I think he'd fall this far? Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But, it's just there's questions on these guys. And, we heard all along that, quarterbacks are quarterbacks. You're going to take a chance on these players. But
Buffalo Bills have traded the 60th pick to the Cincinnati Bengals. With the 60th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Cam Taylor-Britt, defensive back, Nebraska.
I like it. I like Cam Taylor-Britt. He was a high school offensive player, moved to defense, played some safety, played some corner. So they go back to that well.
But he is a corner.
I think so.
The way that where Dax Hill was a projection, and we're saying maybe can he do it in the right situation? Cam Taylor-Britt is a more true cornerback.
Man, zone. He has versatility. You like the ball skills. You like the physicality that he plays with, and he tested really well for a decent sized player. Ran a 4.3. So there's a lot of things you could do with a player like this. I mean, he kind of reminded me of maybe the defensive version of like an Alec Pierce, where you see you like the flashes, you like the testing. Maybe not a complete player, but there are some things that you really like that project well to the next level.
You see the path. Yeah. But another player that, and it has maybe, I haven't watched much of him, but is what I have seen from him is some inside out aggressive player, right? He tackled pretty well. So like with those guys, like that makes sense for the Bengals because they're going to, I mentioned this last night with Hill, is they're going to go funky on passing downs. And so those guys that can be physical and be, even though you're a DB, you have to be a tackler. Even though you are a linebacker, you have to cover, or you have to be a blitzer. They like that versatility. And if you're going to test well, that helps.
He was number 57 overall on my board. So right where I think that late second, it makes total sense.
Even if we're not excited about Eli Apple as a season-long solution or as a long-term solution, he's only there for a year. If he does have to sit for a little while, they have the guy who started for them the entire year last year.
Yep.
Exactly. So you can both, with Daxton Hill and now with Cam Taylor-Britt, come along as slowly as you want to. But that's where Cincinnati is.
Yeah.
When you have all of these resources to plug 3 holes on the interior, on the offensive line in one off season, when you have last off season where they can spend all of this money to find guys that need to start on defense, now you're just building contingency plans. You're insulating yourself from, well, if this goes south, if this goes sideways, we still have depth at a position where depth is hugely important.
Yes. That's the Ravens.
Yeah, exactly. Right. I mean,
you can't have enough corners.
You cannot have enough corners.
It's like pitchers in baseball. You just can't
have enough of them.
Yep.
And going after both Daxton Hill, Cam Taylor-Britt, 4.3 guys. There's some versatility with what they can do. I can understand why they went this route with their first 2 picks.
Absolutely. We wanted, Nate, you and I have talked about this for the last few weeks. I didn't want them to get sucked into, we need another offensive piece, or we need this, or we need that. Their defense, you always want to be figuring out what the next stage looks like. How do you refresh it? How do you make sure that you don't get stale on that side of the ball? You don't let the regression monster kind of catch up to you. And it feels like trying to inject the secondary with some real athletes, with some real athleticism, with some youth. I mean, it all makes sense to me when you're thinking about a plan.
They don't have a ton of speed in their DB room.
No,
they were smart. That's what we always commented on.
Yes.
They're smart and well
100%.
And they read the game really well. And now you're putting guys back there. Okay, now they have a little bit of breathing room or room for error that they might not have had before.
Yeah, I mean, a guy that has ball skills. He has the competitiveness, size, speed. So checks a lot of those boxes. Now, the route recognition, that's where he needs to develop and get a little bit better. But the physical traits, everything else, check those boxes.
Niners pick is in here, picking at 61. Last night, we heard some rumblings. Our own Matt Barrows reported that it sounds like the Niners. So they thought that they were going to get a king's ransom for Deebo Samuel. Instead, the Jets offered pick 10 and a 5th rounder in exchange for Deebo and the Niners' 2nd round pick, 61 overall.
This pick right now, yeah.
Probably not enough when we've seen what some of the other receivers in the league have gone for. I'm not sure how serious that offer really is, but that's something that was on the table. Niners choose not to go that route. Deebo remains a Niner even in the wake of the A.J. Brown deal and all of the other rumblings that we've heard here.
Yeah. And it's when we talked about how Matt Barrows, Matt Barrows, our athletic writer, had the news. But with Deebo Samuel, his fit outside of that offense, it's just, is he as valuable to other teams as he is San Francisco and Kyle Shanahan? It's a discussion point.
Yeah.
It's something that, as much as I love Deebo Samuel as a player, as a playmaker, it's hard to find or to nail down his value in a trade like this, where you have to go pay him.
Yep.
And, he's a good player. I want him on my team, but what is the value in a trade like this?
Yeah, and I think you're getting, no matter what, as much as you want to go, we'll do the same things we're doing in San Fran, you're getting, no matter what, 90% of them. Like, just because of what the 49ers and Kyle Shanahan unlock that extra 10% of value from him. And also, and those running back carries, and people said, oh, everyone's taking running back carries before. Not like this. He's running counter up the middle and power. I mean, real running back reps. Those add up. Those touches add up. He's been banged up throughout his career. So
the 61st pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Drake Jackson, linebacker, USC.
Goes up.
Never enough pass rushers in San Francisco.
No.
This is a perfect
Utah. We were talking about this before the show started today, Dane. Coming into this season, you had Drake Jackson as a definitive first-round pick. I mean, one of the best players in this entire draft. Walk me through what the last year has looked like for him, why he might have fallen a little bit, and why a team like San Francisco could talk themselves into him.
And I think we really have to go back 3 years. The full college career for Drake Jackson. He comes in as a 4-star recruit, highly recruited, and he's a bigger guy. He's playing at like 280 as a freshman, and he's a freshman All-American. Then that new coaching staff comes in. Todd Orlando, his defense, he's playing. They want to move him to B-backer. So he's playing now at 240. And so it's like trying to find where he's at his best. And I'm watching him. I'm thinking, I want this guy to be more powerful. I see the loose body control. I see some of the twitch, but I want to see more power to him. And so he goes to the combine and 254, then at the pro day, 273. That tells me that scouts told him, bulk up. You want to see that more of that power, put on that weight, be better at the point of attack. And that's because that's what you wanted to see more of from that 2021 tape. And it's, what they asked him to do the past 2 years in that scheme, I think it'd be very different than what they're going to ask him to do now in the NFL with the 49ers.
This is just keep it simple for him too. And that's what, and the 49ers too, that's what's going to be nice is that he doesn't have to eat all those reps early. He can go with a defensive line that they like to rotate their guys, get some nice sub rushes in there. Hey, and just ease into his role and let him really add polish to it.
The 2 snaps we just saw, just him go to work.
Pin his ears back.
Go to work.
Bow and arrow.
Like you're stand up, but you can go inside out, go to work. They lost Arden Key in free agency. Got just that connective tissue of that defensive line room where they can line up all those guys in all those ways. You bring in another edge. You can bring him in on passing downs. You can bump Eric Armstead inside. They just love that
Kinlaw coming back.
They love it. Yep.
It makes a lot of sense. So Brian Cook to Chiefs.
Chiefs go Brian Cook here at 62, Dane.
Yeah, he was my best available safety. And it's refreshing to see him go this early because I was a little worried he was going to fall because he's basically missed the entire process because he had a shoulder injury he had to get fixed after the college football playoffs that Cincinnati played in. So no Senior Bowl, no combine. You're missing that testing data. So I was a little worried. Might fall to the 4th round, day 3. We see him here in the 2nd. Maybe the best tackling safety in this draft. His ability to break down, calm his feet, and just be a reliable tackler. Very few missed tackles on his tape, but he also has range where he can make plays at the sideline. He can make plays in coverage. So I love Brian Cook as a player, and very refreshing to see him still go in the 2nd round, even though he's missed most of the pre-draft process.
How do you think a guy like Brian Cook, based on what Dane just said, fits with Juan Thornhill and now Justin Reed is in Kansas City?
I like it, but you're getting another heady player.
Yeah.
And that's what Spags likes. You're putting in awkward positions in those defenses. So you get a guy, they might bring something funky, and the next play they drop A and play cover 2 behind it, but you're getting a guy that can do both. That unlocks a lot. and you're also getting a competitive player. And the fact that you brought the tackling matters.
Yeah.
That was the thing with the Chiefs defense last year. We made jokes about on the show. The Chiefs defense, especially their DBs, were terrible at tackling at the end of the year last year. It cost them the first Bengals game, kind of cost them the second Bengals game. And I don't know if anyone knows those games mattered, but that's where I think maybe they go, okay, we got to get a little more physicality at those positions and smarter players that are more aware.
After every draft, I power rank my favorite draft classes, 1 to 32. Chiefs have a pretty good. I mean,
Carl Loftus is.
We talked about what they did last night with McDuffie and Carl Loftus. They come back with Sky Moore and Brian Cook now. I mean, that's
I never thought
decent team that's just getting better.
I never thought they would get Sky Moore.
This was it, right? Where they were picking. Probably weren't going to get any star level players in this draft. Guys were like, holy shit, like I can't believe they just got that guy. But this was their chance to completely retool areas of this roster with cheap players. I mean, that's exactly what they've done.
And a little surprised that, they have multiple picks in the first 4 rounds. And I said I'll be shocked if they pick 8 players with those. But so far, they've picked 4 players with their first 2 first rounders, 2 second rounders. Haven't done much in terms of being aggressive to go get someone. And hey, it's worked out. It's been okay. Because they're still, getting good players. So, I guess they moved up for Trent McDuffie in the first, but it's still not some of the big swings that we thought they might take.
It just seems to me kind of like they're having one of those drafts where it's a lot of favorites, where it's a lot of people that watch it go like, I like that. Like, I like that guy. I don't know if I'd like him here, but it's a lot of guys that's like back pocket favorites that a lot of us have. We know when people will tweet and they go, not the best player, but my favorite player in the draft. And then that's a McDuffie.
I think the Ravens and the Chiefs have both done that.
Correct. So Carl Loftus is some people's favorites. I know Derek Klassen, who I did Bleacher Report stuff with, he liked Carl Loftus just as well as Aiden Hutchinson. I know you said Scout like that as well. Again, Sky Moore, a ton of people love Sky Moore. I like Sky Moore. You like Sky Moore, Dane. Those guys, it's just a lot of guys they're good football players. And I think that's what they're accumulating. We make jokes that the Texans are filled with 76 to 78 overall guys. The Chiefs kind of need that, though. They can't just have all 95 and 65. Like, they need more guys that are low 80s, and that's what they're getting.
When you look at the way that they've paid some of these guys, Mahomes, Kelsey's on obviously a very expensive veteran deal. They have Frank Clark on a monster contract, even after taking a little bit of a discount. Chris Jones is really getting paid. I mean, you need to offset that with guys that just build up the rest of the roster and bring it all together.
And all these guys are going to be playing early. We talk about a guy like Alec Pierce. He's a bit of a project. All these other guys are, it's like, okay, Ebiketie. It's like, okay, I would have liked that for them because maybe their timeline works for it, but it's like they're getting guys, they're rebooting. It's not, they're reloading. I think it maybe is a better word. It's not like they're just going like, oh, we got a bunch of projects and we have time for these guys. It's like, no, we're getting guys that can play day one.
2 picks left
with the 3 safeties. I mean, with Cook coming in there, they are comfortable playing 3 safeties at the same time. They've done it before. I'm just wondering how the roles shake out now that Matthew's gone, and just like what the actual delineation of responsibility.
It always was. You could tell all their defensive calls was, all right, what does Honey Badger do? Okay, now everyone else fill up your spots.
Is Justin Reed that guy? Is that how they see him? And it's just, I'm curious how that ends up shaking out. So the Bills pick is in here at 63. We've got 2 picks left in the second round. We're going to take a quick break after 64 when we get there, but we got 2 more here.
Look, check this out. It's only one football team in New York State, and that's the Buffalo Bills.
People love that.
With that being said, Bills Mafia has chosen James Cook from Georgia.
Okay. And we thought there's a good chance Buffalo wanted to go running back here. Breece Hall went quickly. Then soon after, Kenneth Walker went off the board. Buffalo moving back, still thinking they could get their running back, and they get him with James Cook, Dalvin Cook's little brother, who is a little different. I mean, he's a lot different than Breece Hall or Kenneth Walker. He's
I
not.
They were going to go for a bigger guy.
Yeah, exactly. The between the tackles guy, but James Cook's not that guy. He is not. Doesn't have necessarily the balance or the run power to be between the tackles. But you want him getting the ball in space. But I don't know. It's gonna be fun watching him motion out. He's going to run routes. Josh Allen looking for him down the field. You could do a lot of things with that versatility. So it's a little bit of a pivot from where I think they wanted to go and where we thought they were going, but not necessarily, a bad thing because there's a lot to like about James Cook.
Yeah, he's a legit pass catching back who can actually run a route tree. It's not just like, okay, it's a slant or a go. It's
from
like
different points of the formation too. Yes.
Well, who did this team chase in free agency and not end up getting? J.D. McKissick.
Right.
Yep.
They wanted a pass catching presence.
That's a great point.
And they wanted somebody who can do all that different kind of stuff.
Look at double move.
Any excuse. I mean, I know that Brian Dable's not there anymore, but any excuse this offensive staff can have to throw the ball more and run the ball less, they're probably going to take it. And it seems like a running back whose best attribute is catching passes falls in line with that.
And like Breece Hall would have been perfect for them because that's why I thought personally, anyways, because I thought they like more of the spready looks, even though they're getting more tighter at the end of last year. But I actually like those bigger backs when it's so spread out and you're handing it off and they can just plow through with one linebacker in the box. And that's what I was looking for, more of those 3 down guys, maybe like Rashad White on day 3, something like that. So they run full on scat back. Like that's what he is. He has a little more running to him. He's not a 180-pound guy, but it's, that's what he is. That's why you draft him is as a pass catcher first, the versatility he brings there. And then he does, a fine running back as far as running the ball.
Broncos picking here at 64. This is the Von Miller trade. They have 2 picks that just kind of sneak up on you here in this draft. Where Dane was asking me before where they got it. You start to forget where all these picks come from, why teams have them. Oh man, look at how it's doing. Also looks great.
Those Elvis?
Nick Bonito from Oklahoma, Dane. I mean, just pure pass rusher, right?
That's it. You want speed off the edge, a guy that can win with that first step, the burst that he offers. Another guy with a big-time 10-yard split. But you have to be a little creative with him in terms of where you line him up, because there were some questions about, as a run defender, just being consistent. But, this is the point where I think he makes sense. In the late second, early third, get a guy that even if he's a sub-package player as a rookie, he's giving you that juice off the edge. He's going to make the quarterback nervous. He's going to make the quarterback move his feet. And so there's a little bit of a hybrid nature to him in terms of how he's going to be used. But if you have a plan in place for Nick Bonito, absolutely he could be a big time asset for you, rushing from different angles.
Yeah, and they're trying to get him and Randy Gregory, pin their ears back and go. That's what they're trying to go.
He doesn't need to play right away.
Yeah.
They have, hopefully Chubb comes back healthy. They have Randy Gregory. He can be a sub-package player as a rookie, and just feels like you can deploy him in interesting ways, let him come along at his own pace. This team needed pass rush juice.
Yes, they did.
Coming into this season, after what happened last year, trading Von Miller away, all the injuries Chubb has dealt with, they go get Randy Gregory. Now they double up here, Dan, with their first pick in this draft. They double dip getting another pass rusher.
Nick Bonito is my 65th overall player. So getting him at 64 makes sense. This is the range for him. Again, questions in the run game, but that's not why you're drafting him. You were drafting him for what he can do to the backfield, be disruptive, and what, line him up as a quarterback spy on some of these plays. Be creative with how you're going to use him. It's not as simple as wide 9 or just putting him on the edge and just say go. Be a little creative with how you deploy a talent like this.
But when you're playing Mahomes and Herbert 4 games a year, let's get as much juice as we can get after the quarterback.
When you look at Joe Evera, who's now their defensive coordinator, what the Rams did on third downs over the last few years, it's wonky stuff. I mean, it's let's deploy these guys in their very specific ways that this is what they do well. We're just going to unleash it on third down. And I assume you're going to see a lot of that. All right. That's the end of round 2. We're going to take a quick break before we get back for the third round. Stick around.
Now, our next partner is a pretty cool product. Let's talk about Athletic Greens. If you're looking to get better gut health, more energy, or a stronger immune system in a really easy, natural way, you've got to check out Athletic Greens. I'm sure you'll all agree that most of us aren't huge fans of taking a bunch of pills or vitamins in the morning. But with Athletic Greens, you can get rid of all those extra vitamin bottles and finally make some room in your cabinet. Athletic Greens is an all-in-one solution that actually tastes good, so you'll really enjoy getting your daily vitamins. I love the taste. It's very pleasant. It's got a little tropical flavor to it. I make it every single morning when I'm brewing my coffee. It takes 30 seconds, and it's just such a great way to integrate a healthy habit into your day. So what is Athletic Greens? With one delicious scoop, you're absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens to help start your day right. This special blend of ingredients supports your gut health, your nervous system, your immune system, your energy, recovery, focus, and aging. Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition, especially heading into the flu and cold season. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to help look out for your health. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/maze. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/maze to take ownership over your health and pick up your ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Guys, I care about all of you that listen to this show, each and every one of you. I want you to feel confident and prioritize your health, your relationships, your sense of well-being, everything that drives how you're feeling about yourself. And if you're ready to do that for yourself, start with Roman. Roman offers a discreet process from start to finish, so you don't have to worry about clandestinely getting some boxes or going into a doctor's office, anything that might be something that makes you a little bit uncomfortable. Both the prescriptions and the over-the-counter treatments from Roman are available. They're available with fast, free shipping, so you don't have to wait to start fighting your hair loss. They're science-backed treatments that are proven to help slow or stop hair loss and, in some cases, even regrow hair. This is a way to get your confidence back if you're dealing with hair loss. Walk into a room feeling your best and trying to chase the best version of yourself. Get more confidence from the top down with Roman. Go to GetRoman.com/maze today. If approved, you can treat your hair loss for as low as $20 a month. That's GetRoman.com/maze.
Welcome back to the Athletic Football Show as I rub some BioFreeze on my back because I'm an old man. We are starting the third round here. We are running through these picks. The pick is in for the Jacksonville Jaguars as 65, Dane. Luke Fortner from Kentucky, interior offensive line for the Jags. They needed somebody. I was hoping that they would draft Tyler Linderbaum because I wanted Tyler Linderbaum to step in for Brandon Linder, and then you could just alter the jerseys. You could just put some bomb on the end of your Linder jersey.
Yeah. Fortner's a good player in his own right. I mean, guard center at Kentucky, played mostly guard up until this season. It started at center and turned himself into a draft pick. I mean, he was a borderline guy until this season, goes to the Senior Bowl, has a great week at the Senior Bowl. Good sized player, 6'4", 307, huge hands. There's a lot to like about the versatility that he offers because he could play anywhere on the interior.
Which is huge. Yeah, he's not a center only guy.
Right.
And I mean, I always like it. I'm a sucker for pairing a young center with a young quarterback too. So, and they needed one. I mean, they really did need a guy. So I really
you
like
love
that.
Guys that are centers. You want centers that are smart, right?
Yes.
He's got multiple master degrees, multiple degrees, including multiple masters. So this guy checks that box for sure.
I actually didn't know how. I didn't realize how long he was. I thought I actually had shorter arms than that, 33. But it's like, I don't know. I remember watching him. I didn't think that.
I mean, even with all they've spent on the offensive line this offseason, franchising Cam Robinson, going to get Brandon Scherf, they had multiple holes. Linder retires.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they needed potentially a starter at that spot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a chance he comes in with the 65th pick here as a third-round pick and has a chance to play right away from them.
He is ready to start right now. He was a long-term player at Kentucky. He's an older player, so he's ready to get out there and make something happen. And again, it could be a guard, it could be at center. He gives you that position flex. And I know, a favorite of our buddy Brandon Thorne as well.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the range. A little surprised he went ahead of Dylan Parham from Memphis, but we thought early third round makes a ton of sense, especially with the little run we've seen on centers with, we saw Linderbaum in the first, then Cam Jurgens in the second, Luke Gadecki, if they're going to play him at center.
Up inside,
So Giants making the pick now.
67th pick of the NFL draft, the New York Giants select Josiah Ezeudu, guard, North Carolina.
And we did miss a pick earlier, 66 of the Vikings with Brian Asamoah, the linebacker, who undersized but speed.
Yeah,
that's what even though he's smaller, he's got good arm length. So for a player that maybe doesn't have the height or build you traditionally look for, a longer linebacker, which is a good thing. And then the speed that he offers is big time with Ezeudu from the Giants, guard tackle versatility for them. A guy that was going to go into the Senior Bowl, but actually had a little bit of an injury, so wasn't able to go. And so been flying under the radar. But he was a player in the third round that I think a lot of teams, that's where they had him.
Marcus Garcia there as their left guard for the moment. John Feliciano on a short-term deal. I mean, Mark Lewinsky hopefully will be there for a couple of years, but they're going to have a hole at left guard as soon as next season the Giants are. So, I mean, there's a chance that Ezeudu has a chance to not only compete for a starting job this year, but absolutely moving forward here in 2023.
Yep.
We're starting to get players that might be on the Giants in 2023, Dan.
That's funny. And we got the, pairing him with Neal. I mean, now you're replenishing that line.
They're investing in that group.
Yes.
100%. Again, we talked about it yesterday. Bobby Johnson's doing backflips somewhere with all these draft picks.
Very,
in the first 100 picks that they're getting along the offensive line.
Yes.
Yeah. And we talked about Denver making their first pick in this draft. Browns are on the clock. This will be their first pick. And I think only the Rams haven't picked yet, I believe.
So.
And the Raiders after the Browns pick.
Marissa's on it over here.
Shout out because she's on point. She knows the draft better than I do. What am I doing over here?
The Giants are so interesting to me because we want to take the ideas that Brian Daboll used with the Bills and just graft them onto whatever team he goes with. That's not like his history. Brian Daboll didn't do this stuff for a decade. It's not the system that they ran forever. Even them taking Wandel, they didn't have a guy like that in Buffalo. Yeah. They didn't have like that small kind of gadget type receiver for the most
until
part.
now with James Cook.
And I mean, that's they had Isaiah McKenzie, but Isaiah McKenzie was a role player until a stretch last year.
Yeah, and I mean, they had Beasley, but then it was just Beasley.
He's a traditional slot receiver,
right? Slot, yes. It's not the jet sweep guy.
And now, but Mike Kafka comes in as their offensive coordinator from Kansas City. So it's just how they piece that together and what the offense ends up looking like. Yeah. I think we all have an idea in our minds of what the Giants might be offensively.
I know.
We might be totally off.
I know. And even, I mean, shoot, they've had not whispers of it, but just kind of going like, how are they going to use Daniel Jones? Because it's like, I'm curious. I'm just very curious. Are they going to start using his legs? Because he is such a good athlete with such good size. So that's also too, is like throwing that in there. But I do like that they replenished the line. Like I like that. It's and they're getting a certain type. It seems like they're getting that size. Like they're real. You can see
how big is Zudu? Is Zudu? Am I pronouncing that right?
Yeah, I mean he's what? I mean he's got 34-inch arms. He's 6'4", over 300 pounds. So yeah, what I loved about Zudu too is every year the last 3 years at North Carolina he had multiple starts at multiple positions. Huge. Tackle, guard. They kept moving back and forth. They out of necessity more than anything, and he was up to the task every single time.
Yeah. Man, that matters so much. Just because a lot of times it's like you have an idealized world, and you think everyone's gonna be healthy every single game, and then you might have your guard might be out, your right tackle might be out for 2 games with a high ankle sprain or 4 games. All right, we don't like him at right tackle, but the fact, okay, you've done it though, right? Yes, you've done it. Like it's actual reps. It's not like 2 weeks of camp where we're giving you 3 reps a day at it. It's that stuff really, really matters. The offensive line versatility. And not to bring him in, or not to bring him in, I am bringing him in, but like that was some people's knocks on like Linderbaum. Oh, he's a center only, but it's like, he's pretty freaking good at it.
Something that Lance Zierlein and I talk about all the time on the podcast is for an offensive lineman, it doesn't always look pretty, but sometimes if you just ride the bull, just give defenders a fight where, exactly. Wear them down and just hold your ground. It doesn't have to look pretty. Nope. If you're keeping your guy in front of you from getting past you and getting to the quarterback, heck, you're doing your job. And I think that's what Zudu does. It doesn't always look perfect. It doesn't always look picture, exactly what the coaching tape says, but he gets the job done consistently.
So Dane, the Browns are on the clock here at 68. A receiver that would make sense for them here. There's somebody that you think would be in range, could potentially contribute for them early.
Jalen Tolbert, South Alabama. I think he's, in terms of NFL readiness, he would be the top guy. He's coming, even though he played at South Alabama, this is a player that when he went up against better competition, did not shrink. Mm-hmm. Watch him against Tennessee last year. Watch him at the Senior Bowl. Played big time in big time moments. So size, not a burner. It's not how he wins, but he understands how to leverage coverage, can win down the field, tracks the ball really well. So Jalen Tolbert would be one of those names. And then David Bell from Purdue, who we've seen so many receivers come off the board. We're kind of tapped out a little bit in terms of, I mean, your guy, Khalil Shakir is still out there. Mm-hmm. Calvin Austin, who's a smaller, certain type of, fit with your receiver.
Very certain type.
Very, very. But the Browns, defense here, they have some holes there as well.
Because the Cleveland Browns are picking for the future. Oh my God, and the future is right now.
Got 2 wrestlers already.
Proud Cleveland native right there.
He loves
2022 NFL Draft. The 2023 Super Bowl winning Cleveland Browns select Martin Emerson, defensive back, Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
We're
rounder,
When
right?
Dane can't get excited, you know it's probably a lukewarm selection here.
I mean, I don't know. He's a 4.5 corner, good size.
Yeah.
I mean,
Size is calling
6'1.5", 200 pounds. You know, he has length you can play with. You like that part of it, but I don't know. Just surprised it's this corner over some of these other corners that could have been available. So,
also, does it feel like they need a corner?
No,
they drafted Greg Newsome in the first round last year.
Exactly.
They just gave Denzel Ward
yes,
a lot, $500 million.
They must have had a second round grade on him. You know,
Yeah.
They're staying true to their board. That must be what this is, because this isn't a guy that you think they're going to play in the slot. I don't think that
they have Troy Hill.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
so
I see him as a size guy. Like
yes,
the outside only.
Cover 2, cover 3.
Yep.
Like yes,
and it's funny though. It's that he might be the youngest corner on the board, and isn't that the Andrew Barry card?
It is. It's important. It matters.
He's 21, or is that?
21 and a half. Yeah.
Yep. So, but that might be part of it. But yeah, I when I watched him, because was watching other offensive guys that going against Mississippi State, it was just size. That's what I saw with him. And then that was it. It was more like using the length and getting in the way as far as like overwhelming twitchiness or overwhelming IQ. And so it was like more like, yeah, it was, you're betting on that, and that we can hone it in, use it better, I guess.
I liked him, but then when you stack him up against other corners and you're just like, like I had a 5th round grade on him. And I want my corners to have ball production.
Yeah.
1 interception in 3 years. And that interception came his freshman year. In 12 games this year, you know how many passes defended he had? 3. I mean, I don't know. I want a little bit more from my DBs.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, our Tennessee Titans select Nicholas Petit Frere,
tackle,
Ohio State.
You think he ends up at guard?
Yeah, well, Mike Vrabel's got a good Ohio State connection, so he's got everything he needs to know about Petit Frere. Former 5-star guy. He showed up to Ohio State about 267 pounds, redshirted, and he was a right tackle last year, moved to left tackle this past season. There's a lot to like about the flexibility and some of the I think the word I used in his report was he's a spry big man. Like that's kind of how, not necessarily explosive or twitchy, but he's spry with some of his movements. But he's still young with the play strength you worry about, the technique. I don't think this is a guy you're putting out there from day one. You need to continue and develop him. But I mean, really, really good in that zone offense they run.
Yep.
You think he's a tackle?
I do, yeah. I mean, the play strength is a big issue for me with him.
Okay.
And I think that's something that will be maybe even more exploited when everything happens so much quicker at guard.
Yep.
So the reason I asked the question is because Tennessee, you look at it, they have immediate need at guard. They move on from Andrew Saffold this offseason. They have a spot at left guard that they need.
Who are their starting guards right now?
Aaron Brewer is their left guard. Then Nate Davis is their right guard.
What about the North Dakota State kid from last year?
He's their penciled in as their starting right tackle.
See, I wonder if they would move, because I actually liked him better as a guard. I wonder if they might move be a little flexible there with him.
Because that's the question. They played Quisenberry there last year, which I think is probably not how they would have done it in an ideal world. Berdunes would have been ready. He would have played. He did not. So we may see some shifting pieces there if you think that he could play some guard.
Yeah.
The Jags here at 70. Peck is in.
I'm curious about that too, because when watching my exposure to Petit Frere too, was that like it was anchor. It was always anchor, and that was it. He was getting bull rush and push back, but then you see length, and
How many linebackers do the Jags need?
Hey, they've got a good track record with Wyoming defenders. Who's the safety? Shoot.
I know you're talking about.
The safety. I can't. The name's escaping me, but for a real productive player at Wyoming, and he's been an okay player for the Jaguars. But yeah, it's a fair point.
I mean, we talked about it yesterday. They give Foye Lucan all that money, and then yesterday they trade up in the first round
for Devin Lloyd
to go get Devin Lloyd, and now they draft Chad Muma in the third round.
Interesting. Very interesting.
How many linebackers they want to play at the same time?
So,
what year is it?
Yeah.
I guess.
Unless they view Devin Lloyd as being more of a rusher, or they view
I don't know.
I don't know either.
There's a lot of resources there.
It is.
Yeah. Andrew Wingard.
Thank you. Yes. Andrew Wingard.
I'll talk about it in a minute. But yeah, no, I this is a weird allocation of resources because I mean, I know this has been a talking point for a lot of us. I still thought they could have maybe added another receiver. I thought I'd give him a weapon. I actually thought because Evan Ingram's an F only tight end, maybe get a Y-ish tight end. This is right in that range. You know, Rucker, those guys.
Yeah.
Dolce is more of an F, but he can maybe develop into a Y. Maybe he has the length and everything, but it's, you know, it's curious to me.
That's also a position that stretches. So, you know, you can understand, I guess. But
what do you think of Muma as a player?
Love him. I mean, big time athlete. He's a high school safety.
He's a good player. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, speed is outstanding.
He was another one of Deontay's guys. Deontay was a big Muma guy.
Easy. I mean, there are some
big
of the
Muma guys. I'm going to go back to that a few times.
Some of the point of attack stuff, you know, he needs to get a little bit better at with the take on, but
he kind of runs around guys.
But with that speed, he's a 40-inch vertical guy. So there's a lot to like about it. And again, this might be a situation where they had a second-round grade on him, wiped out, and they stay true to their board. And a team like the Jaguars that are, I'm trying here. I'm doing my best. You know, I'm trying to explain the linebacker.
I love it. I want to see you twist yourself in knots here.
Nakobe Dean's the injury stuff with Nakobe Dean must be a little more serious than was led on because he's still available here as we get into the 70s.
So
like Christian Harris, too,
Austin
right?
Gale
Yeah,
from PFF is just reported that per source, Nakobe Dean declined to have surgery on his shoulder, and it's now a major concern. Red flag.
I mean, that's
one way to look at it.
I think that could be part of it. I mean, that's again, teams. He did not work out at all. You know, in terms of testing, pre-draft, combine, pro day, and there were questions about. I was told the knee and the pec, and maybe that pec is connected to the shoulder injury somehow. But it's something you worry about with undersized linebackers, especially. You know, linebackers. You know, I hear they take on a lot of contact, so you know, you worry about that. And as good as Nakobe Dean is in terms of the way he can read the field, his instincts, it's a physical game. And it's when you have the lack of size, you come with the injury concerns. That's something that is just at a certain point, he will be worth it, but it's a little tough to do here.
The Jags will trade back up in the third round again.
NFL draft. The Chicago Bears select Velus Jones, wide receiver, Tennessee.
Okay. I'm actually curious what you think of it.
They need a kick returner because Velus Jones,
that's what he
big time
is.
kick returner.
Is that it? That's what I get with Velus Jones.
A little bit gadgety.
He's been around. He's been around a long time. Let me put it this way: he caught passes from Sam Darnold at USC. He's been around
He's
long.
like 25, I think.
He'll be 25 in I think this weekend actually. So no.
So he's older than AJ Brown.
Yeah.
Is he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the same age.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Great.
But like 4.31 speed.
Yeah.
Again, big time return man.
Yep.
I had him as more of a day 3 guy.
Same.
But you know, wide receiver's been wiped out at this point.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at someone with speed, someone that you know can play inside, can play outside, you know, you feel like there's something there. I mean, yeah, he was underutilized at USC, underutilized at Tennessee. Even though this past year was kind of his breakout with over 800 yards, he had 7 touchdowns as well. But you know, 6'4", 205 with speed that can burn.
It's just, oh man, the age and just also, this is not a guy I think they need. Like as far as receiver wise, too.
Yeah.
Like this is a body type that I don't think is conducive. But I mean, he is good with the ball in his hands. That's the appeal of him, and he's got interesting traits. It's just there's a lot of alarm bells with an older receiver without huge production, even if the offenses he's played in were pretty crappy.
To your point, he is a player that is more of a underneath player. Like I think 80% of his catches this past year came within 10 yards of line of scrimmage. So
as a guy runs 4.31.
Yeah, it's all yak stuff.
Yeah, all catch and go. You know, try to create screens.
Yep.
Exactly.
He's kind of a gadget guy.
A little bit. Yeah.
I know. It's
to maximize him. That's probably how you're using him.
Yep. And it's another number 3, number 4.
Well,
the Bears
it's good
are
because the Bears don't have a quarterback who likes to push the ball on the field, so it makes sense.
You don't
Good
need
alignment of skill sets. And
you don't need vertical ball winners. No, not at all. That's not what you need with Joe.
Yeah, and again, I mean, we don't want to harp on it too much, but the special teams. I mean, he was the special teams SEC special teams player of the year. Yep. Had 3 kick return touchdowns in his career. So I mean, there's value there, but you know, we're talking about the 71st overall pick. So a little early, but can understand with that speed and maybe with a more creative situation with him, you're getting more out of him. But yeah, it's
having to talk yourself into it a little bit.
You do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like we're trying right
Listen,
now.
it's all I can do at this point.
I had a 4th, 5th round grade on him, like late 4th or 5th, kind of that range for him. And
I had a 5th, 6th. Yeah.
Yep. I'm with Dane, and that I saw him more as a specialty. He's a luxury player to me, not a player that's like an every down guy. It's more of if a team already had 2 bona fide dudes, and I was like, hey, let's get some fun in there. That's what I saw.
Are you trying to say that Byron Pringle and Darnell Mooney aren't bona fide dudes?
I'm sorry.
Is that what you're trying to say right now?
God, it's just samey bodies. I don't know. This is I'm grasping a
straw. Great. I'm in a great mood. You really lifted my spirits here. I appreciate you.
Khalil Shakur's still out there.
I know.
We're not wiped out. I mean, even a Calvin Austin, I thought if you're going for that type of
guy, that's the one.
Calvin Austin, I thought maybe was going to be higher drafted.
Well, Tolbert actually wouldn't have been like, even though he's not like, he's a good ball skill guy, intermediate and deep guy. That actually wouldn't have been a terrible pairing either. I know. So I'm just trying to look at any other size guys, because all the other guys are more 4th round types too, or slot types.
David Bell, you struggle with speed.
Yeah.
Quality receiver.
So they brought Thornton in for a visit. It feels like they potentially really wanted some juice on the outside.
That would have made a little sense. That pairing would have made sense. Yeah.
So they found their speed.
They did.
Whether or not he's able to unlock it in the way that they need to, I think, is a different question. Yeah. So now we have Seattle at 72, Dane. We still have no quarterbacks off the board.
Right.
So here, I have a question for you, Nate. We had guys like Ritter or somebody like Malik Willis, and we had them in our minds as Ritter was thought, could he start day one?
Yeah.
Could he be a guy could walk in, be your starting quarterback? Willis, in a year from now, can he be a high ceiling starting quarterback? Are we now reconsidering how we even think about what the NFL careers for these guys might look like now that they're falling into the 3rd round, Dane? Do you think that's unfair?
No, I mean, we're there. If you want to know how NFL teams feel about players, follow the money, follow the draft picks.
Yeah.
And watching this play out, it's clear that NFL teams are just not overly excited to work with these quarterbacks.
Yeah.
And I can't say it's a huge surprise. As much as we, and I say we as just the collective media and public, and prop them up as these guys. I think about how many people probably took the over on 2.5 quarterbacks in the first round. It's really fascinating, and it's rare. It goes against history, because the quarterbacks get overdrafted. Quarterbacks, we see swings on these guys. But right now, teams are not in a hurry to do that on this crop quarterback. And each one of these guys are a little bit different with maybe what you like and what you don't like. A guy like Matt Corral and Desmond Ridder are very different, not only skill sets, but what you think about them as people in your building.
Absolutely.
With the 72nd pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Abraham Lucas, tackle, Washington State.
Keep him in state.
So bookend tackles with Charles Cross and Abraham Lucas.
And they needed to.
Yep.
When you looked at what they needed coming into this draft, they needed 2 guys who could. I mean, he'll probably have a chance to start at right tackle.
He's four-year starter at Washington State. I mean, he is a guy that's ready. He was right tackle only in college. He's probably going.
There you go.
Charles Cross was a left tackle only in college. So I mean,
these
guys fit.
Yeah, it would slot him right in.
No mystery with these 2 guys. I would not be shocked at all if these are your starting offensive tackles week 1 for the Seattle Seahawks.
And to be able to do that very rarely do you have a chance to do that. You find a guy in the 3rd round that could potentially start for you. You don't want to be in that position where you're thrusting a 3rd round pick into the starting role. But if you had to have a way that this draft unfolded for Seattle, it could have been worse.
And actually the clips right there of him. Yeah, absolutely, Robert. That's absolutely true. Potentially getting bookend starters on 2 days of the draft. That's pretty great. But you could see some of the blemishes when I watched Lucas too, is that he lets another guy that maybe some anchor issues. He lets a lot of guys get into his body and doesn't use what he has, to the fullest extent. But, interesting traits there. Actually, like you said, it was a 4-year starter, and he was more like a little solid watch. Like he did a lot of nice things that you liked, and you could see the vision of him potentially becoming a starter. Just has some stuff to work on, and pretty good O-line coach there too. So really work on his game.
And a guy that is from Washington.
Yep.
Went to Washington State. He's going to stay in the state of Washington. It's been a common theme these last 2 days. So what the heck is going on here?
Is that Cooper?
It's Brock Osweiler.
Is that Paul Dano? No.
But Abraham Lucas, did you expect that testing at the combine? I mean, he was one of
he was like,
oh my God.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts
Please tell me
select
that was a joke.
Jelani Woods, tight end, Virginia.
Someone took a chance on him.
Yeah.
All right.
What'd you think of Jelani Woods?
I understand the traits, but it was like, the only two routes he could run are seams and corners. And, and he's gigantic. He has that issue where he's so high cut that he lets bodies get underneath him. That I've been around Jared Cook, who had that issue. He was so long legged. And even though they had good size and length, they couldn't get that leverage. He didn't have that bend. But, in the red zone, their offense in the red zone was, hey, Jelani, run a seam route and box everybody out. And I understand like the upside pick on it, but I don't know. All right, they kind of already had the Mo Alley Cox
I was
thing going on. So
you got two guys. I mean, they're the biggest tight ends I've ever seen.
This is a very Colts pick.
Yeah,
I mean, it really is. With we know they prioritize the traits at that position, especially, and with Woods, a guy that's really helped himself the last calendar year since he transferred to Virginia, but also just the last 4 months. Going to the Shrine game, doing what he did. This guy was a 5th, 6th round pick in January. After what he did at the Shrine, after what he did at the Combine, because at 6'7", 253 pounds, he ran a 4.61.
6'7", 4.61. I'm looking at it right now.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Desmond Ritter, quarterback, Cincinnati.
They just followed my board. They got Drake London. They got Desmond Ritter.
Falcons.
Some people have compared Ritter to Mariota, which is kind of funny.
Yeah, that's been a common comparison that I've heard.
I actually like this fit for what they do. What I think Arthur Smith likes on offense. I actually like this a lot.
Yeah,
this is a great landing spot for him, I think.
I mean, we were talking about this yesterday. If you're Atlanta, you don't have to be in a hurry to find your guy. But it's 74.
Atlanta's picked already twice today, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So this is the third pick. We're third round.
I think they're like, fine, we'll take them, guys.
Yeah.
I know they were doing a lot of homework on them, but people were like, and it was like, oh my God, at pick 8. And they're like, oh, we're 40 something. That's what they kind of are also making sure they get out there. So they were doing homework on them.
And the thing with Desmond Ritter is no matter what happens in the future with this team and the quarterback, you want him in your quarterback room.
Yes.
So this does not stop the Falcons from drafting a quarterback in the next year's first round. It doesn't stop them from investing in that position with a high pick because they could trade Desmond Ritter in a year if that's the best direction they see. But you can have a guy like this in your locker room and feel really comfortable with what he's going to bring day in, day out. He's a pro, and he's a really confident player. I understand why this is the fit over a Malik Willis, over some of these other quarterbacks that are still around.
And I'm not saying like that this will automatically happen. He has that personality. That's that face of the franchise personality, which matters so much at this position because we think of it just on game day. It's every day of the week where you're having to do interviews, stand out, do charity stuff. And that's what he does really well. And on the field, I've been one of his biggest fans. What I like so much about him is how much he improved this year. I keep saying this about every Cincinnati guy, it feels like. But he also has the traits. He has the athleticism, even if it's more straight line. But I do like he does flash that ability to layer the ball, throw those intermediate throws. He throws the crap out of backside digs. I mean, who likes in breakers? Arthur Smith, what they did with the Titans and all that. So I actually thought his ideal game would be in that more play action heavy type of offense that lets him go 1 to 2 to 3 in a nice pocket.
That's why in my mock draft I sent him to the Titans. I thought
same line of things.
Exactly. So this is it matches well with that offense.
It does.
I'm just wondering what the plan looks like. Dan, I think you're right. Where if this doesn't preclude you, if you get the number 1 pick in the draft from potentially taking a guy, but what is it this year?
Yeah.
Like, do you just go into camp and say, all right, let's roll the ball out? Is that how you handle this?
Why not?
Do you give him a chance to win it?
Yep.
If let's say he does win it, let's say you're still a bad team. You go 5-11, but he's shown a couple flashes here and there, and you get the number 2 pick in the draft. Then what do you do?
Yeah.
It's not a bad problem. It's not the worst problem to have.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
So
it's not.
And
It's so rare.
Yeah.
Because rare do we see guys taken in the 3rd round that we thought potentially had starter caliber traits and might have an opportunity to do it pretty early.
Let's be honest. As much as you and I are big CJ Stroud guys,
yes.
As much as we can look forward and project to next year, it's not a sure thing.
No, it's not.
I mean,
never
is. Spencer Rattler.
Exactly. I mean, and so who knows? We could go at this time next year and be talking about, the Falcons might say they're picking 3rd next year. Quarterbacks go 1-2 and they're left without a chair. And it's like, all right, what do we do?
Yep.
I mean, so this is not a bad backup plan to have.
No, I like this a lot. I'm pretty happy with this landing spot with him. Yeah. And that's the thing with him. He's a competitive guy. And I like what you said.
Super competitive.
Yeah. And that's what I like about him. It's that he gets on the field and all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, like you're pretty psycho. Which you want that in your quarterback.
Absolutely.
So you want that. You want every rep to matter so much to him because those seasons become a drag and you have to be the leader of the team. So I like this a lot. I really do.
I mean, on the off chance it hits, the value it creates for you.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much you can do if you can find your starting quarterback in this range. It never happens, right? I mean, it just never, ever does. But maybe this is an exception.
That's it.
Houston Texans select Christian Harris, linebacker, Alabama.
Again,
Yeah.
with that well-worn territory between Nick Caserio's phone line and Nick Saban in Alabama, you had Christian Harris as a potential second-round pick, Dane. I mean, he could probably step in and play for them immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what he did at Alabama. He was a high school DB, goes to Alabama as a top recruit. And he right away made plays as a Mike linebacker. And, we saw it throughout the college football playoffs, making plays with that speed, 4.4 guy at that size. So there's a lot to like about that ability. You can see him, I'm going back to last year's national championship game against Ohio State, where he's covering Jeremy Ruckert stride for stride. That one nice-handed one-handed catch,
right?
Christian Harris was right there.
Yep.
It had to have been that type of throw from Fields and that type of catch from Ruckert to make that happen. So Harris, there's a lot of ability there. Surprised he lasted this long to 75.
And it's interesting watching, like, especially Bama defenders, because they're going to be so well coached, and you can see the wheels turn a little bit with him sometimes. It's like that half second of pause, but it got better. But yeah, I'm actually surprised. I thought someone would take a chance on his traits earlier and his pedigree. It's Bama guys are going to get a boost, rightfully so, because it's a certain type of player.
Nobody on the Texans depth chart at linebacker blocking his chances here. The Texans love linebackers with hyphenated names. Camus Grugier-Hill plays for the Texans. Jalen Reeves-Maben plays for the Texans, and Kevin Pierre-Louis plays for the Texans. All three of those guys are currently out. There's a lot of names going on there. Christian Kirksey is there, but again, these are guys that are bouncing around, guys that are on 1 year short-term deals.
I don't think the Texans their scouts travel more than 200 miles to scout all these guys. I mean, that's
just hanging out there.
Yeah, it's all near that Houston area. The Stingley's and LSU, that's not too far.
Dane, who's guys that on the top of your board here, guys that are your best available? Who are you looking at?
All right, let's reset it. So we still got Nakobe Dean at the top.
Yep.
It's injury related at this point. I think that's pretty clear. Malik Willis, second. Travis Jones, a little surprised.
Yep.
After his Senior Bowl, guys that big, that explosive.
Did he have some character stuff too?
I think it's more weight issue. Like,
got it.
Can he stay in shape? Can he stay under control with that? I think that's more the concern with him.
Okay.
Bernard Raymond, again, 25-year-old project. That's something that you really do worry about. Now, I thought, like, when you saw a first round for him, maybe a little rich, but still surprised that we're talking now third round with Bernard Raymond. Those are the only, so those four players, the only ones left from my top 50. Then we're going to Darian Kennard, tackle guard from Kentucky, Perion Winfrey, defensive tackle Oklahoma, Jamari Sawyer, guard from Georgia, Matt Corral, quarterback Ole Miss, Leo Chenal, linebacker Wisconsin, Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama, and then Sam Howell, quarterback North Carolina. So a couple of these are injury related. A couple of them are maybe more scheme and more just what's the fit and some of those concerns. But, it's still a surprise to see some of these players available this deep into the draft.
I'm kind of laughing. I refresh my Twitter, and my first tweet that I see is Sky Moore tweeting at Patrick Mahomes, "What's good, my boy?" With 2 Y's, or no, 3 Y's actually.
We joked about this, but
Yes.
I'm sure as a player, it's tough when you fall a little bit. But Sky Moore going down there to play with Patrick Mahomes for the next few years, there are worse things, worse ways to end up here.
Yeah, it's like the NBA draft. It's like, oh, I'm pick 29. Oh, I'm going to the Warriors.
Yeah,
Sweet.
yes.
This is gonna go great.
And
We talk about this all the time, though. Situation matters so much.
Yep.
And if you get picked by one of these teams and you're put in a great position immediately, it can mean everything for your career. It can change everything about your trajectory.
Absolutely.
I mean, Sky Moore ends up in a terrible offense with no plan. I mean, he goes to, I'm trying to think of it. I'm trying not to be mean here, but whatever.
The Bears.
Yeah, he goes to Chicago, and they have no understanding for how to deploy him or what they want that to look like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be the opposite in Kansas City. You get to go play with Andy Reid as a rookie. A few places where you can wind up that would be better than that.
And just the what their room looks like. It's like perfect, like just plopping them in there. Everything we were talking about with the Colts, I'm like, why it would have been an interesting fit with the Colts, kind of carry over to the Chiefs because they're going for that more big physical receivers with Juju and MVS. So now you get just a different type of skill set in that room. And then his best, we've already gushed about him a little bit, but it's just his best routes are all those inbreakers because he's guys with good hands. And this is why I love Devontae Smith. They trust their hands so they don't slow down.
Yeah.
Sky Moore trusts his hands, so that's why he's able to be so smooth out of the break.
I mean, they're the biggest hands ever, right?
Yeah, biggest hands, and that's the thing is we don't look at Sky Moore as being a big receiver. Biggest hands at the combine among receivers. Yep. That matters.
And he's thick.
And so
that's why the Golden Tate stuff came, though. Not jokingly, but he's thick bodied. We talk about smaller.
It's a great
guys.
comp.
Yeah, it really is.
Plays through contact.
I hope he wears 24.
There you go.
Can now.
That would be awesome.
All right, so Baltimore picking here. Didn't end up getting Jordan Davis. Travis Jones still on the board.
Mm-hmm. They want to go that direction, sure.
We got the Blue Man Group now.
Why not?
They're back. They're back. Oh man,
things are getting real wonky.
Yeah.
Now.
As soon as we saw Chris Angel doing
weird
Chris
now.
Angel doing
very Vegas
loops
we had TikTok stars doing pratfalls. Now we got the Blue Man Group is here. A lot of fun stuff happening during the third round of the NFL draft.
Where's the draft next year? Kansas City.
Kansas City, Arrowhead.
A little less showmanship in Kansas City.
Just be a whole different meets.
That's exactly right. They're just gonna have Andy Reid on stage eating.
Yes. We're at pick 42. Check out this brisket.
All right, Ravens pick in here at 676.
How's everybody doing? We got some Ravens fans out there? All right, flock, here we go. With the 76th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Travis Jones, defensive tackle, UConn.
That's all right. I'm going to the second round of my mock. I think, you miss out on Jordan Davis in the first. This is the consolation prize. Not a bad consolation prize. Big, explosive. I mean, again,
tested like crazy, right?
Good players fall to the Ravens every year. It's really funny to see how that just happens every year.
I love him with Madubuike too, who I'm a fan. Oh, that's really explosive interior guys. So get going after the quarterback.
325 pounds and he runs a 4.92. I mean, again, nobody wanted to block this guy. Same thing with Perrion Winfrey, who a little surprised he's out there, but nobody wanted to block him at the Senior Bowl. And you did worry about the little bit of level of comp. Again, UConn's been a little bit of a wasteland, that football program, and the weight issues, just staying under control, being in peak condition, something you worry about with him. But when he's firing on all cylinders, watch him against Clemson. You can see him make plays and get to the backfield. A big man that can be a nose tackle, but can also give you a little disruption as well.
And that we have to bring this up too, is just like always context. Like you say, UConn's a wasteland. And then you get into, and that's what teams have to figure out. That's what part of scouting is his weight stuff because of the program, or is that on him, or is it combo of
the
both?
Indianapolis Colts select Bernard Reitman.
There it is.
Tackle, Central Michigan.
So
hopefully not the left side.
Well, I mean, they need a left tackle immediately.
Yeah.
I mean, they need somebody to play there because right now, as of today, their starting left tackle was Matt Pryor. So I don't know if that can happen.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is somebody, Dane, that we had people thought he might go a lot higher than this.
Yeah, sub 33-inch arms, which that's not ideal if you're looking at him as a tackle. But the play strength that he has, and again, okay, MAC players, you always worry about the level of comp. Throw on the tape against LSU.
Yeah.
Throw on the tape against Missouri. And he's more than holding his own. And one thing I loved about the LSU tape, this play one was the same exact play as 75. He's playing with the same energy, making these blocks that you want to see against top competition. So mobility, a smart player.
He tested really well.
Yeah, he did. I mean, 303, he was 505 in the 40, 746 in the 3 cone. That's outstanding. 30 reps in the bench. So again, a little bit of a project because of, needs to be a little more consistent in some areas, but yeah, it would be interesting to see if they give him a shot at tackle, if they view him more as a guard.
It's funny. They're talking about nastiness. What I really liked about him when I watched him was that he was so under control.
Absolutely.
And that's where the athleticism showed up. And it stunned me because I thought he was going to have, his technique was a little better than I was expecting. I think we talked about this yesterday as well, but it was just like every snap, it was under control, cut off, boom, boom. He's never on the ground, which is like what you always want. You don't want to see guys on the ground at the end of plays because that means they have balance and technique. So that's what always showed up with him. I thought ideally, you know, he ends up at guard, but you know, it wasn't like I'm watching. I'm like, you know, this guy, no way he can play tackle.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it was like at least he did enough. But then you look at the arm length and all that stuff. But you know, it's a good player. He's just a good football player,
and he's a guy that wants to be great. I mean, I talked to hundreds of players throughout the fall, you know, like on the phone and all that stuff. Talked to Bernard Raymond last October, and we ended the phone. We talked for, you know, a good hour. We finished the phone call, and he said, "You know what? I mean, you've watched my tape. You've watched a lot of these. How can I get better? What do I need to do?" Like, I mean, this guy cares. Like, he making that transition from tight end to tackle in the midst of a pandemic. Yep. Talking to his coaches, and I mean, talking to his offensive line coach, and he was telling me how he's sending me videos that he's making, saying, "Okay, what can I do better here with my technique?"
Making his own cut-ups.
Yeah, exactly. Awesome. I mean, a wide receiver from Austria who the journey's been outstanding for him, and his journey's not done.
And it matters.
I said this to Brandon Thorne. When you hear him talk, he plays like a thoughtful, mild-mannered Austrian man. Like that's how he plays. Like when you watch his game, it's like, that is a complete alignment with like how you present as a person.
Every snap it has a process. Like he has a plan on every snap. No, that
it's really funny actually.
He's one of the nicest human beings I've talked to. He really is.
Yeah. And that was the thing they mentioned nasty. It was like he plays hard, but it's not.
In the 2022 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Alex Wright, defensive end, UAB.
Got another one right in my mock.
Wow.
All right. I mean, right, they want young players with traits. That's Alex Wright. Coming from UAB, long player. He's hurt a little bit throughout the process, so we didn't get to see him really, you know, play up to his potential. But when he has a chance, when he has a runway, he's a fun player. So Alex Wright, I like this pick for the Browns. I had them go in this direction in the third round. You know, add up with the pass rushers. Wright makes sense.
Absolutely. Yeah, and
6'5", 270, 34-inch arms.
Yeah, 21 years old. That's what this team cares about. So, and projectable traits. I mean, he was a true junior, small. You know, grew up in a small town in Alabama. You know, was not viewed as this big time recruit. UAB kind of found him, and I mean, he still has room to grow. There's no question. I mean, this is a pick for the future. He's not going to start a game this year. I mean, I still think the Browns will be aggressive in free agency, whether it's a Clowney, whether it's a Jerry Hughes. We'll see. To play opposite of Myles Garrett. But bringing in a guy like this who you can, you know, learn from a Myles Garrett, you bring in on sub packages. There's a lot of ability here with an Alex Wright. So I like this pick.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those guys, less is more early on, and then you just keep adding to their plate as they can handle it. And physically too, as you want more food in them as well, but mentally and physically. But no, these are the guys like that you take chances on. It's because it has the boxes checked that, like, yes, the ideal guys like you pick in the top 10 are going to have the athleticism traits, character traits, youth on their side. Those are like what you want. And then, but these guys, now we're getting to the third round. Of course, they're not going to have that. Otherwise, they'd go in the top 20. So, okay, so what does he have? He has length. He has enough flashes that you can build on, and he has youth. So it's like, these are the guys you take chances on.
And he shows
it's not really that hard of a chance.
Yeah, exactly. He shows at least an understanding of how to use that length so he can separate from contact and not get hung up on blocks. I mean, he at least shows a basic understanding of how to do that.
We go back a couple picks. I think going back to Raymond, they've picked guys in previously that they didn't know they could play tackle. When they picked Brayton Smith, they just assumed Brayton Smith would play guard.
Yeah.
And then he came in and showed them they could play right tackle.
Yeah.
And that worked out for them.
That's what training camp's for.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But they have a need now. Mark Lewinsky moves on. Now he's in New York. They have Painter, who I think theoretically could pay right guard for them. But if they want to start Raymond at guard, if they want to find a stopgap option at left tackle, let's say it's Dwayne Brown, whatever. We saw them do that last year with Eric Fisher and say, all right, maybe you're the long-term left tackle with Raymond. We'll see what his development plan is.
And put him next to Kelly and Nelson.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's going to help you out. Because
and Brayton Smith, I mean, they have good players there.
It's like,
so I'll be curious what his development plan looks like. Again, going back even further, it's Travis Jones. I want to just hear the 2023 Ravens front seven players, okay? We're going to have Odafe Owe, Justin Matabuke, Travis Jones, David Ojabo 2 years from now, with Kyle Hamilton, Marcus Williams. I mean, like, it's hard not to get excited about this team. It's hard not to.
The 4 players they've drafted, guarantee you I can find 100 mock drafts that had all 4 in the first round at some point during the process.
Yeah.
Again, good players fall to the Ravens. And part of that is, they're willing to be patient with David Ojabo. or they're willing to take on a guy like Travis Jones, who there are some question marks, but you recognize the talent and what he could be, especially for that scheme, for that front.
He was getting first round love for a little bit. I mean, so that's like, I mean, like you said, that makes total sense.
I thought for sure top 50.
Yeah,
again, guys that big that move like that, they don't last that long.
Yeah.
But first round. If he didn't go first round, I didn't have him in my first round mock. I understand why he wouldn't, but very surprised he fell out of the top 50 and tremendous value.
They have 6 fourth-round picks.
Six. Oh my! What's the record? We got to find out.
I don't know.
NFL.
It's got to be up
Get
there.
on that. What is the record for most picks in a single
6
round?
Fourth-round picks.
6 fourth-rounders.
Oof. I mean, I think they started with 5. They just multiplied.
Their special teams coach is just going,
hey. Their head coach.
Head coach,
Their
yeah.
head coach is just thrilled right now.
If I'm a scout, I'm loving it because there's a chance my GM's going to look at me and say,
Which
Who do you want?
Yeah.
Pick a guy. Yeah.
That's exactly right.
Who's your favorite guy you saw this year? Yeah.
Get John in here.
Exactly. 100%.
Every member of the scouting department gets to make a pick for the Ravens this year. Oh, it's so wild. I mean, it's just and that's what's so fun about this process is that you have a team like the Saints. The Saints are really the F them picks team. The Saints are effing them picks. They're going to trade away future picks. They're going to make 3 picks, 4 picks a year sometimes, and be like, you know what, we're comfortable with this. This is how we want to build
on credit.
And listen, they've won a lot of games.
Yep.
And then you have a team like the Ravens. They don't want all of them. Give me all of them.
NFL draft. The Los Angeles Chargers select J.T. Woods, defensive back, Baylor.
I must have done 100 different media things at the combine, and I think I used the same line on every single interview I did. Baylor was bringing a track team to Indianapolis. We saw that with Jaquan Thornton, who's already been drafted. Kalen Barnes ran the fastest 40 at the combine in this draft process. JT Woods is a guy that is, he's over 6 foot, he's 190 pounds, and he ran in the 4.3s. So a lot of speed, a lot of ability. And maybe my favorite nickname in this draft, the Heartbreak Kid, because of the way he breaks hearts for quarterbacks. He did that a lot the last 2 years. So whether it's fumbles or interceptions, he's a guy who's in the right place, right time, and that's usually not a coincidence.
Throwing Marty Jannetty through a glass window. That's what he's doing. Thanks, Matt.
This has been a way more wrestling-heavy show than I expected.
This is great. It's in Las Vegas.
To you,
Desmond Ridder got taken. Yeah, we're just really appealing to me. But yeah, no, it's another highweight speed. It's interesting because they have James, they have Nasir Adderley.
That's kind of what I was thinking.
And I'm high on Adderley too. I think he's going to ascend again this next year. So
they might look at him as a corner.
Okay.
I would not be surprised.
So I was going to ask you that because coming into this process, even though they have Michael Davis and they drafted Asante Samuel Jr. in the second round last year, even after going after J.C. Jackson, corner is still a need for them. They wanted to add multiple guys at corner this offseason.
Can't have enough.
And so the fact that you think he can play corner, that's not surprising to me.
It's a little bit of a projection, but again, we're talking, 6'2", 195 pounds, ran a 4.36, under 7 seconds in the 3 cone. I mean, he has a projectable skill set. I mean, I wrote my final line of his report. He might get some looks at cornerback by press heavy teams. And so, we'll see if that ends up being the route they go. But, I think he played a lot of, Jalen Petrie was the moved around the chess piece of that defense, but JT Woods was kind of like that too, where they played a lot of nickel, played in the box a little bit, they played them all over. So that they've ran a defense and the way they use safeties, a little more out of the box thinking than most defenses.
You have to be a Swiss Army knife.
You do. Yes.
And, I mean, I think that you could say the same thing with the ways that Brandon Staley has used his defensive backs over the last few years, right? So you're going to see guys that are the lines blur with what their roles are, what they're asked to do.
It's going to just keep happening. What we used to call tweeners, it's actually an upside now. Like it really is. But now we got Greg Dulcich.
Talk to me about Greg Dulcich, Shane. Or Nate.
Speed, long speed. He runs on his toes. You can tell he was an old receiver and all that. I really liked him. More I watched him, I was like, wow, this guy's. They would split him out. Chip Kelly would have him running deep curl routes from like the number 1 spot. Really good on over stuff. Anything that he get his legs going. You can see he had over 17 yards per catch. The thing with him, he's probably going to be an F to start. An off-ball tight end, split out tight end, or a wing tight end. But I actually liked his upside as an inline guy because he had good technique. This is the guy, and I mentioned him earlier, Jared Cook with Jelani Woods. I literally compared Dulcich to Jared Cook because I think that's where he can become because of those long-legged kind of movement skills. And I like the fit with the Broncos with Albert O there.
Yeah, after trading Fant, I mean, they need another tight end most likely.
And he doesn't have to be the Y right away or anything like that. Russell doesn't really use his tight ends, but he's vertical. So that matches Russell a little bit more.
And my Broncos guy told me in the 3rd round, put Dulcich there. So I did. And it came to fruition. So that makes sense.
Buddy.
Yeah, exactly.
Keeping his phone number.
81 here to the Giants. Cardell float.
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, it's really, rail thin player.
I can see it right now.
Yeah. And they played him as kind of a nickel. He was their nickel defender, where mostly not really outside, but playing kind of in the slot. But a little surprised he went this early. But he tested well. A guy that's over 6 foot, only 175 pounds. So that worries you a little bit.
Yeah.
But he's a young player. I think he might be the youngest player in this draft. He doesn't turn 21 until like August.
The spider chart is hilarious.
Look like Pac-Man. Oh my God!
Just a spike for height, and then everything else is nothing.
Select D'Angelo Malone, linebacker, Western Kentucky.
D'Angelo Malone,
Atlanta kid, staying in Atlanta. That's great for him.
2 linebackers for the Falcons now.
Yeah, and he's a pass rusher. I mean,
all right.
He's a guy that is maybe not your traditional hand on the ground, but he's got juice off the edge. Western Kentucky. The production with him was remarkable. He was
all they did there, offense and defense.
Yeah, no kidding. But he was, I believe, he was high school teammates with Jelani Woods. Oh. So I mean, a little bit of connection there in the 3rd round. But you look at Malone's production over his career: 60 tackles for loss, 34 sacks. I mean, he's been doing this for a couple of years now. Defensive Player of the Year in that conference in 2 years, 2019, 2021. So it's just all about speed. It's he'll break out the Euro step. He'll break out these different moves. He's got a flexible frame, but it's all about athleticism with him off the edge.
And he passes a lot of thresholds. Like I always like to look, 3-cone broad. 9.9 is usually the threshold for broad. He was 9.11. 3 cones, 7.2 for edge rushers. He ran 7.06. So and he has length. And thank God I have the beast right in front of me because I love that all the numbers are right here. But that stuff, those are thresholds. And it's like, again, you're taking chances on traits. And not only does he have traits, he has freaking production. Like that's pretty nice. It's just a small school guy. But, Conference USA, and this is what I'll say, after going through and watching a lot of these teams, prospects, there's okay players in that conference. Like it's not high in first round, but it's not the Missouri Valley, I know it's FBS, but I'm just saying it's not like such a drop off with some of the other stuff.
Malone was my 82nd player. Okay. And that's exactly right.
82nd.
Wow. And that's the range you're looking for with a player like this.
Concerns just he's not big.
243 pounds.
Yeah, and competition level. I mean, that production is out of this world. So it's competition level, and just the size doesn't check normal traditional boxing.
And he's a guy that runs light. Like when he showed up, he was about 200 pounds. So that's one of the reasons.
He had to work to put on that 240.
Exactly. Yeah. So one of the reasons he was at Western Kentucky and not a bigger school. So, but yeah, a guy that there's a lot of ability there in terms of getting to the quarterback.
Eagles here at 83. Pick is in.
When do we start talking about these other quarterbacks?
I'm wondering where this can potentially happen because we still got Malik Willis on the board. Still got Mcquarrie on the board.
Yeah. It's Malik Willis. That one's. I mean, I don't. It's hard to. I don't want to beat him up, because it's. But it is surprising that he's still available here. Like that's not, But it's the love for him early was very media driven, and it started at the Senior Bowl, and it was weird because we knew if anybody that watched tape on Malik Willis knew he had a big arm, and he's an outstanding athlete, and a really good guy, character wise, outstanding. We knew all that going into the Senior Bowl, and I think people just took it to another level with him because he had the arm. But watching him at the Senior Bowl, the field vision's an issue. It really is with him. And a lot of times why he's using his legs is because he can't locate where to go with the football. And so that's a big question mark.
And the people that were glass half full with him were saying, well, that's the Hugh Freeze offense. And I've mentioned this a few times. He's 6 foot, and that's always going to be the issue is in between the hashes, reading it out. And that's where I was watching him. And I get it. It's a simplistic offense, but he was making it look hard. So it wasn't like, they don't get design guys open. It was him going one and done or not even getting to one. It was him dropping back on, I can't see him. All right, scramble mode. And I get it. We want to bet on upside. We want to bet on traits, the home run swing, we all that. But man, it's just those in between plays. A lot of it is even flash plays. He against Eastern Michigan in the bowl game is that long touchdown we saw a million times. It was a beautiful throw. He's working back in the pocket there. That's a no-no in the NFL. So it's like, all right, even his highlight plays are stuff that we have to fix. So I think people don't realize what the project was because his play-to-play was so all over the place, even though his flashes were so cool.
Eagles here picking at 83. I'm just trying to think about where the quarterbacks could potentially go. We talk about Tennessee. If there's somebody that they like, and just again, is there something for the future there? You know, the Bucs are picking here at 91, but it's kind of what we talked about coming into this. There's aren't that many seats
Here we got some
for
Birds
these
fans in the
guys.
house.
And it's so funny because you hear the same thing. We're not going to draft him, but he's going to go. He's going to go. But
I'll tell you what, all 31 other teams love to hear that right there. With the 83rd pick
is it the magician
of the
long snap?
2022 NFL Draft, the #1 team in sports with the greatest fans in the world, the Philadelphia Eagles, are happy, you know it, are happy to select a linebacker from Georgia, N'Kobe Dean.
There he goes.
83rd player off the board.
Wow.
So, I mean, at a certain point, it's, let's take him and see what happens. I mean, N'Kobe Dean, one of the smartest. Very few times you find a guy that won the Butkus Award as a high school player, as the nationally the best linebacker in the country, also win the Butkus Award as the best college football player, college football linebacker nationally. He did that. He was the heart and soul of the national champion Georgia Bulldogs. I mean, not only just the speed that he plays with, but the processing. I mean, understanding what's going on at all times, coverage, downhill as a backer. And this is why Travon Walker, Devontae Wyatt, they didn't have more impressive production because they're trying to create these gaps where this clip right here, N'Kobe Dean is knifing through the A gap, making a play in the backfield. And I mean, he's just a good football player. And so even with the injury concerns, at a certain
83,
point,
who cares?
Exactly, 100%.
And it's funny because, you know, the Eagles steadfast in the way that they value positions. They're principled in the ways that they look at this stuff. They don't value linebackers. Think about what they've done at that position over the last few years. But at 83, no longer applies.
And with a lot of these defenses, and I want to tie in like the defensive line for Georgia too, and that lack of production. Even though Georgia plays a 4 down front, these Saban, this Kirby Smart defenses that even like that we see in the pros, it's a 4 down front, but it's 3-4 principles. And old school 3-4 defenses, it was D-line, occupy, linebackers, run and hit. Go make the tackle. And this is what this guy did. Like, I mean, like you said, he's so smart, and you see him diagnose the game so well, and everyone just had the same blemish. Oh yeah, he's just small. Okay. Well, we all knew that. Like, we all get it. But that's also just speaking to the D-line as well, is that they were occupying because they want to unlock this guy and go hit people. And he could do it really well.
And again, we talk beyond the size. It's the injury concern. But at 83,
that's fine.
It's worth the dice roll.
Well, on Thursday or Saturday or Wednesday, let's say Wednesday, I would have told you that the Eagles come out of this draft with 2 Georgia defenders, Jordan Davis and N'Kobe Dean. Oh, they used both their first-round picks on Georgia front seven.
Yeah, right.
Oh, okay. I mean, and here we are in the 3rd round talking about N'Kobe Dean. So, at a certain point, it's worth it. The Eagles are the ones that bite, and I would not be surprised this turns out to be a very, long-term, a very good pick for the franchise.
It's one of those in like 4 or 5 years. And it's like,
how did we let that happen?
How did we let that happen? Exactly.
Right.
I know. And I mean, the Eagles are having a great draft. I mean, they've done some cool
especially if you include AJ Brown as part of that.
Yes.
Like that's
which I do.
You have to, sure.
I mean,
NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select DeMarvin Leal, defensive end, Texas A&M.
So Leal has had a circuitous road through this process, I think, to say the least. Talk us through DeMarvin Leal.
A ton of ability, a former 5-star guy. I mean, you see the ability with him, but I think it comes down to, okay, is he – there's a big difference between being versatile and being kind of a tweener. And I think Leal falls more in kind of the tweener category, where is he better on the edge as getting after the quarterback as an edge rusher, or is he more of a 3 technique where you kick him inside and he didn't test as well as because when you watch him on film, there are flashes where this guy looks a little bit like Jonathan Allen with some of these plays that he's making. But then he tested, and at 275 pounds, he runs over. He couldn't crack 5.0 in the 40-yard dash, and so he did not test like we thought he was going to. But you see the ability here. He's lined up, over the A gap, and he's knifing through, making a play. I mean, he has the ability to win from different alignments up front, and so. I get the why he fell a little bit, but here we are in the mid-third. You understand why a team's taking a chance on him.
It's one of those where he got maybe overhyped because of his name recognition because he was such a big recruit.
He was, yes.
And then so people overcorrected and went, oh, no, he sucks. And it's how it usually is. It's somewhere in between. And I think that's really happened with Leo because he's a name I've heard of for years.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was alluding to.
And here comes Leo Chanel.
I'm announcing for the Patriots.
Tommy Osmond.
Is it?
Yeah.
With the 85th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Marcus Jones, defensive back, Houston.
Love Marcus Jones. I mean, he worried about where he was going to be drafted because he had surgery on both shoulders, and so that knocked him down a little bit.
So a very small man, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Undersized, but I got the twitch that he has, and then the return. He had 9 return touchdowns, kick return, punt return. But this is a guy you're going to plug into the slot. He's a nickel defender. Yes, undersized, but the twitch that he plays with, the speed. And he gets his hands on a lot of footballs. I mean,
his ball production is kind of off the charts, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just the size size and then the shoulder injuries. So, no Senior Bowl, no combine, no testing. I was worried he might fall into the 4th round because of that. But again, Patriots don't care.
The last thing I want to say before we're going to take a quick break here, tweeners with the Steelers. Stephon Tuitt, very similar sort of conversation positionally. As a guy like Jamal might be, and when times, all right, he's 285-ish. Is he a defensive tackle? Is he a defensive end? And on that team, it hasn't mattered as much. They found roles for those guys. So
Tyson Alualu, guys they've come in, played on the defensive line for sure.
Maybe something to take into account. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. People don't always realize that physical symptoms like headaches, teeth grinding, and even digestive issues can be indicators of stress. And let's not forget about doom scrolling, sleeping too little, sleeping too much, undereating, and overeating. I'm no stranger to stress. I think everyone has it in some form or version in their lives, and it's just a matter of how we deal with it. Stress shows up in all kinds of ways, and in a world that's telling you to do more, sleep less, and grind all the time, here's your reminder to take care of yourself. Do less, and maybe try some therapy. I'm a huge proponent of therapy. I go see a therapist weekly when I'm home and my schedule is regular. And it's just a great way to have that check-in with yourself every single week to kind of press pause, step back, think about where you are, where you want to go, set some goals, think about your habits. I know for me personally, it's been a huge help. BetterHelp is customized online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist. So you don't have to see anyone on camera if you don't want to. It's much more affordable than in-person therapy. Give it a try and see if online therapy can help lower your stress. This podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp, and the Athletic Football Show listeners get 10% off their first month at betterhelp.com/maze. That's BETTERHELP.com/MAYS. Spring is so close you can almost feel it, so it's the perfect time to get outside and move, whatever your speed. Allbirds just released the new Tree Dasher 2, the next generation of their best-selling, insanely comfortable running shoe made from a mix of natural materials that's better for you and better for the planet. I love my Allbirds Tree Dasher 2s. I'm currently on the road right now. I've been bouncing around between Palm Springs and Las Vegas. They're so light. I can fit them in my suitcase with no problems at all, and it allows me to work out when I'm on the road. They look great, they feel great, and I got to get a run in while I was traveling without some bulky shoes that were weighing down my luggage and me. The next evolution of the Allbirds best-selling running shoe adds comfort to every run with lighter, more responsive foam, extra grip, and an improved fit to keep you running and nature winning. Spring forward with the Allbirds Tree Dasher 2 running shoe. Discover your perfect pair at allbirds.com today. That's ALLBIRDS.com. No one likes waiting on a paycheck, especially when you've got your bills due. Good thing there's Chime. Now you can get your paycheck up to 2 days early with direct deposit. That's up to 2 more days to save, pay bills, and generally just feel good about your money situation. But Chime is about more than just getting paid early. It's also an award-winning mobile app, checking account, debit card, and optional savings account. So what are you waiting for? Hopefully not your paycheck. Get started with Chime today. Applying for a free account takes less than 2 minutes. Get started at chime.com/maze. That's chime.com/MAYS. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by Stride Bank N.A. pursuant to a license from Visa USA Chime checking account and $200 qualifying direct deposit required to apply for the secured Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Regular on-time payment history can have a positive impact on your credit score. Impact score may vary, and some users' scores may not improve.
We're back. Pretty good timing
With
here.
the 86th pick
because-
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Malik Willis.
There we go.
Quarterback, Liberty.
So, I thought the Titans might take a quarterback. It's at 86 instead of late in the first round, Dane.
Wow.
But makes sense, right? I mean,
Oh,
this
sure.
is a team that I think needed some sort of future plan at the position. And Malik Willis doesn't need to play right away. He can sit there behind Ryan Tannehill, learn. I mean, this can be a slow burn for this team specifically with this setup.
And that's what Malik Willis needs.
Yeah.
He needs a place where he's not going to be rushed out there. Develop him at his own pace, whatever that means. And so, here at pick 86, I mean, this is very little risk, very high reward. So, very surprised he lasted this far. But for the Titans, you absolutely understand why it makes sense for, and especially like you set it up, their quarterback situation, the way it is with Ryan Tannehill. There's some questions about what's their ceiling as a team, as an offense with him at quarterback. Malik Willis gives them, somewhat of a long-term potential plan, depending on how he develops in that building.
And Nate, you have worked with Todd Downing. Yes. I mean, you've seen him work with quarterbacks. How do you think Malik Willis fits just with the way he coaches, the way he teaches, just that pairing in your mind?
It's the ball of clay that every coach wants to get. And that's what I think he's getting with them. First off, and we've mentioned this before, is that he's supposed to be a great, great person.
Yes.
So that's where you're getting in there. So it's not going to be a weird thing where you draft him and he comes in and rocks the boat and Tannehill's looking around going, hey guys, like what just happened? So I think that's the first appeal of what Malik Willis is. But I think that just that deep ball ability is what's going to flash, and the ability to create. Todd's first quarterback that he worked with was Dante Culpepper. They're nowhere near the same size or anything, but some traits there, touchdown to check down. That's what that's the end game that you see is touchdown, check down, run around a little bit when everything, and also that thick size there as well. But I just like this where this spot goes. This is my true grade on Willis was a late third rounder. And I'm much more comfortable at an 86 with him because also you're taking away that little point of pressure that fan base might have. If you take him in the first or even the early second, fans start going,
yep,
Ryan Tannehill has a 2-pick game. Or bench him.
Right.
We're for 6-2 and he has one bad game. All of a sudden the fans start going crazy. Ownership start going, hey, what's going on
Might
there?
be the best-selling jersey.
Yes.
The backup quarterback.
Because he's hope. That's what he is. And that's what the appeal of Malik Willis is.
Nate, I want to get your opinion on this. Just, being a former quarterback, a guy like this who needs to develop, can he develop without being on the field? Like, because, there's different schools of thought. Like, you need to be on the field, seeing things happen in real time. Can Malik Willis, can he do that from the sideline? Can he do that from basically the classroom?
I think for him, it's perfect because he needs more of the terminology and understanding NFL defenses, not only just offenses. That's been my big thing with him. I think is recognition of defenses, which I think you can get more on the board. But then he's a guy I'm more of a guy that you take the bullets. Live bullets is how you
live
grow.
action.
Live action is how you grow. Any type of player, not even just quarterback, any player, they need action. He's the one guy where I'd be like, let's pump the brakes with it. Let's take our time because I don't think he has a confidence issue. I think he is a very confident person, but it's tough. Being an NFL quarterback can wreck your confidence pretty quickly.
In the 2022
Probably
NFL
another
draft,
F tight end.
The Arizona Cardinals select Cameron Thomas, defensive end, San Diego State.
I want to keep talking about Willis and the Titans here for a second. So outside, we talked about this yesterday. Titans have the most expensive offense in the league this year, the most expensive quarterback situation in the league. Beyond just price, Tennessee had the second oldest offense in the league last year by snap-weighted age, the Football Outsiders metric. There needs to be a pivot point here somewhere along the way. And now you come into next year, if Malik Willis is your starting quarterback, this is all optimistic.
Oh, yeah.
One, right? He's a 3rd-round pick.
Yeah.
If he never starts a game for them, it's not the worst thing that's ever happened. Plenty of 3rd-round picks have never become NFL starters. But in a world where it does go right, and you have him and Treylon Burks, and you have some offensive line youth as well, you have whatever the next phase of this looks like. Mike Vrabel's not going anywhere.
No.
John Robinson and Mike Vrabel have won a decent amount of football games in Tennessee. I mean, they're going to have some stability.
A culture
they
there.
have exactly. They're going to have a long-term runway here, and what that looks like beyond this season, they've done a great job with the way they built that team and whatever the last version looked like. But I think at some point you need to think about what the next version looks like, and Malik Willis is part of that consideration for me, Dane.
Absolutely. I mean, I think you lay out where this team is right now. What's the plan? What's the 5-year plan? How are they looking going forward? It's very interesting. Emmett Smith here.
Yeah. In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver from South Alabama.
So now we're talking about receiver for Dallas in the 1st round. Now they get Jalen Tolbert in the 3rd round. How do you think he fits with the other guys they have with their offensive plan?
Yeah, and it's obvious CD Lamb's a guy you could play across the formation.
Yep.
You know, you want outside, inside. You be creative with him, and then with Gallup, yes, a guy that we're going to start the year. We're not sure when he's going to be able to play. Tolbert's your outside receiver, but he also played inside last year. So I don't think he's necessarily has to be one or the other. Again, a guy that's not a burner, and I think that's probably the reason he's here at 88. Doesn't have that ideal speed you're looking for. Some of the separation things could be an issue for him. Tracking skills, outstanding. A very polished player. And some people see South Alabama and think, but he had offers to Michigan State out of high school. He wanted to stay home. He wanted to stay, in Alabama.
Talk
so
about the tracking skills. You watched
absolutely, and again, against Tennessee. I mean, a guy that when he went up against better competition, he lived up to the hype as a good.
What do you think of Jalen Tolbert, Nate?
I agree with a lot of what Dane says. I liked him as a long speed intermediate guy because he's a 50-50 ball winner in a different way. He's very smooth as an athlete. Even when he would be, I like that you brought up that he worked from the slot because he's a vertical guy from slot.
Yeah.
And when he'd be going through that, and you could see him navigating like over routes, you have to start inside, work up, and then go over. It's kind of like a feel thing. CeeDee Lamb's actually one of the best at it. But when you saw Tolbert do it, it was like, oh, that translates. That they're going to get him at the number 3 spot, speed of 3. And then you just have them run those over routes. They love flipping the Cowboys love flipping their receivers to have a receiver at 3, the tight end at 2, and a 3-by-1 formation. I could see Tolbert in there when you're not using CeeDee Lamb would be more of a blocker type, but they're just getting that more long speed. Even if he didn't test like that, that's what he does because he's just down the field player.
Guess where they got Michael Gallup?
The 3rd round, right?
Yeah.
So they've
Flip of a coin. So Mafia, mount up, and every other fan base, listen up. Chiefs fans, Raiders fans, Bengals fans. In my hands, I hold the most important pick of this entire round.
We had wrestlers, and now Kyle Brandt's doing a wrestling shoot as he walks up there.
Yeah, this is a heel promo.
Ready-made for you.
This is a heel promo all the way.
Pick of the 2022 NFL Draft. The Super Bowl 57 champion.
We've had 6 teams in the Super Bowl. Of course, this draft so far.
My man, Terrell Bernard, linebacker, Baylor.
More speed, more speed. Undersized. I mean, he's not a big guy, 6 foot 220, but speed. That's what you got with Terrell Bernard. Again, going back to the Baylor track team, it's Coach Rule. That's what he brought to Waco. He wanted speed, maybe not the most polished players, but give me the traits, give me the speed. We'll develop the rest. And is what the 4th Baylor defender we've had, or Baylor prospect we've had today been drafted.
They moved on from AJ Klein this offseason, so now they potentially slots into that 3rd linebacker spot they have with Edmonds and Milano. This is a team that plays nickel.
Yep, big nickel,
100%.
Yeah, 90%.
They very rarely use 3 linebackers, but that 3rd linebacker that they've had for depth is no longer on the roster.
Yeah, and then how old's Matt Milano right now? Isn't he? He's 27. Okay,
so he just signed a contract extension last spring.
Yeah,
so he'll be there for a long time.
I was just making sure.
I'm interested in what the Tremaine Edmonds long-term plan looks
like.
And
no, I know Matt Milano was their best linebacker last year. That's
so how much he's going to get paid and everything else.
Absolutely.
But for the short term here, I think that they needed a third linebacker.
And
somebody
these Baylor guys, Dave Renata is a hell of a football coach. And so these defensive guys from Baylor are going to be so well coached as far as what they have to do in a modern NFL game, because NFL coaches are watching what Baylor's defense has been doing really ever since that.
Everyone, when I was trying to talk about the Staley stuff and the Fangio stuff a couple of years ago, every Vass and people like that, I'm not being mean to Vass, but just like, what's actually Dave Aranda? They actually lead me with the defensive stuff. And it's a lot of like, well, actually Dave Aranda was doing a lot of that stuff, which I appreciate. It's good to learn. But the fact that he is such a well-respected member of the defensive football community, that's what he is.
I had 1 year of Paul Chris on offense and him as the defensive coordinator. It was like, oh my God, this could be amazing. And then he left LSU because he got paid like $3 million to be a defense. I was like, Badger boosters don't really have that money. So yeah, I understand that. But and real quick too, I was talking about Tolbert as well. It's like this, and I saw him starting to get some love maybe in the second round-ish, but I thought this is exactly where I had him graded. That was an exact perfect fit. Anyways, just going back to that pick.
Nobody at South Alabama had a 1,000-yard receiving season until Jalen Tolbert. He did it twice.
Yep.
So he's been productive. And with Bernard, I love when multiple coaches, different coaching staffs, both rave about the same player. Matt Rule raves about Terrell Bernard, and then Dave Aranda. Called him basically the heart and soul of their defense. Yep. So also raved about that Bernard and his fit within what they did in that Baylor defense.
Certain type of guys end up on that Bills defense. When we talk about culture and guys they want in the building. It seems to fit, seems to align there.
Yep, they like smart players. That's what we talk about. Wayne Newton.
So now we got Wayne Newton and Marcus Allen coming out for the Raiders.
Around us.
This is the weirdest draft. I love it.
Mr. Wayne Newton.
How old's Wayne Newton now?
Oh man,
he looks great though.
He does. Is he?
80, I'd say 80s maybe.
His face is only 5.
80, yeah.
With the 90th pick,
facial features are 3 years
in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select. We'll do it together. Dylan Parham.
There you go.
So he was up there, Dane, on your best available players list.
He was, no doubt. And guard center versatility, love that. And another guy that had a really, unique background. He was a blocking tight end in high school. It's very rare you see those types of guys. But Memphis saw a guy they could develop. They actually tried him in the defensive line room for a little bit, and then they moved him to the offensive line room, and he started at guard, started at tackle. He's got that versatility, started at 3 different positions for Parham, and a good athlete. I saw some Shaq Mason with some of the things that he was doing out there.
Guess what?
Yep.
That's it, right?
Patriots West. The Patriots offensive line coach is now the Raiders offensive line coach.
Right.
So
that makes sense.
I
So
like that little sawed off thing. Yeah, I see that. That's a good comparison.
And they need bodies on the interior of the offensive line. We'll see how those snaps end up shaking out. Where does Leatherwood end up? But even if he plays right guard, they still need a left guard. There's definitely some moving pieces on the offensive line for them. So I think that he'll probably have a chance to play pretty early.
Yeah, no, it's, and again, Kentucky offense, translatable stuff. Just what they're asked to do. But yeah, it's fun watching this offense. I'm telling you, because like they use them in different ways. Even in just these 5 clips we've seen, they do zone stuff. They pull them. They run screens. So they're going to do a lot of stuff. You got to see his movement a lot of times. So yeah, it was, again, this is probably where we should have gone too.
He understands how to out leverage his opponent. He
Great
has a
hands.
really good feel for that. Right. Exactly. And he's going to give you that immediate depth you're looking for on the offensive line, and then he's going to compete for a starting job, whether it could be at center. I know some teams thought he was best at center, even though he wasn't a guy that started at center at all in college, but projecting him forward, that's where some teams saw him. Some teams saw him at guard. So the versatility on the interior of the offensive line, that's what he gives you. And this is what we thought, that third round is going to be the sweet spot for a lot of these centers, the Luke Fortners, Luke Gadecki went a little earlier in the second, but it would
started the run.
Right. Exactly. Dylan Parham. So a little bit of a drop off after these guys, but not surprised in the third round to see Parham come off the board.
You're looking at the Raiders offensive depth chart here, and things are starting to fall into place a little bit. And if he can start right away, hopefully you have 2 starting tackles again. We'll see what happens with Leatherwood, but we know about the receiving options. It's an offense I can't wait to watch.
Yeah.
I just don't know what it's going to look like and what they want to be, and
especially what Josh McDaniels has done the last few years.
I mean, just say, who do you? Now that you have these players, I mean, Josh McDaniels has played as paper clips and duct tape at wide receiver for so long, and now he has the best receiver in the league. Yeah. And so
one of the best slot guys in
how you express that, I have no idea what it ends up looking like. So I'll take the Raiders drafting a guard in the 3rd round if it means more for this offense. I can't wait to watch.
No doubt.
It's just so funny, like, because they signed Jacob Johnson, and who, if anyone has seen what Jacob Johnson looks like, he looks like a fullback. He's built like SpongeBob SquarePants. But it's with him. I'm just looking up his snap count, but he played about a third of their snaps last 2 years, really. And that's the thing, is that one of the best Raiders offensive players, because you want your best 5 skill guys out there, is Hunter Renfrow, who's 11 personnel. He's okay on the outside as well, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. They have very interesting pieces. And then, who knows what happens with Darren Waller?
I'm telling you, I cannot wait to see what it looks like and what the plan ends up looking like. So if they can build this thing up with a guy like Dylan Parham who can come in and play right away, potentially, Dane. I mean, it's, again, I think this, as an offense, they're one of the most interesting units in the entire league.
Yeah. No doubt. And for a team that had no picks in the first 80-something picks in this draft to come out with a Dylan Parham, you're feeling pretty good. If you're the Raiders front office, it's a brand new regime there, and this is their first pick. This is a chance to give you that immediate depth, and a guy that's going to come to training camp ready to compete for a starting job.
Being able to use it, like, we've each mentioned it, but using your hands like that's what usually you have to teach these guys. And the offensive line is like, okay, we have to break you down. You see a lot of guys, they'll have rubber band their hands together to keep them tight. And like, just seeing those clips, and when watching Kentucky, I was watching more Robinson and Levis as he started going, like, I was like, who the hell is this guy? Yeah. But watching him, it was just always, it was tight hands. And that's why he's able to like play around the offensive line, because that just translates, just be able to use that, even if sometimes size stuff doesn't come into play, or it does come into play.
The Bucs pick is in here at 91. I mean, the Bucs done so far. Dan, can you lay it on me?
I was going to say real quick, yes or no, we're going to see another quarterback before the end of today. Will we see another quarterback?
I think there's one more.
One more?
I think one more.
Pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Rachaad White, running back, Arizona State.
Well, hey, what this offense? I mean, I know it's not a new offense, but with new head coach. But the same thing, the Buccaneers want running backs that catch the ball.
Yeah.
Rachaad White, that's what he does. I mean, he's a pass catcher. Maybe that's what he does best, kind of like a James Cook. He just does it in a different way. Nate, I know this is one of your favorite running backs, especially at this point in the draft. So what'd you think of Rachaad White?
Yeah, real late riser for me. I'm telling you, I pigeonholed him. I was like, oh, redshirt senior, he's older. All right, I'll watch you a little later after all those other guys. And then I watched him. It's like he was the best player on their offense, and watching him, he has good size too. Like you were saying, it's a little different than James Cook. He was a receiver by trade, and then ended up becoming a running back over his college.
Kind of like Antonio Gibson, at Memphis. Right.
No, that's a great comparison too. And just the size, and he has juice. He tested a little better with the long speed than I thought he would. I thought he'd be like more of a 4.55 guy, but just a smooth athlete, very balanced. And like you can see when he's catching the ball, like he would catch it and adjust for balls and keep his feet. And that's why I really liked him at that size. And he just has enough juice. Like it's more of that 10 to 20 yard juice than maybe the long speed, even though he tested well. But man, I would just watch him time after time and time again. And I would say solid vision. I love him with the Bucs, and I know what type of runs they like to run. And that's exactly what he's perfect for.
Yes.
Sean Ryan, tackle from UCLA.
Yeah, but then he'll probably catch 80 balls on checkdowns as well. For Tom Brady, he has better hands than Leonard Fournette, even though Fournette had a good year.
Giovanni Bernard's there, but again, I mean, Giovanni Bernard's deep into his career.
Always
probably
right.
a one-year deal, banked up a decent amount. Yeah. What do you think of Sean Ryan and the Packers here, Dane?
Left tackle at UCLA, but going to be a guard inside. I mean, that's just kind of his body type and the way he plays. But he's strong at contact. If he gets his hands on you, he's going to talk about riding the bull. He's going to do that. And so talk about Kayvon Thibodeau maybe not facing the best tackle talent in the Pac-12. This is one of the good ones. This is one of the players, offensive linemen in that conference that you thought, okay, there's something here. I had one scout tell me he was kind of like an 80% AVT. Vera Tucker, who was a first-round pick last year, which I didn't necessarily see that. I thought that was some high praise. But I don't think he had the same movement skills as a Vera Tucker. But you do like what he does at the point of attack, and even kick him inside at guard where he's going to have less room to have to take mirror in space. That's really going to help him get his hands on guys, control the point of attack. So Sean Ryan, plug and play guard. If we'll see, bring him to training camp, see if he can compete for a starting role.
God, he doesn't look like a UCLA lineman. It's
right,
so
right,
funny.
exactly.
Like, God, but he reminded me of someone, and I'm like, I want to pull up the name. That's why I see him on the computer. It was another UCLA lineman. God, I'll find him. But he reminded me of someone like that. But no, but just more of a Mauler type. Oh, heard running back. Who's Dr. Disrespect?
Great question. Probably another wrestler. I'm wondering now if you think that Ryan is definitively a guard, Dane, what that means for Elton Jenkins. Do they consider moving Elton Jenkins to right tackle if they feel like, all right, we got Runyon in the building, Royce Newman in the building, now we drafted another guy that we think is a guard, how their snaps end up shaking out, what kind of competitions arise in training camp for Green Bay?
And we don't know. I mean, the Packers might view him as a right tackle.
Yeah.
I mean, he was a left tackle only at UCLA, but he has under 32.5-inch arms. He's not a not a bad tester per se, but he's not what you necessarily are looking for on the edges where you want him holding up in space against NFL athletes. So I'd be surprised if he's anything but a guard, but that's a good point because it might be it's a situation where they couldn't pass on him at this point, the value that he brings. But that does bring up some questions for Elton Jenkins, and that's
he can play tackle.
That's part of the appeal.
You need to move him out there. He can do it. I don't know how much right tackle he's played. I know he's played a decent amount of left tackle last year when Bakhtiari was hurt. He's played both guard spots. He's played center.
They talked about it. I'm trying to remember, but
he has done it before.
Yeah,
he's played all 5 spots.
Yeah,
but if I'm like looking at a pie chart of the total snaps, I don't know how much of them are right tackle. By the way, the Carolina Panthers have traded up here to 94, Dane. You asked where the next quarterback was going to go.
Well, okay. We've heard the rumors with Baker Mayfield, but they also really like Sam Howell. That was the quarterback that they liked, and they did not pick until 137.
They did not.
So
sorry, they give him next year's third. So that's sorry about
already giving up next year's picks.
Listen.
So
that was my reaction
to the next guy.
It wasn't the way you said, Dane.
No. I mean, if you're trading a next year's third, does that mean the Baker Mayfield trades off? I mean, because you're trading a future asset for. Well, I'm guessing this is going to be a quarterback, but we'll find out. They really like Sam Howell, so. This is interesting.
I love the fact that we're for years from now we're like, what? Where did that Panthers pick go? Like, why don't they have that 3rd round pick?
Well, and then the 49ers took Tyrion Davis-Price from LSU, which makes a ton of sense because that's the go downhill and go, and that is a guy I had a 5th round grade on, I think, or 4th, 5th, 4th, 5th.
I had 5th,
5th, yeah. And but it was one of those just like Eli Mitchell last year, who had a 5th, 6th round grade on. It's like, get him into this traditional Shanahan offense. That's exactly what he's ideal for, and makes sense to take him.
If you want elusiveness, creativity, this isn't your guy.
Nope.
But exactly. There's the whole hit it and run downhill. That's exactly what Davis-Price is.
So, friend of the show, Charles Robinson from Yahoo, reporting that he's been told the talks between the Panthers and the Browns about Baker Mayfield have halted.
Sure
teams
sounds
have
like
not been able to come to terms on dividing up Mayfield's 18.8 guaranteed money this season, which means this is likely for a quarterback. You think it's for Sam Howell?
I know they like Sam Howell a lot. And so, I mean, it's you wonder if part of the deal was, too, that Carolina probably thought they had no shot at a Sam Howell. And so,
or Matt Corral or whoever's left on the
right,
board.
exactly.
Yeah.
Or any of these quarterbacks. They probably thought they had no chance at one of them. So maybe that's part of the Baker Mayfield. Because why are the Baker Mayfield assuming it would have been for a next year's pick? Why is it those things happening right now? Is it because Carolina was waiting to find out if they could get a quarterback in this draft? That's part of maybe one of the variables here.
Do they put number 6 on Howell after they draft him? They just tell the owner, "Hey, we got Baker."
It's Baker. You easily could.
I think they might do that.
He's cheaper though. Yeah. It won't cost us much.
Saved you money too. Like, no, that's not. You never can't put it past them. Oh, I know. This is. I'm very curious about this one. So we're at pick 94.
Trading a future third.
That
to go to 94.
That stunned me.
I mean, they're moving a good chunk from 137 to 94, but still, it's 94.
Yeah, and that's somebody, or those Patriots.
Guess what?
So that's them.
I'm thinking the Panthers' 3rd round pick next year might be higher than 94.
I'm thinking the Patriots are going to be okay with that.
Yeah. I think it'd be
If you're New England, I think
65 and 70.
So
here we go.
94th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 94th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Matt Corral, quarterback, Ole Miss.
Okay.
I knew he had fans in the building, but I thought it was going to be Al.
What do you think, Dane?
Matt Corral, he's fun. I mean, everything he does is quick, everything. And so it's a lot of fun to go see him go out there and just fling the ball around. And you worry about, I mean, everything he does is quick, but almost to a detriment because he's, missing these wide open receivers to go where he wants to go with the football. You love the toughness, but almost to a fault because he will take hits. He needs to take better care of himself, just be more durable. But this is an athlete who is a lot of fun to watch. I mean, when you are looking for a quarterback, you want someone that's going to help put points on the board. You can look at Matt Corral and say he can do that for us. He can add an explosive element to our offense. And that athleticism is a big part of what he does from the pocket and moving around.
He throws a pretty spiral in the class, I'll tell you that.
Sure
he does. But he plays the position more like a shortstop.
That's exactly shortstop and a point guard. I mean, everything's quick. Exactly.
Yep. Everything is just boom, boom. And that's the offense. But just even when he had to drop back, that's how it was. He was everything was 1, 2, 3, get it out. 1, 2, 3. Might have been how he was coached and everything. That's what you have to figure out. But I agree with Dane is that, and you see him scrambling and you love his toughness. He is not as tiny, I wouldn't say tiny, but a smaller quarterback that's going to get down. He should in the NFL, but if it was 3rd and 5 and he was scrambling, he's trying to lower the boom on somebody. And you could see his teammates get pumped up for it, which is always great to see. But, he is smaller. He bulked up to about 212 or so.
212.
Yep. 212. But he probably sits more about 200, I would think. It's more water weight. And that's always scary when you get under sub 210 quarterbacks. That's always just going to be a scary thing because of injury issues, which is something he did face. But you do love the toughness, and you see those flash throws, and it's like, whoo, that's pretty. But there's a lot. He still has a lot to go with polish and all that stuff.
There's so many important parts of playing this position. Just a little unproven at this point.
Yeah.
So it's
the only drop back was 4 verts.
And so that brings me to my next question here. I mean, this team clearly wanted to try to trade for Baker Mayfield. They needed to do something at quarterback. They were not comfortable just rolling with Sam Darnold again. We've talked about this all week, Dane. Why you make the trade for Baker Mayfield if you already have Sam Darnold? What are you really doing?
Right.
And I think it's something different.
Yeah.
You're presenting something different, and sometimes that has value with optics and fan base interest and everything else. Does that mean if they want something different, does Matt Corral as a 3rd round pick go into training camp? And again, they roll the ball out with him and Sam Darnold. It's like, all right, go for it. It feels like that might be the case.
Why not? Yeah, why not give him a chance to win that job?
Yep.
I mean, look at what Sam Darnold has done in the league, and it's nothing impressive. So why not give this guy a chance? And it's kind of like with Malik Willis. It's not necessarily that he's deficient in some of these areas. It's more he's unproven based on what he was asked to do in that scheme with that coaching staff. And college coaches, their job is to make things as easy as possible on the quarterback so they can put up points and win games. Not necessarily developing these guys for the NFL. Right. Lane Kiffin, I mean, he wants to put points on the board, so that's his priority. Doesn't mean that Matt Corral can't adapt to an NFL offense maybe a little bit quicker than we think based off of just what he did on the tape.
Yep. And of course, that's where meetings come into play. But also, it's just the plays you're trying to translate. And I've mentioned the Kentucky offense, and I was like, oh, this is easy. But you watch Ole Miss's offense, and then so it's like, okay, the times because they're so RPO heavy, the times they did drop back, how did he operate in that? And there were some plays, and I made a joke about it, but they ran 4 verts, and you can see him work his eyes a little bit. So it's like, okay, do we need to give you 15 plays you got to get comfortable with, or you can only handle those 3? And that's the can't, won't kind of thing. But that's why they have to make these decisions.
You love the production in the SEC. Yep. Only one player in the FBS the last 2 years had over 3,300 passing yards and 500 rushing yards. And he did it twice. He's the only FBS player to do it in 2020 and then 2021. And he's doing it in a conference with pretty good defenses and good athletes out there. So Lane Kiffin's a big part of that. There's no doubt. That offense, that scheme, but give him credit for what he's been able to do.
So the Colts trade back up to 96 here.
Another
Broncos
next
get
year's third.
179 and next year's third. What does that mean, do you think?
Is this Sam Howell?
No, is this Howell?
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
I mean, because maybe. Oh,
we'll find out right now.
Curious.
Select Nick Cross, defensive back,
Safety.
Maryland.
Go Terps.
Well, one of the
Not a quarterback.
no. One of the more
Little
athletic
less
safeties
exciting.
in this draft. Yeah. He actually ran track a little bit at Maryland too. So he's just a freaky safety.
Yep.
Not a polished player. I mean, him against Jahan Dotson is a little bit of a mismatch. So you do worry about that a little bit. But again, speed. The athlete that Nick Cross is, that's what we want to draft, especially the Colts. They care about the traits. They care about.
That's why I would be shocked if they picked Sam Howell.
Right.
Yeah.
It's a safety Jelani Woods.
Yeah,
Like,
pretty much. I mean, you can see the speed right there.
Yeah,
I mean, he
closing.
The closing burst that he has is remarkable, and he could play different points in the defense. You want him blitzing, you want him playing more deep with that range. He can give that to you. So
this is just what Maryland does. They just have like Darnell Savage. They just get all these speedy safeties that can close.
6 foot 212, ran a 4.34 at the 40. That makes sense. I can understand why Chris Ballard would want that. I am surprised that Chris Ballard was willing to part with a future 3rd round pick.
Yes,
but
that's the interesting part about this.
Hoards those picks like Gollum hoards the ring.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this is kind of where people were slotting Cross too, was 3rd round-ish. So this, I mean, that kind of speaks. It's not like a huge, oh man, they're taking a chance on a height, weight, speed guy. Like they are a little bit, but this is about where he was slotted.
He was my 84th player. So I think that makes sense. And I mean, look at what the Colts have done this round with Bernard Raymond and Nick Cross. I mean, some good players here that they probably had some high grades on.
Frank Reich also, as Marissa clearly wants us to talk about.
That's
our
right.
Producer Marissa, who went to Frank Reich, has that Maryland connection.
There you go.
Going back a little bit, Dan, we missed Zach Carter going to the Bengals defensive tackle. We talked about them potentially wanting to build up their interior defensive line depth. What do you think of Zach Carter from Florida?
Another guy we kind of question. Okay, is he a outside guy, inside guy, tweener? That was my big question with Zachary Carter, because there are plays that he looks good on the edge, and you think, okay, maybe a defensive end, and then kick him inside, and you see some of that initial quickness. But I do worry about what's his best position. He might be that tweener that you worry about where he's going to be playing best. Is he a base end? Is he more of a 3 technique? 6'4", 280 pounds. Did not test all that great, but good tape. I mean, the tape is better than kind of the testing, and when you start to get into the exact details, okay, what's he going to play? That type of thing. Just get him on my team. We'll figure it out.
Gotcha. And we talked about it was like the defensive tackles are not going to be replenished. It wasn't like a bunch of, there wasn't like 7 day 2 guys we're all excited about. So now you're really projecting, okay, we can maybe work with this and get him inside. And okay, maybe if we focus his role without help with that. So that's just the argument for him.
And they announced him as a defensive tackle. So I don't know if that says anything or.
Yeah, it might.
He's like $3 bills, right?
No, he's 280.
He's 280. Okay.
Yeah, and that's why I liked him best as a base end, because he's not a guy that's got developed counters or is going to win in all these different ways. Yeah, it's more initial quickness and linear stuff. He's not going
power
to
and length.
Right, exactly. And so, but that wins from the inside too.
And they can bring him along at whatever pace they want to.
Well, and they probably see him honestly as an inside-outside guy. It will give you a little bit of versility, kind of like we talked about them maybe going Logan Hall in the 1st round.
Yep.
Kind of that same deal, that same thought process here in the 3rd.
Well, because the guy they lost in that defensive line rotation is Larry Ogunjobi, who is a pretty traditional penetrating 3 technique defensive tackle. And if they want to replicate that skill set, you can do that with somebody that's 280 situationally as you figure out what they are in their rookie year.
Yeah, no doubt.
And that's it. It's usually you narrow their roll down and go, okay, this is what you do on 3rd down. You do this. Base downs, you do this. And then as they develop as a player, then you go, okay, we're going to add this to your play. We'll add this role to your play. We'll get you on a game and a twist. We'll drop you. You get all the other fun stuff that you want to do with them.
So right now on the clock, Lions pick is in for them. Best available for you, Dane, right now. Who are you looking at?
So best available, Darian Kennard, the tackle guard from Kentucky, Perrion Winfrey, defensive tackle, Oklahoma, Jamari Sawyer from Georgia, Leo Chenal, A little surprised
Yep.
no Chanel's still out there.
Can't believe the Patriots traded down rather than taking the
I know. Questions about him in coverage. That's the big thing because he wasn't asked to do it, but he tested really well. And again, in 1995, you would have been the 5th overall pick. So I mean, there's value to what he offers.
Yeah.
So
Thank you for
It's
that
just
warm
niche.
welcome.
we got the GOAT.
And
Yes.
with the 97th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Kirby Joseph, defensive back, Illinois.
Little run on safeties here.
Yep.
Love Joseph. Another guy that came on as a senior, was not really part of the thought process for the secondary coming into the year, wasn't on the radar for NFL scouts. And then midway through the year, and my Midwest scout kind of said, hey, check this guy out.
Yeah.
Range, length. He's a really slender guy, but he's got 33-inch arms. I mean, the type of length that some offensive tackles are a little jealous of. And they played him sometimes 25 yards off the line of scrimmage because they trusted him, whether in run support or playing both sidelines. 5 interceptions this past year. Big fan of Kirby Joseph. And learning more about him, he grew up in the Orlando area and is a big volleyball player. And he credits volleyball for the leaping skills, some of the quick reaction stuff, being able to play at the catch point. So I thought there was a chance he might sneak into the 3rd round. He was kind of borderline top 100 guy. Good for him that he gets in there to the Lions.
Like you said, you're playing that post, or you're playing here. You're playing more quarters-ish coverages, but you can use that range. If you're rotating down and robber, and you're in the post, boom. Now you can go sideline to sideline or numbers to numbers, really, and that's where that comes up.
When we talked about it with the Saints, with just the amount of safeties they've wanted to play in years past, we know where Aaron Glenn comes from. And you look at it, they don't have that many guys there. They brought back Tracy Walker this year.
Seems like they like
Sean
Walker,
Elliott
but,
came in, but I mean, it's again, there's going to be opportunities there potentially. They don't have a ton of guys at that position.
Right.
And this is still a team that's early. It's
2022
early in this process for them.
The Washington Commanders select Brian Robinson Jr., running back, Alabama.
Another Alabama player going to the Commanders.
Big boy.
Yeah, Robinson's and credit to Robinson. He waited his turn. I mean, he backed up.
He did.
Josh Jacobs and Najee Harris and Damian Harris, Bo Scarborough. I mean, he waited his turn. He's a Tuscaloosa kid. The COVID extra year of eligibility allowed him to come back, or else he would have been in last year's draft. And he runs for 1,300 yards in the SEC. Big guy, kind of remind me a lot of Latavius Murray as a runner. Where
interesting,
big size, but has a little bit of that one cut quickness, where he can make a guy miss in space. And you worry a little bit about what's he give you in the passing game. Wasn't a big pass catcher for them, but when he was targeted, he usually did something good with those opportunities. So I like Brian Robinson a lot more than I thought I would.
Yeah, and that's Latavius is exactly what I kind of thought. And with him, it was. He doesn't have that high-end burst and everything, but he runs so tough and he's big. He gets the hard yards. I mean, shoot, that's what they're showing right now. That's what he does. He's going to drag him forward. It's kind of like, remember Leroy Horde? That's like, he's going to get you 3 yards. Like that's what that's a version of that. I liked his size and everything. I thought that he has true 3-down ability because he has size for pass protection. His eyes weren't great, which kind of disappointed me for a guy that's been there for 4 or 5 years, and he had an NFL offensive line coach, Doug Marrone, but that's a whole nother discussion. But watching him in protection and stuff, he has the size for it, and that gives you upside. That it's like, hey, you can be on the field for more often, even if he's not a dynamic receiver. But if we're like, hey, they're bringing Leo Chanel, they're bringing a thumper down the pipe. We got a guy that can actually hold up and block that guy.
He looks so much more decisive this past year. He's like he had this opportunity. He wasn't going to let it go to waste.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I'm going to be more decisive. And
the confidence built up.
It really was for him. And good for him that he translated that into a top 100 pick in the draft.
This feels to me like an expression of their frustration with Antonio Gibson at this point. I feel like that everything you're saying about Brian Robinson as a runner, that you talk about being physical, decisiveness, those are traits that Antonio Gibson, I don't think, has shown often enough.
Right.
So, I mean, you take a running back in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
I mean,
you assume that guy's going to be part of your rotation at the very least.
Yep.
Browns picking at 99 here.
David Bell.
Ooh.
So there's your receiver for Cleveland.
Yes.
Is this the type of player necessarily you thought they'd go with at that spot?
It's very different than the 3rd round receiver they took last year.
You don't say.
David Bell is a guy that is he doesn't have the explosiveness or the speed, and that that worries you at the next level. But the tape is good. And, talking to a scout that was at the Purdue Pro Day when Bell did not run well, ran in the 4.7s. But talking to a scout that was there, he said he had a great day because the positional drills, the catching the football, things that kind of matter, was outstanding.
Strong hands.
Exactly. And so this is a guy that he's a kind of a playmaker, and not going to test well. And that's why he did not go in the first half of the top 100. And here he is at 99. And I think it's still, I'm not surprised he's being taken here in the third round, even though he did not have the testing, because we already downgraded him based on the tape that he didn't have the speed. We didn't need to do it again when he didn't run well at the combine or pro day. Exactly. We already knew he wasn't an explosive guy. But we know he's a really quality receiver, catches the ball well. So at this point in the draft, a good value.
Strong-handed guy. This is exactly where I'm graded, third-round guy. And
95 overall on my board.
And this is, I like him because I think he'd be a very useful player. I compared him to Joshua Palmer, who came out last year, where I think he could be unlocked a little bit as a power slot. I'm going to make sure I say that because he is physical and he is a good blocker. He's got good ball skills and everything. And that's his appeal, is that in the red zone, let this guy get some back shoulders and stuff. And, move him inside, run more intermediate and deeper routes. Even if he doesn't have that speed, he has that ball skills.
No, Myjah Sanders going to the Cardinals. Sanders was my 100th player. So, that's
nailed it.
I think he was actually. Yeah, exactly. 100th player. That matches up. That tracks.
They're just following your board.
Yeah, exactly. And the Cardinals, Myjah Sanders is the weight was weird with him because
like 215 or something like that. He was sick, right?
In the spring, but I think that was an excuse.
Oh, yeah.
Like, this is a guy that it's the weight is up and down. In the spring, he was 220.
Okay.
224, I believe. And then played a little bit heavier during the season. At Senior Bowl, he's back down on 220s, and then Combine, he's back up. Or Combine, he was down. So it's been a weird weight fluctuation for him. And the production this year was not what you expected of a guy that wins with athleticism off the edge, wins with speed. And part of that's how he was used. But a guy that only had 2.5 sacks this year, and you expected more out of him.
At 220, that's probably a concern.
He was 228 at the He was 220 at the spring, and then was good size. I can't remember exactly at the Senior Bowl, but then 228 at the Combine, 247 at his pro day. So it's very up and down for him. But part of it is how they used him, where they didn't necessarily always ask him to pin his ears back and go. So that's part of the reason for the 2.5 sacks. But that's why he fell a little bit. We thought he might have been a first-round pick back in August.
But then that's the thing with him is, like you said, with Cincinnati's defense, which was really fun to watch. They did some really cool stuff schematically too, and also had good players, as we're seeing. But they would slant them inside a lot, and it's like, I don't want my 225-pound guy to be eating the inside stuff. It's like I want him to see more pin his ears back. So that's where some discrepancies.
They play him as a 5 technique. They play him as a 4-eye, and that's just not really conducive to his skill set.
Right.
I mean, I think he even said it. He said that they used me more as a decoy. So, whether that's true or not, it is kind of matches up with how the film looked, where he wasn't playing that wide 9 or just being on the edge and being able to use that speed. So, but the Cardinals, think about their pass rushers they like. They like guys that just kind of wind them up, boom, let them go. That's what he offers.
I mean, think about what Hassan Reddick was in terms of size. And I mean, it took them a while to figure out what he was for them, but this team needs pass rushers. Chandler Jones is gone. They haven't really addressed it in free agency. And that's one spot where they absolutely had a hole.
Yep. They still got JJ Watt.
And they did draft Cameron Thomas earlier, right?
Last year,
who maybe actually,
or maybe earlier. Yeah, whatever. But
right.
Today,
and so
today.
another, pass rusher. So it's just a different type of pass rusher, and he reminded me a lot. San Diego State reminded me a lot of Zach Allen, who's, also one of the Cardinals defensive ends on the roster. So, a guy that can win with power in his hands, not necessarily, even though he had a great 3-cone, like 6'7" something, but you don't necessarily see that bend, especially off the edge. You see a guy that's going to win with that initial quickness, that power at the point of attack. But, with 2 pass rushers here in the third, you could understand that thinking for the Cardinals.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, 2 different flavors a little bit.
Yeah.
And might as well take chances on pass rushers if you need them.
No doubt.
Just replenish it. What's better than 1? Take 2.
So we're down to the final 5 picks here?
Final 5 picks of the night.
We got
Jets, Dolphins, Chiefs. I'm going to keep on rolling after that with a couple more.
Jets, Dolphins, Chiefs. Okay.
I mean,
We
it's
got 100 picks in the books. Wow.
All right. Rams, 49ers.
Based on what we expected coming in today, the fact that the quarterbacks didn't go till round 3, the fact that the Panthers traded back up, and that has to be the headline from what we've seen so far, right?
Yeah. I mean, we thought going into the day it was going to be all about the quarterbacks. Quick run, some trade ups, and it didn't happen. Not at all. And it's just so funny when you talk about the quarterbacks with teams throughout the process the last few months. They all said the same thing. They're going to go. They're going to go. And that's what history tells us. And it's one of those things where, well, we're not going to take them, but somebody will. And nobody did, at least in the first 75 picks.
Is every single person at the combine. Well, I really like him, but I wouldn't take a chance on him.
Right.
But I had someone, someone is a little too rich for my blood, but someone else, and every single guy. And I remember we did the quarterback show, Robert, and that's why I was like, wait a sec. Okay, do people really like him, or are we all feeling the same thing? It turns out I think we all were feeling kind of similar with where we had him ranked.
I mean, what I watched the quarterbacks, and again, I'm not watching the same way that you are, but my takeaway, and I said it on the show, I wouldn't take a single one of them in the first round. Not a single one of them. And then one went in the first round, the rest didn't go till the third round.
I keep saying it makes us feel better.
100%. With the 101 pick in the 2022 draft, the New Jersey Jets select Jeremy Records from Ohio State.
Love it. All right, the Jets, they might be number 1 on my list of favorite draft. I mean, what they did, 3 first-round picks, they come back with Breece Hall, and now get Jeremy Ruckert. I mean, love that. And I mean,
love this.
Actually, I tweeted back in January how Jeremy Ruckert would be a perfect fit with the Jets. Jeremy Ruckert's dad tweeted at me with Ruckert in a Jets uniform when he was like 6 years old, because this is a Long Island kid.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
grew up.
New Yorker.
Great. And so this is a great fit both for the team and for the player. I mean, this might be the one-handed catch. What Christian Harris? I mean, he's running with him, but
great hands.
Exactly.
That's what I mean overall. And I think Dane, you tweeted this. I think around Senior Bowl time, you're like, he's gonna be a better pro than a college player.
100%.
And that's what he is. And that's what you watch. And he was.
Why do you say that, Dan?
It was a lot more of lack of targets.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
But when he was targeted, good things happened.
Yeah.
Like really good things happened. So, but when he had his opportunities, I mean, I know you really like. Was you talking tight end? Yeah,
my tight end one.
I mean, that's and what hurt him throughout the process was the foot injury that he suffered at the Senior Bowl. So no combine, no pro day. We don't have testing information on him. That hurt him a little bit. But again, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to understand why he wasn't utilized more in that offense. I mean, just look at the receiver talent. So, but when Ruckert was targeted, good things happened. And
what made him your tight end 1, Nate?
Oh, he's a true Y to me, which is so hard to find. And I think just not only is he a true Y where it's like, okay, third down, he can't be on the field. He can stay on the field on third down. And it was so much more athletic ability than what I think people were making him out to be. Because not only of those routes, he was catching there's a rep against Penn State. He catches like a corner, and he's so smooth on it. But I just really think this guy is his best balls in front of him, and he's a 3-down tight end, which is that can play in line because he's a legit blocker with some strength and pop to him. His technique is all over the place,
inconsistent. Yes.
Because he'll slice block and he goes for kill shots, and it's like, okay, let's hold it in. But it's great. They already have the 2 tight ends now, too.
I was going to say, now you have Uzama, Conklin, and him. It's
amazing.
A lot of bodies to work
kind
with.
of 3 kind of similar flavors, too, like kind of like good 3-down guys. So, yeah, I really like it.
And now you have Breece Hall with Michael Carter. I mean,
I thought Rucker would go a few picks away, maybe about 70-ish, 60-ish.
Sure.
Like, because I don't know. It's a 3-down tight ends, and those aren't the easiest guys to find.
It's just, Brink, you have to, it always comes back to this. As excited as you might be about the Jets draft, as Jets fans should probably be, none of it matters if the quarterback isn't good.
Correct.
None of it matters. Pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Channing Tindall, linebacker, Georgia.
So let's. All right, this is what, the 7th
Georgia player.
Georgia defender.
Yeah.
We've had drafted. So 3 linebackers now, the safety Lewis seen, 3 defensive linemen. So the 7th Georgia defender drafted here in the first 3 rounds. Tyndall is, speed.
Yep.
His
guy testing is insane.
You know how many games he started? As many as you and me in college. 0 starts in his career. But the way they would bring him in and utilize him, special teams as a sub-package linebacker, exactly.
Yep.
And it's see ball, get ball. That's what it is with him. And needs to develop the anticipation a little bit in terms of reading his keys. And yes, but just this guy has speed and he's got size. So there's a lot to work with there.
And when watching him, it's so funny because he gives it away. Also, that's my quarterback evaluation. Sometimes I could tell when he was blitzing because he was the guy that would be like staring right down the pipe and then go. But man, he is a hammerhead when he was going down. Like he has that speed, and we talk about speed to power. There was speed to power with him. Like he should. It looks like he has a neck roll, but I don't think he does. But he should have one. Like just how he does. But yeah, he's a better athlete than that. But just like he's willing to bring it, and that's when I watched that Georgia defense. I was like, they're bringing 41 down the pipe. He's blowing guys back. So yeah, it's funny that third linebacker on the first 2 days. That's crazy.
He's an enforcer. He is. That's how he plays.
I mean, he's still 230 though. I mean, even with all that explosiveness, that's still prototype size, bigger guy,
42-inch vert. I mean, at that size with a 42-inch vert.
That's
gracious.
Crazy. I mean, man. So they have Landon Robertson, Jerome Baker there still. I mean, we'll see what happens with him.
Wisconsin.
Yeah, finally.
There's Chanel.
Okay, and then Chiefs pull back in the lead for best draft. I mean, come on. Jeez. Yeah. Jets and Chiefs here are fighting it out. Leo Chanel, 103. So falls out of the top 100 picks. Another linebacker who tested off the charts. And he's a fun guy to watch. I mean, all he does is make plays. He's got a nose for the ball. Downhill, his balance is ridiculous. Just bouncing off blockers. Keeping himself off the ground, line him up all over that front seven, and he just makes plays. It's just really fun to watch. He's half defensive line. He's like a tweener between a linebacker, defensive tackle, and defensive end. I mean, he really is with the way he plays.
Yeah, no, he's a lot of fun, and especially that defense. That's Jim Leonard, and what they do a lot, they'll peel guys off, they'll peel the end off, and they just let him attack downhill, and it's like so fun to watch him. Again, like just makes plays. I think he has like 11 brothers and sisters.
He does,
or something like that. But yeah, they love him in Wisconsin. They thought, they of course want to stay there like a typical Wisconsin guy, but it's very good athlete and just a unique player. It's just such a weird, hard to describe him because that was so great how you're just describing him. Hybrid linebacker D tackle because that's kind of how it is.
Yeah,
like that's how he is.
That's how he plays.
Yep.
Yeah. And I thought I'm the oldest of 8, so I come from a big family. He's the 12th oldest of 16.
16. That's
God. I mean that's got nothing on me.
Leopold.
I mean, they've spent. I mean, that's not a top 100 pick, but very close to it. And then they've drafted linebackers in the second round in each of the last 2 drafts.
Yeah.
So I mean, they've spent a decent amount of draft capital on linebackers.
Yeah.
And again, at this point, it's like, man, can we really pass on him again?
Yeah. And I mean, right away, it's like, okay, maybe we don't get him on the field, but but special teams. Let's just get him on the field that way.
Yeah.
Want to be an athlete like that. And I mean, he's useful. Again, these are these guys, but it's like you can find a use for him if you're creative enough.
All those picks for the Chiefs, all the picks, 4 defensive players. Sky Moore, the only offensive player that the Chiefs have drafted so far.
Don't need an offensive lineman.
It is such an honor to be here to help pick the first pick from the reigning world champion Rams.
Welcome to the draft, Rams.
All right.
Cole Strange not available.
Turn it over to franchise rushing leader, Mr. Steven Jackson.
Pipe down.
Also,
World
just looks
champs.
incredible.
Yeah. Didn't recognize him with the hair.
Las Vegas native.
I knew he lives here.
Grew
Yep.
up in this town,
He's from
6
here. Yeah.
miles from here. I had the same dream that I'm about to present. What I want to tell everybody that has a dream, always remember, like this town, bet on yourself. And with that, the 104th pick in the 2022 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Logan Bruss, guard, Wisconsin.
That makes sense.
Badger. This is Badger Ranch.
This is the Badger run.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? Good football players with blemishes? Yeah.
Yeah.
there you go. That's the Badgers.
6'5", 310.
Yep.
Played tackle and
Yep,
guard.
and guard.
I like him better as a guard. I think it's probably where he's best. But it's who's the other former Wisconsin guard they have?
Corbett.
No, the former.
They haven't signed a right tackle.
Yeah.
David Edwards.
David Edwards.
Yes,
Yep,
there you go.
Yep.
So I mean, they go back to that Wisconsin well, and I mean, he's a guy that grew on me. First watch, I was like, I mean, he's okay. But then you watch more, and it's like, he doesn't lose that much. Whether it's a tackle, whether it's a guard, there's something there. Tough guy. In high school, he played half their state championship game with a broken leg. I mean, he's a true tough guy, and that's what you expect from a Wisconsin lineman. And I think that's what the Rams are getting.
So both of their starting guards, as of right now, they lose Austin Corbett in free agency this year. They have David Edwards, they have Bobby Evans, who they drafted in 2019, the third round. 2019, both of those guys. So they'll be hitting free agency after this season is over. So potentially has a chance to compete for a starting spot now, but in the long run could be a starting guard for them in 2023
and they like
as
that.
well.
What were they done with Noteboom for years? You know, they like having those swing guys. It's a good.
They are totally fine bringing those guys along slow.
That's what you're supposed to do with the offensive line. You take one a year and you just keep developing.
2022 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Danny Gray. Wide receiver,
there it goes.
Got another mock draft right.
There he goes.
Speed. This is my Darnell Mooney in this draft. I love the speed. Yeah, and I love that you throw on the SMU tape and he's making plays at all three levels. Catch and go, winning vertically. It's a lot of fun to watch him play. So, and this is exactly what the Niners needed. Was that speed outside of receiver.
Yeah, no, this makes so much sense actually with what how they try to win too, but also no matter who the quarterback is, this guy blends well because speed translates,
right?
And it does. And
I hope the quarterback is Trey Lance.
For
that's
the
what I mean.
sake. Yeah, that's what I was going to say, but it's like I don't know. This keeps dragging out, but honestly, this guy is more of an ascending player because it's more. And who knows one of the best receiver coaches is Kyle Shanahan, even though he's a head coach. He develops these guys. That's what he did for freaking Brandon Ayuk. Brandon Ayuk ends up at so many other places. He's a bust. I still believe that. He goes to 49ers and it's like, okay, you can see the traits really working for him.
It's really interesting, Nate, because we've talked about this before when it comes to Shanahan. He likes that speed element. He likes that top off of defense guy. They haven't really had that. You know, their receiving core, if you look at the makeup of it, really since Marquise Goodwin has left, they have Ayuk, and then their third guy in those scenarios has been Bourne, and then Trent Sherfield, where it's that big body kind of third down guy that goes along with Ayuk and Samuel. They haven't had this element in their offense.
But
really.
that's what you love about Gray is because he can be that catch and go threat where he's going to get the yak that this offense loves, but can also give you the vertical threat as well. So it gives you the both best of both worlds. You wish he was a little bit better finisher. He will have drops, and kind of same thing with Darnell Mooney. He will have his drops. He will have his fair share of maybe some mental mistakes, but the talent, the speed, you're going to roll with that every day.
Well, I don't want you to besmirch Bears #1 receiver Darnell Mooney on this podcast.
Yeah. Well, hey, I mean, it's he's a quality starter, right?
Yeah.
On that note,
that's how we're ending it,
guys. We are 4.5 hours in here. What a day! What a day! Thank you guys so much for sticking around with us. These two guys will be back after rounds 4 through 7 tomorrow. We will have another podcast recapping those 4 rounds. We will not be live, unfortunately. Thank you so much for sticking around with us over the last couple of days. I know we've had a hell of a time doing this. Appreciate all of your guys' time. We'll talk to you soon.